Okay, good morning everybody, welcome. Just before we begin properly, I'd like to say that while we're in here, if you're sitting down, could you please wear your mask? However, when you are speaking, you are free to take your mask off. But while we're in here, please wear it if you're sat down, just for a number of reasons, health and safety, and also obviously photos as well. So, welcome to the International Startup Competition 2021, a very special edition, because today we are hybrid. We're here live in Split. Hello everyone. Thank you. And we're also online on Zoom. Oh wow, and a virtual clap, a virtual clap. Excellent, good. So before we get started today, none of this would be possible without our four organizers. We can see them up there. First of all, the student incubator here at the University of Split in this faculty, obviously putting together great work with a group of volunteers, group of students who've made this all happen. The support as well of the faculty here of economics, business and tourism, the university itself, and finally you'll see up here CEU, which is a group of universities on the coast. You can see where they are just behind me over here, who work together in putting together events like this. A huge thanks to the organizers today, and we're going to hear from some of them now. So we've got three VIPs. So first of all, I'd like to welcome up to the stage the Dean of the Faculty of Economics, Business and Tourism here at the University of Split. Everybody knows her. It's Maja Fedotovic. Thank you, Maja.
So, hello everybody, and welcome to the Faculty of Economy, Business and Tourism of the University of Split. For all of those who are here not for the first time, welcome back. So today, as the Dean of this great faculty, I'm really very pleased, thrilled, and calm for a number of reasons. First, I'm proud and pleased because this event proves that the endeavors in development and pursuing the entrepreneurial skills and minds, which is naturally belongs to the Faculty of Business, have proved to be successful once again. I'm also pleased and thrilled because I know that we are all over the world at the moment, and that we are welcoming 35 great student teams from all over the world, and that we are giving them a chance to develop further their projects, to get their network enriched, and also to give them an opportunity to step in front of the investors and their potential business partners. Also, I'm very pleased, and I'm, let's say, as a woman of 59, very calm and very serene. Why? Because today I know that there are young people at this faculty, university, and all over the world that are thinking about my future, about my retirement, that they are developing IT, blue economy, green economy, giving us a chance to live better in times to come. So for all that, I would like to thank especially to our student business incubator team, led by Ms. Lana Ugarčić, to our partners and supporters, especially University of Split, that recognized our efforts and introduced us to this great network of European CEU universities, and our ever-standing partner behind us, the city of Split, that helped us in many of our endeavors, including this one. So, I know that we are tight of time, and I could speak for hours here, very happy, but at the end, let's just say this. Let's the game start, and let's go up. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maja. And now, hearing from another partner, we're going to move over to the head of department for, the Vice Rector for Science and Innovation from the University of Split, Leandra Vraniec-Martic.
Thank you very much. So, dear participants, dear guests, dear students, entrepreneurs, colleagues, it's really a great pleasure to welcome you on behalf of the University of Split. We are a comprehensive university with about 20,000 students and also a member of the European University of the Seas Alliance. And I'm very happy that today we have students from 3 of our partner universities, University of Gdańsk, University of Malta, and University of Cadiz, attending this event, but together with really impressive 16 universities participating in this from over 10 countries. And this is really important because together at the European University of the Seas Alliance, we are trying to build European University of the future where students can move freely beyond borders, beyond disciplines and sectors, and creating really value for our future. And international cooperation is so important in this endeavor. And we are really proud of the Faculty of Economics, Business and Tourism for doing all the great work all these years in doing so many entrepreneurship education, hackathons, different kinds of competition, and creating really entrepreneurial spirit throughout our university. And this really resulted already in this entrepreneurship incubator, a student incubator, but also with a lot of successful startups already operating here. And we're happy because this is not all. We are doing other endeavors. There is a co-working space at another faculty around here. We have a student spirit incubator that it has received a couple of months ago the first startups, and we have another competition for support together with the support of the city of Split. We have a great collaboration with our county as well. And this is really important because we want to create our universities as centers of innovation ecosystems of our region. And to you students, I'm really so happy that you have taken up this challenge and that you're participating in this event. And of course, you have some great possibilities for really nice prizes at the end. But I think the true value is really in the comments that you will receive to your business idea, in the networks. You have great jury here. And I hope that you will show them your passion, but also that you will be open to their comments that will certainly help you how to develop your ideas further. I hope you will also meet new friends and potential colleagues for the future. So I wish to all of you also here present and online to have a great competition. For those who are here to really enjoy the Split as well and to come back here again. And for those who haven't been able to come here, please come here again, because not just because the Split is a great place, but because I'm sure that we are going to make it also a great place for collaboration and for developing your businesses.
Thank you very much. And finally, to hear from the City of Split, the head of department this time for Economy, Crafts and Tourism, Ella Žižić.
Good morning to everyone. Dear Vice Rector of University of Split, Professor Leandra Vranješ-Markić, dear Dean of Faculty of Economics, Professor Maja Fredotović, dear jury members, dear organizers, dear Lana, competitors, students and participants of this event. It is my great honor to be able to greet you all on behalf of the Mayor of the City of Split, Professor Ivica Puljak, and on my own behalf. I'm so delighted with the fact that Split has the privilege of hosting this International University Startup Competition, or STup. In this way, Split is about to become a global stage for university entrepreneurship. But it has not happened by accident, and it is the organizers who deserve most of the credit for such a status. They have been developing the story of student entrepreneurship with diligence and zeal, and they have been raising it to higher and higher levels from year to year. So, owing to you, in the following 2 plentiful days of this event, Split will become the epicenter of the enthusiasm, creativity, cooperation, creation, and exchange of new business ideas. This competition is an ideal opportunity for university startups to connect with the international startup community and attract the attention of startup investors for all around Europe, maybe all around the world. I'm confident that the next few days will be full of productive and pleasant atmosphere here. So I wish you all a warm welcome and a lot of business success. At the end, I want to congratulations to all startup teams, especially to the winners. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ella. So, the formal part is over. Let's get on with the program because we have got 10 hours of action ahead. As always with STup, it never fails to disappoint. And I hope you've had your coffee already this morning, and there'll be 2 more coffee breaks. I advise you to have a coffee at every moment possible. Let's have a look at the program. The clicker never works. So, as mentioned already, there will be 34 startups today from 16 different universities, from 10 countries, from all over the world. We'll have somebody presenting from Ecuador, somebody from India, somebody from the US as well, and then we have some of our European friends. So we have Spanish startups, Latvian startups. Any Spanish people here right now? No? Latvians? Polish? There we go. Oh, a wave. A wave. You meant to cheer like, oh, Poland. Yeah. No, not. Okay, fine. Cool. Let's see if there's a bit more cheering for the next few countries. Our Balkan friends, Slovenia. There we go. Bosnia and Herzegovina. Oh, wow, they're all here. Serbia. A bit of clapping. And finally, Croatia. Hrvatska. There we go. A bit more energy now. You're meant to be startup, but you're meant to be full of energy, right? So they'll be pitching throughout the day. We'll have 4 categories. The categories are split into different areas, which we'll talk about a bit later. And from those 34 finalists, not finalists, from those 34 startups, only 6 can make it through to tomorrow. So looking at the schedule, we've got your groups. So I hope if you're pitching today, you know which group you're in by now. And as you go through each group, the judges will have to mark you on a number of areas. So in your pitches, you should have talked about your team, the problem, the solution, the competition, the market, your financial model and revenue. Have you got all of those in your presentations? A few people looking a bit nervous now. Okay, we'll see later. And they're going to be marking you. They've got a scorecard, and then at the end of the day, we're going to collect all of that in and reveal the finalists for tomorrow. Then you finalists, you 6, you have until tomorrow morning to change your pitch if you want to. Maybe tweak it to what the judges say, and we'll be back here tomorrow for those final pitches. But what are you going to win? There are loads of prizes. This is the most amount of prizes I've actually seen at STup so far, and actually at most startup competitions here. So, first of all, jump to the next one. From Infobip, if you finish in first place, you'll get $17,500 worth of active credits for Infobip services and products. And if you come second or third, you'll just get 15 grand or 12.5 grand. So, you know, not a bad consolation prize. Next, we have Amazon Web Services, where the winner will win $1,000 in active credits there. Moving on to the Wolf Summit, we have a representative here today. He's on the judge panel, so he's going to be making sure he has the best one to come to the Wolf Summit. That's in Warsaw in October this year. You'll also get tickets to the EU Startup Summit next year in Barcelona. And actually, the top 3 teams will win those tickets, yeah, for 2 team members. So a bit of infighting probably will ensue. Who's going to go to Barcelona for that? Idea Buddy. If you're the winner, you'll get a lifetime Idea Buddy subscription, and if you're the runners-up, you'll get a 1-year subscription. There are 3 lifetime free Cuttles startup plan subscriptions for the top 3. And the judges will also have to pick the best idea stage startup that isn't from Split, unfortunately, and they'll win a 6-month free startup consultancy plan. And finally, everyone participating will get a 1-year free business plan subscription through FreeCamp. So an amazing set of prizes there. Something to get excited about, something to do a bit of research on, because maybe you haven't heard of those before, but they're all useful business tools for you to help develop your team, develop your startup, promote your startup, market it, Hopefully you've all heard of InfoBip by now. Yes? They're just kind of a unicorn, so I hope you've heard of them. And obviously, none of this would be possible without our organizers, without our partners, and without our sponsors. So I'd like to say a big thanks to Grad Split again. Thank you for supporting this. To World Chicago, who we'll hear from later on, who have been great support over the last few years. The City of Split Tourist Office, there'll be a free tour for anyone that's here, so make the most of that and visit our stunning heritage. And the Works Co-working, newly opened, newly renovated. I know a few of you have been working there for the last couple of days, so huge thanks for them to let us use that space. Promet Split, we've been using their buses to get around. Dalmazia Vino, everyone knows what vino is, thank you very much. Retes HR for all the printing, and Condor B&B, as well as our media partners Split Tech City, Dalmazia Danas, and Ultra, the radio station. So a huge thanks to all of our sponsors. Can I get a round of applause for all of them? Thank you. But who's going to decide who wins those prizes? Now, you've had the chance maybe to meet some of these judges already, so I hope you've been impressing them, maybe with a box of domaćica or pajdero, if you've got a bit more money, maybe a bottle of wine, or maybe just impressing them with your startup idea. I'm going to invite them up here one by one to give us a small presentation about who they are and maybe what they want to see from you. So listen well. First up, I'd like to welcome Gorgo Gulias, who is the board of directors at Startup Campus.
Thank you very much. Can I? Oh, some technical difficulties. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's the second time for me to be here actually, and Splits never disappoints me, so actually that's a good thing. And it's also good to see how the ecosystem develops time to time, so congratulations for the organizers and for the university most importantly. My name is Gergő Gulyás, but you can call me Greg. I'm one of the judges, but I'm not Judge Dredd, like if you saw the movie. I just saw it recently, but anyway. Sorry, trying to be funny here. So basically, I am the member of the board of Startup Campus, also the managing director of Startup Campus London. And besides that, I'm the co-founder of STup Ventures. With Sarah, you will hear about that a little bit later on. And basically, Startup Campus is a global accelerator with several interlaced locations across the world. As I mentioned, we have an office in London. We also have one in Berlin. We also have one in Budapest. This is our headquarters, so we are from Hungary, actually. We were the first one there who actually started these university kind of incubators. So we went to the university, we tried to find the best talent, and later on we decided that we actually want to work closely with them. So we set up an incubator, and later on we set up an investment fund. So we decided to find the best talent and invest and make shitloads of money, if I can swear a little bit. So basically, it's not that easy because actually the last arm, the Startup Campus Global one, is the most interesting part because what we saw there is actually the startups cannot really decide when it comes to the questions like when, where, and how in terms of global expansion. And this is important because as a startup, you know, you are different from an SME. So maybe I can just ask the audience, so can we tell what's the difference between a startup and a traditional enterprise? Anyone? Just a few ideas. Raise your hand if you know. An SME, small and medium enterprise? You know the answer? Yeah?
I'm just going to shout. So a startup by definition is to grow really fast.
Yeah, that's...
I think that would be one.
Okay. Anything else? Well, anyone? Innovation, rapid growth. So basically, yeah. And besides that, if you add these two things together, okay. Everyone is shy today, but never mind. So basically, startup is as an enterprise with an innovative product, service, or a business model that has a global market potential. So if you are truly innovative, you have a huge chance that actually you can be a global success. And that's the reason why it is important that you receive the best help when it comes to global expansion. And I just want to encourage everyone in this university phase, why are you actually just developing your startup, and even it's not on the market yet, think globally and try to check the market trends, because that is going to be the most important part, and it's not easy. So internationalization is quite risky. You know, it's not easy, as I mentioned. You need to have a specific market knowledge. It requires local presence in many cases, and it's, last but not least, it can be very, very expensive, especially if you want to come to the UK from Central and Eastern Europe. And most companies actually fail because they are unprepared. This is what we see quite often. And this is where we actually provide our help. So what we do there is provide a strong local network, market knowledge, local presence, business development support, and basically we help you to have a well-planned foreign market strategy. How we work, so we use something called 3E framework, which is educate, experience, and expand. And basically, this is how our programs are structured. And actually today, if any of you might think about like going international, or you have any questions regarding that, just give me a shout. I would be happy to help. These are my contact details, and I'm wishing the best of luck to everyone today, and thanks again.
Thank you very much, Gergo, for telling us all about Startup Campus. Next up, I'd like to welcome to stage Michael Chaffee, who's the CEO of Wolf Summit. Michael, I'll give you this. You have a screen here. If you could stand on this side. Thank you.
Hi everybody, I'm Mike Chaffee, as Michael's kindly mentioned. Lovely to meet you all today, and I'm looking forward to judging the startups over the next few hours. Special thanks to Lana and Zvonimir especially, as well as the extended team members from University of Split, as well as the city that have facilitated this event. So massive kudos for that. So coming on to Wolf Summit, the event formed itself in 2015. It was a husband and wife plus brother team that started the event. We took over as new ownership in July of 2019, just about the worst time ever to buy an events business. So successfully hosted our first event as the new management team in October of 2019, and then obviously, as you know, the COVID situation struck, and we were forced to pivot to a virtual variant in March of last year. Now we're just approaching our 14th edition, so we've managed to soldier through the last 18 months in the event space, and so our efforts are now directed towards that. So here's some demographics on the event. Okay, so over the course of 6 years, we've had 35,000 one-on-one meetings. So this is traditionally Wolf Summit's USP. We facilitate startup matchmaking with investors and corporate representatives. Over the course of the editions, just under 24,000 attendees, composed of 3,000 investors, 4,000 executives, 6,000 startups hailing from 90 countries. Here we have the breakdown of representation by country as well as industries. So what you can see on the right-hand side, it's very interesting, and this came about purely as a result of COVID. No surprises that Poland is our largest market, but the United States is now a close second, and that's happened purely because of our capabilities with the virtual events. So we had a lot of US-based investors, accelerators, as well as startups applying from the US. UK in third, Germany fourth, India fourth, and Israel at fifth. So this is the demographic of what startups are looking for when they come to Wolf Summit. So you can find it represented in the charts here. Not really surprising that investment is the highest representation, followed by partnerships. So we have a lot of startups and scale-ups that want to strike corporate partnerships. Changes so for any of you that have been to Wolf Summit in the past, you probably were, well, certainly you would have been in Warsaw. This edition we've moved to Wrocław. So in March of this year, we actually hosted a fully virtual event in March that was anticipated to be a hybrid, but the COVID conditions forced us into a virtual format. So Wrocław's benefits are its proximity to Berlin, Prague, and Vienna in particular. And these are avenues that we're actively pursuing, as well as the United Kingdom investor community. So for any of you that have been, some changes are coming up this October. we're soft launching what we plan to be the CE Tech Week. So what this will be is pulling in key content partners from the region. So on the bottom left, you can see we have UiPath, Made in Wrocław, and Vienna Up as content partners for the event. So I personally see a huge fragmentation in the event space within this region. So our ambition is from June next year to launch a 4-week conference linking up the ecosystems from Poland to Russia and from Estonia to Albania. Just some more details here on the, on the long-term plans for CE Tech Week. And finally, I'm going to leave you all with a quick video that showcases our journey over the last 18 months since COVID hit. I hope you enjoy it, and best of luck to all of the startups. Looking forward to awarding the winner with a fully covered trip to Wrocław.
Moja kola. Action. Are you forward? No. Jest głośno?
Okay, guys.
Nie było tak.
Action.
Dobra. To meeting in person again. Are you ready to meeting in person again? Are you ready? Are you looking forward to?
Action.
Looking forward to? Looking forward to? Are you? Aha.
Jeszcze raz co mam powiedzieć?
Are you looking forward to meeting in person again?
Wow. Looking again. To meeting in person again. Okay, are we? Are you looking forward?
Yeah. You haven't got your ticket yet? Hurry up.
So, we hope.
Am I centered?
No.
So how do you want me? Summit is due to the
No.
4 hours from Prague and routes into.
2 hours.
Huh?
2 hours
Oh,
from.
look, I'm not. No, just stop interrupting me and let me talk. All right.
Mega.
Thank you very much, Michael, for showing that. So one of you teams will be there in person. You'll be in that video, hopefully not in the blooper video, but sharing your startup, getting investment and customers. And you saw all the other things people go there for, so great opportunity. Next up, I'd like to welcome Arjan Gertzblom, the founder and CEO of Preneurs Amsterdam. Over to you, Arjan.
Thank you very much, Mike. Excellent. I love that video. That's beautiful, Mike. Finally, we got the sound with it as well. And it kind of shows that everyone stumbles through presentation. So hopefully I'll be doing okay. But most of all, hopefully you guys will be okay. And it doesn't matter if you stumble, because what's most important is obviously the story that you're going to tell. So my name is Arjan Gertzblom. I have kind of two hats. I am the acting director for technologies at TechLeap. I'll tell a little bit more about that. And also the co-founder of Preneurs. And I have quite an extensive network, and I've been a part of a few incubators in the region, and also in Australia, where I lived for a long time. So I was with Cicada Innovations, a deep tech incubator in Sydney, for a number of years, and I've worked in other places as well. And what strikes me always is that the teams that are there, like yourself, and I'm really looking forward to all that energy, all have the same dream, right? They want to create a business, and they want to change the world and change and create impact for society. So I'm really looking forward to working with you today. TechLeap is an organization that is sponsored by the Ministry of Economic Affairs in the Netherlands, empowering Dutch leaders in tech. It's particularly an organization that focuses on scale-ups, not so much on startups these days, but it's there to build the Dutch ecosystem, which consists of a lot of different hubs, as you might not know. It's a small country, but there's a lot of different places with a different focus there. So if you're an agriculture startup, as some of you already are, I know, Wageningen would be the place to be, with a big university there focusing on agri-food. But if you're more into, for example, life sciences, you would go to Delft or Leiden, for example. So a lot of different places in the Netherlands, and I'm happy to connect you to any of those. They have a number of programs at TechLeap, focusing on scale-ups, but also on internationalization. So Compass is a program for that. And we're working on a new deep tech program, because that's what I'm more specialized in. So deep tech companies, companies that take a long time to create impact in markets, so often like 6 to 8 or often 10 years. So they require some special support over that period of time. So there will be a new deep tech program that will take them after the initial funding through the valley of death, as they call it, for quite a number of years. Another program I'm involved in is the Faculty of Impact, focusing on PhDs and postdocs. They are able to work on their research for 2 years, get paid, but also translate that research into a startup potentially, or a spin-out of that university. So it's something that's going to start up next year, end of this year, with the first pilot cohort, and hopefully we'll be running that for a number of years. Now, TechLeap, if you're interested in the Dutch ecosystem, provides a lot of data sources. So you can look at, for example, where is the science in the Netherlands. So there's a science finder, but also a startup finder and job finders as well. Finally, around TechLeap, we also connect academic founders through startup competitions, similar to this one, but then through all universities in the Netherlands. So they compete against each other. Might be an idea as well for Croatia. So Preneurs.Amsterdam, I started that company a couple of years ago with 2 co-founders, and we really look at the transformation of universities from really kind of an isolated knowledge institute to a much more open, networked innovation network. So often, obviously, universities are very strong in research and very strong in education, but valorization or commercialization of research is something that is quite new to them, and it's a very difficult function to create impact on. So we do that through a number of ways. There's a masterclass series, Entrepreneurial University. We've done so in Albania and also in Greece. And as a result, we have a lot of different tailored programs, varying from Digital Workspace, which is a program that connects IT students to SMEs. So they help them out with their digitization processes. But we also, for example, have a multi-university incubator set up, and one of them is in Tirana, Tirana Inc. Very proud of the program, because it's a collaboration of 5 universities in Tirana. And that's a new thing for that country, to really team up and manage to get some scale in their entrepreneurship activities. So that's it for me. These are my contact details. Feel free to reach out to me if you're interested in any of the programs or any of the places, locations that you might want to head to with your new startup. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Arjan. Next up, I'd like to welcome to the stage the principal at Cavadon Capital, Eva Rakocevic, welcoming her back to STup again. Over to you, Eva.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for having me here for the third time, I think, in a row. It's always great to be in Split. It's always fantastic atmosphere, great judges, great companies, so I always enjoy. I would like to shortly introduce a new fund called Cavidon Capital. It's a fund that is about to kick off this year. Cavidon Capital is actually a fund the size of the fund is about 200 million. And it's as a first fund, it is going to be sector agnostic, covering all stages from pre-seed to Series C, sorry, and of course also across Europe. So there are no geographical limitations or restrictions. I'm in particular interested in, because obviously I'm coming from the region, in companies that are coming from Western Balkans. And this would be, let's say, my focus to build a bridge between Western Europe and, let's say, Balkan countries. In order to create sustainable investment ecosystem, we thought that circular economy could be a good principle to follow, and that's why I will just show quickly what we mean by that. We mean by that we are following paid forward principle, which means literally we want to take a pre-seed company to a Series C or a pre-IPO, IPO level, and kind of help it along the way, have enough capital to support, and of course at the liquidity event use the experience, not only monetary capital but also everything else, in order to help next generation of companies to evolve and to sustain. I know it sounds a little bit abstract. I'm happy to tell you a little bit more also afterwards. But in general, this is what we are trying to do. We are currently a team of 17, and we are 100% founder focused, compared to most other, let's say, venture capital funds that are around, on average, 50% focused on founders, and the rest goes to fundraising and other stuff. So we even have behavioral scientists in our team who are also trying to help in all sorts of ways to in all sorts of ways founders to on their journey. I hope you see this. Please, if you have an interesting company you're currently working on, or you know a company that could be a good fit for us, please reach out. As I said, we are about to kick off end of this year, and we are currently working also on a pipeline. Please reach out to me either in person or via email. I would be happy to get in touch to discuss, and of course good luck to everyone, to all participants, and I'm extremely excited to see all the pitches. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Eva, and thank you for that. So as you see, it's not just about participating here and trying to impress the judges, but they're offering you their emails, their contact details, so you can reach out after the competition and network and see what else is out there. As Eva mentioned, this is her third year here. She's working on different funds almost every time I meet you. So this is a great contact, a great person to speak to, because she knows the sector well. So whichever your startup is, there's something out there for you. Next up, I'd like to welcome Sarah Korchmaros, the co-founder at STup Ventures. Over to you, Sarah.
Thank you very much, and hello, everyone. I'm really grateful and glad to be here in person after all the Zoom fatigue I experienced last year. So it's good to be in an in-person event or hybrid event. My name is Sarah Korchmaros. I am the co-founder and the CEO of STup Ventures. So STup Ventures is a global network of oncology innovations of health tech and biotech companies operating and innovating in the field of oncology. We are connecting investors, VCs, angel investors, startups, scale-ups, universities, hospitals, data warehouses, anything to do with cancer and oncology on a global level. Cancer is the second leading cause of death, so I don't think I have to emphasize the importance of our cause. And there are many promising solutions and innovations are born. However, most of them fail due to the lack of funding or commercial success. And we at STup are on a mission to create a cancer-free future. So we are an accelerator with a goal, with a mission. And this mission connects all of our players in the field globally. So imagine that you just discovered a cure for an advanced pancreatic cancer, and then your friend's asking, so why didn't you make it to the news? Why not all the hospitals are using your treatment? It sounds a bit ridiculous to say, well, there was too much market noise. But that's actually what happens. There are potential innovations that could make a difference, but there are so many obstacles like market failure, lack of visibility, not being in the right team, not meeting the right people, which can be very challenging when you are doing your job and doing research and innovating in a lab. So this is what we are aiming to help the teams with, because we believe that these barriers of innovations can be eliminated. So our team at STup Ventures are working towards this goal. We are helping our teams to overcome these obstacles by providing them with training, with the right network, with one-to-one mentoring sessions. We work with industry professionals at the intersection of business and health. So those business people who actually understand the language of the scientists. So we help our teams with data, with market intelligence, with trainings to get the commercial skills, the commercial acumen, and introducing them to the right people, to the right companies. As I mentioned before, we work with not just with startups, but also with pharmaceutical manufacturers and investors, and we work with them in a number of ways, but for startups, mainly what's interesting for you is that we help with capital investment, with fundraising, market access, basically just making the startups, scale-ups, and the research projects investor ready. With investors, of course, we help them to maintain a quality deal flow, and pharmaceuticals, more often than not, they are very eager to find innovations externally and bring in fresh minds, so you just have to meet the right people for that. So what I would like to, we have a number of programs, but what might be the most relevant for you guys or any of you who are innovating in health tech. It's our Startup Academy. It's our flagship event. And this is not only for oncology innovations, it's also for data-driven health tech and biotech startups. So feel free, and yeah, we encourage everyone to apply for this program. It's a 4-month program filled with workshops, one-to-one mentoring. We help with fundraising. There are demo days. You get to pitch your ideas and introducing you to our network. It's all virtual and it's all global. So last year we had teams from Mexico to Singapore and mentors and investors from the States or from all across Europe. So yeah, do apply. And so as Greg mentioned, we founded STup together, so feel free to get in touch with any of us, and either an email, but since we are here, the conversation is always the best way forward. So find me in the coffee break, and good luck to everyone. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Moving on now to the CEO at Silicon Castles, Andreas Spechler.
Thank you so much for being here. First time here in Split. Of course, I was here as a tourist, and thanks to Lana, she caught me and said, why don't you come? And I said, yes, I will be here. So let me quickly introduce what we are doing. And I want to talk first about me, because you need to understand my history to understand what we are doing. I'm over 25 years in this tech industry. I've worked for big companies. My last job was president of Dolby International. This was $1 billion. Revenue streams, roughly. I worked for Japanese companies, American companies. I've built multi-trust global teams worldwide. We have a global network in the, I would say, high-tech industry, from Japan over Korea, China, Europe, and US. And I bought startups for companies. I did my own startup in 1999 in Munich, and in 2001, the first dot-com bubble burst, and of course we went down. We failed, we learned a lot, never make the same mistake again, but you need to fail to be successful. And then I decided I have enough of the corporate world and started Silicon Castles, basically as an answer to a lot of problems that you might have, and also to make your startup more safe and more resilient. And this is basically what we do. And we are really focusing, I call them European diamonds. And European diamonds are very unique, and you cannot find them. Sometimes they lay on the ground and don't even understand themselves that they are a diamond. That's the interesting piece. And specifically academic startups sometimes do not understand that they're a diamond. They just don't understand what huge potential they have. So what is a European diamond? It has to be a true unique business idea. There are too many me toos, same of the same and the same as same. It has to be a global market opportunity. Talked today already, this is clear. Without global thinking, global market, it doesn't work. And then you need to have this competent and motivated team. But then underneath, you need to have software competence. It's all about software. Of course, hardware is nice to have, but having a unique competitive advantage, it's hard to be in devices. But in software, you can. And then you need to have an outstanding knowledge. You have to IP. And then you also, and this is the big thing, you have a clear global go-to-market strategy. And you need to go out immediately. My question is always, who is your biggest customer? If the startup says Samsung, okay, let's jump in a plane. In 3 weeks we're in Seoul and we meet the VP of products because we know them. This is what is needed. You need to get your first punch in the face from the customer. Don't stay too long at home in your garage and you don't know what the market wants. So this is what we are doing. This is a couple of selected European diamonds, and you can Google them if you want. So what we do, we invest, early stage, very early stage, software focus, and it has to have IP. A clear IP strategy. Deep tech, as you said, Arian, we should talk later. This is the game. Big companies buying up patents all day long. Okay, Google, everybody does it. Why? Because there will be a time when you need them. Secondly, we do this acceleration mode, so we don't have a program, I have to say. We're always doing it tailor-made. We sit down with the guys and say, what do you need? And then we are also being very active in that role. So many times, we cut the first deals together with the startup founders because they need to learn that. They are not born sellers. You have to help them. And then, of course, we do the education. Education is key. You learn a lot at universities, but this is not the real life. I have to say this in these halls. This is maybe a little small insult, but you need to go out. And that's where we can add on top of what you do to really teach what's going out in the world. And here, we have a very special event every year. It's the so-called Startup Executive Academy. I'm doing this together with Baba Schiff from Stanford University, a good friend of mine. We bring together really top executives from the industry, and it's all about tech. It's actually 1 week in our castle in Salzburg, Austria. And last year we had to go online, but this year we do a hybrid model. So the C21 is in 3 days, face-to-face in Salzburg in our castle, and then we do online sessions over the course of October, November. We do nothing for free, because that's important. If it's not paid, it's not value. This is a different strategy, of course. Of course, we have programs to support different setups, but it's important that you go away there, juiced up, you change your strategy, maybe your business model, but you have support for the future because you're part of our circle. So everybody who once has been in an academy is part of our circle. We do circle sessions every second month with interesting topics, as now Zoom calls, etc., to really help people to accelerate. It's all about becoming better, avoiding mistakes. So this is basically what we do, and happy to answer all the questions, here to help, and hopefully there is some European diamond around here, maybe somewhere out in the cloud, somewhere on the screens in all the different European countries. I'm actually pretty sure that there's one diamond that I can find. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Andreas. Next up, we're going to move to Paulina Bialek from Expara IDM Ventures. Thank you, Pauline.
Hello, everyone. I hope that you can hear me well. First of all, I would like to thank to the organizers, to Lana and Zvonimir, for inviting me. I'm very happy to join the judging board today, and I'm really looking forward to see all those amazing entrepreneurs speaking. A little bit about myself. So my name is Paulina Białek. I'm Business Development Director of Expara and head of our Expara Europe office. Today, I'm going to tell you more about the company, what we are doing, and who we are looking for. We call ourselves Venture Creation, as we are not only investing in startup as a venture capital fund, but we also accelerate and incubate them. We started 20 years ago. We launched 5 venture capital funds across the region of Southeast Asia. We are headquartered in Singapore, but also we have offices and team in Thailand, Vietnam, Malaysia, Philippines. And since 2018, when I joined the company, we also have the office in Poland, covering the region of Central and Eastern Europe. As I mentioned, we have 5 venture capital funds altogether, investing in pre-seed and seed stage companies. We have already almost 90 portfolio companies, and hopefully the 19th one will be from Europe. We also accelerate startups, so altogether we organized more than 100 different programs and accelerated 10,000 companies. In some of them we also invest, so this is how it works. Today I would like to tell you a bit more about our programs, how they look like, and how we differentiate when it comes to other accelerators on the market. So I guess that you are pretty familiar, and maybe you had a chance to take part in 1, 2, or maybe even more accelerators. But how many startups really raise money after and during the program, especially during the program? Not that many. In our acceleration programs, it's almost 70% of startups that raise money during the program. And here I would like to emphasize that this is what we are really focusing on. We are focusing on helping startups to raise money, to fundraise. Due to COVID-19, many of our programs are hybrid currently, so startups have access to Expara Academy, Expara Academy courses where they can work on the business plan, financial model, pitch deck. Later they are going to work with Expara team and really master those documents, because we believe that this is critical when it comes to raising money from investors. We are also organizing live seminars every week. We are meeting with startups, we are helping them to learn negotiation skills, and also they are pitching on different topics, so they are really mastering before the demo day that comes at the end of the program. In the meantime, there are also like mentoring sessions with our great mentors. We have mentors from all over the world, from 6 continents altogether, and depending where startups come from, they can get mentors they really want, that they really can help them. Those mentors can be also like potential clients, business partners, and investors for the startups. I mentioned a little bit that we have different partners. Here you can see some of them that we cooperate on different, in different forums. We cooperate with AWS, with Microsoft, with Google, EPAM, the society company, but also some media partners, some legal agencies that are helping startups on different stages. Yeah, and this is like our new initiative, our new project that we are currently working on. This is going to be our 6th venture capital fund that is focused on millennials, Gen Z entrepreneurs and funders who are solving food systems challenges via the innovations in agri-food tech, clean tech, ocean tech. We decided to expand a little bit when it comes to geography, so it's not only Southeast Asia and Central and Eastern Europe, but also Latin America. We hope that this fund will be raised until the end of the year, so if you already have interesting startups that fit into our profile, please feel free to reach out to me. And here you can find like our website, our social media. I really encourage you to follow us, because there you can find out about the programs that we are currently running or we are preparing for, and you can apply for them. Also, please feel free to contact me anytime. I'm happy to help you. I'm also a mentor in our accelerator, so happy to help you with business plan, business model, pitch deck, whatever you need. So thank you very much, and good luck with today's speeches.
Thank you very much, Paulina. Moving on now to Diana Florescu, who is the managing partner at Grey Group. Jogging slowly to us. Here we go, thank you.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Can you hear me all right? Great. Thank you for having me. It's my first time not in Split, but being part of the university, and believe it or not, I feel exactly how you feel right now. You're probably a bit nervous. I was exactly like you 4 or 5 years ago, going through some startup competitions as well in London. But don't be, and I also really admire you, because if you're here this morning, you are already way, way far ahead of other people and spending time to build your own startups, and that's how it should be. A bit about myself, and then I will go through Grey Ventures, and Andreas, I might have a rough diamond for you, perhaps. We'll talk. My background, I've always worked in startups. I've worked with corporations. I've never worked in a large company. Initially, I worked in technology startups, in gaming as well, and then I moved on to accelerators, which are probably everywhere. I've spent 2 years leading the global marketing for Startup Bootcamp from London, and then I decided I want to run an accelerator myself, and I got involved in Qatar Sports Tech, a Startup Bootcamp program in Qatar. It was an interesting experience. I learned a lot from it. I also realized that I don't want to run accelerators. And then I moved on to corporate venturing and venture building with Raymaking, a company that is based in 10 countries right now, still in London. They've raised recently a fund of £65 million to build and scale startups. I'm originally from Romania, even though I spent a lot of time overseas, and I always had an eye on what's happening in the market, as the region is growing really fast. Some would say twice as fast as Western countries. So I've decided last year to sort of come back, or at least have one foot in Romania, in this region, and co-found Grey Ventures. We are a startup studio, or a venture building studio, as we like to call it, because we also work with both small and large organizations, from an idea stage to validate, scale, and build this company. We are Romania-based, as I mentioned. However, we do cover most of the Central Eastern European region. We have clients and startups also in Poland. We're setting up a sales office even further west, and we also have clients from the US. Oh, I just realized this is actually the long presentation. All right, I'll skim through. Just for everyone to know, everyone had a presentation. I was last night or 2 nights ago, and Zvonimir messaged me, you should cut down your slides because there are too many. Okay, I will rush through. The point is, I think was you mentioned, right? Why startups, for example, don't scale, why we actually all here running these organizations. One of the main reasons is actually go-to-market strategies. We do have amazing talent in this region when it comes to deep tech, and there's more and more talent coming from universities. One of our startups in the portfolio, it's actually a university-based research. However, we do lack that kind of commercial business mindset sort of approach that you see a lot in the West. And because of that reason, we also started Gry Ventures. On one side, I mentioned we work with corporations. What we've also seen is that the lifespan of big companies is decreasing. And for them to make up these losses, they have started to invest in CVCs massively in the last few years. Essentially what it comes down to is that corporations are actively looking for small companies, essentially like yours, growing really fast and to be acquired so they can get a competitive advantage in the market. But most of the time they do pay a pretty steep price for this. And we also believe there's a much better way to create these startups, both for the founders that are involved in the startup at an early stage and for the corporate. And that's a venture studio. Essentially, we help founders at an idea stage, or sometimes we do this internally in our studio with an idea of targeting a short-term exit into a corporate partner. Some of these ventures are internal, and they might remain internal and evolve as a brand, but all the time we have a corporate partner in mind that we want to target. Venture studios, how many of you have heard of startup studios or venture studios before? All right, so not many. And actually, this actually proves at the same time the need in the market. We always say that we are a bit too early in the market. There's a couple of studios in Poland. There's almost none, or at least by our definition, there's none in the whole kind of Eastern, Southeast Europe. And we really feel that there is a place in the ecosystem for them. I'm just going to skip to this slide because I guess it helps to summarize where we sit, right, in the ecosystem. You have challenge prizes, you have hackathons, you have really great incubators and accelerators which create this foundation for what we believe it's next, and that's startup studios. And then you also have a lot of corporate innovation accelerators, which sometimes we do support. Very briefly how it works, I did mention, but the scoping really comes down to either we identify an opportunity in the market, and that could be from overseas, something that could also potentially work in Central Eastern Europe, but most of the time it comes from an ideation session, either with a corporate partner or with universities. And I did mention we have, I'm just going to skip through and I'll come back to this slide, but we have a startup in renewable energy. This was actually a research-based project at university in Romania. Essentially, the scientist is developing photovoltaic cells that could be applied to roof tiles to create the next generation of solar roofs. We have a strong team that has been built behind this. We're looking also to fundraise an initial round for developing the proof of concept further into an MVP. I'm just going to quickly go back. How we partner with entrepreneurs, because it's not just about building these ventures. We started, I should probably have mentioned as well, every venture studio is known for one core function. And that core function for us, it's particularly marketing, the brand identity, the product management, the product marketing as well. We've always worked with startups at an early stage when we were founded in 2018. To build these startups, to help them grow to market. We still do this today. We either join as a co-founder from an early stage, we help with the concept validation, we're launching the MVP to market, all the way to potentially fundraising, or we also work with mature startups that have a proof already, have a product on the market, they prove the concept, they're looking potentially to fundraise, or they might be looking for that go-to-market strategy I mentioned. I think also someone else, one of my colleagues mentioned before that I think it was Andreas, that you built your startup back in the 90s and then you failed, you learned a lot from it. Obviously, we are in a similar situation. I had a startup of my own. It was in food tech. I failed. I learned a lot from it. We had 3 startups that closed. 3 are active, revenue generating. We help them fundraise. 4 right now are in proof of concept MVP stage. One of them is the renewable energy company that I mentioned. We also coordinate programs and accelerators, as I mentioned, overseas, so not just in Central Eastern Europe, but we help other organizations and partners. There was a slide which is not here. We're part of different organizations as well, like Startup Grind, Product Tank. We also support Wolf Summit. I'm sitting on the board of Wolf Summit as well. These are just some of the clients we work with. For example, Telenav. It might not be your usual corporate, but it's a massive company with over $250 million in revenue every year. I'm just going to skip through. This is one of the company working on right now. Zvonimir might be able maybe to share. We are just going through the concept validation. If you guys want to give us a hand with the survey. And I'm afraid this was a very muffled, upside-down presentation because these were not the slides, but I hope you really enjoyed it. Good luck. I'm looking forward to seeing your presentations, and maybe we can grab some coffee in the break and chat more. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And finally, on Ianasha, we have Renata Burkic from Feels Good Capital. A round of applause, please.
Hello, welcome everybody. It's a pleasure and thank you for the invitation. It is also my 3rd time, same as Eva's. Hi, Eva. And it's really fun being in Split and supporting this Startup Split program. So I'm Renata, I'm from Croatia. I'm the only judge from Croatia. But I hope I'm the good news because there is a capital in Croatia. I'm a serial entrepreneur, business angel, and impact investor. And I love Croatia very much. And my life goal was to work on building the entrepreneurial investment system here. And Feels Good is the result of that. Feels Good is the first social impact venture fund in Croatia since ever. It's only the 3rd venture fund operating in Croatia ever. And it's big for us who were working in the country in the past 20 years with very difficult and modest access to accelerator programs like this, to incubation programs like this, and not to mention to capital. So the good news is that we are here and we have the money, and these are the details of the fund. It's a 30 million euro fund. It has just been closed, and it's primarily geographical target focused are Croatia and Slovenia, but elsewhere in the EU as well. From this fund we cannot invest in other countries in Western Balkans, actually out of the EU, as our principal investor is the European Investment Fund, but we really hope that very fast in the 3 or 4 years we will go for the fund number 2, and this is our goal, that we'll be able to stretch down to all the countries of former Yugoslavia. So our investment period is 5 years from now, and then our exit period is planned in the next 5 years, so we are a 10-year fund. And we are also apart from the European Investment Fund, that is our biggest investors, we are completely, our other LPs, other investors are all private investors, which is also an innovation and an achievement and something that we didn't expect when we started to raise money for the fund 3 years ago. But I think it's a good news also for a fresh risk and venture economy like the countries of New Europe are. We are the social impact fund, so it's even more difficult than just a venture fund. because of course that we are for profit, and profit is the must, but profit would not be enough. Impact is needed in addition. What is impact will be discussed, and I was very happy to see that the gentleman, one of the judges has the impact program for scientists. We are also backed with 4 impact experts, 4 scientists from 4 academic institutions from the region here, who actually help us set us and the companies we are considering to invest. They help us set an impact criteria and impact measurement, which is a very new thing, but a very fast-growing thing and very accelerating thing globally, and then also here. So, and because we are an impact fund, we are sector agnostic, which means that we don't say we will only serve one sector, because impact can be made in every sector, and it is really universal. So this chart shows our actual exercise that we've been doing when working on the deal flow in these 2 countries in the past 2 years. So we looked at 200 companies, and this is like the split how by sectors, how where we could find the impact, and from where we have considered our first investments. This is an important slide because this has to do with impact, and this is what was our intrinsic motivation to go not just with the venture fund but with the impact venture fund, because we were all the founders, we are the 4 founders, we were very motivated to help local access to risk capital for all impact entrepreneurs and products and services here in Croatia. We wanted to push the topic of the Green Deal and get on that train, and get the country and our entrepreneurs and the societies from the region here as well. Then the innovation, what is our innovation and the impact we do is that we are really trying to raise the awareness of traditional businesses to start thinking about impact and to start embedding the impact component in their businesses, because this is what they will need, and this is like the new thing that will help you attract the clients, the talents, and actually and enable you to stay sustainable in the years to come. What I already said is the entrepreneurship and the promotion of the entrepreneurship not only in Croatia but in the whole region. And employment is very important here. We here in Croatia, I don't think we have anymore the problem of unemployment and job openings. But what we are very interested to help with is the opening of the quality jobs. For us, the most vulnerable group are young scientists, postdocs, well-educated people who actually are not able, I mean, the ecosystem in the country here is not able to serve them with the quality jobs and with the places to work. So we really still have a brain drain, and we want to keep you all here and enable you build your companies here and work for the great companies. And being at home, and we want to bring those who left back. So our approach to investing is an approach of the fast money that helps you grow and accelerate. And as we are an impact fund, this is Sustainable Development Goals. The 17 Sustainable Development Goals are the tool that helps us and the companies to identify the areas of their impact. So 1 to 3 goals is a must, not many, because you cannot serve them all. If you serve one properly, it's already enough, and it does a change. So of course that we are looking at the team, and that we invest in people, and only people, not in the past. We bet on the future, and you are the future, and you are the ones who will make it happen or not make it happen. So this is like 80%. Impact plus team is our 80%. And then we of course look at the product, at market fits, and all of the other things. As we need to make money and impact, we need to have some realistic exit strategy, meaning that at the time of investing, we need to see on the horizon where are we going to exit together, and when, and of course capacity building and ecosystem development again and again is why we are here. So this is my last slide, and this normally here it says thank you, but I put here impact measurement because I didn't want to forget to tell you that impact can be measured, it can be monitored, and this is an important part of the knowledge and of the pioneering exercise that impact investing market is bringing. Many impact measurement methods are being developed in the world, and it's going faster and faster, but we will talk about it. I will be here both days, and happy to be here. Thank you.
Okay, so as we've seen, we have a wealth of judges in front of us representing different sectors, different amounts of monies, different regions. So anyone that's participating today, really take note. And I hope you've kind of maybe thought about something you want to say during your pitch. We're going to not just hear from the judges, but also from other speakers as well over the next couple of days, including Paolo Andres from risk mitigation, from Matt Carletto about developing the startup ecosystem. Nikola Pavasic will join us from Japan to tell us about InfoBip Startup Tribe. Diana Merimorets will talk about innovation and customer obsession at Amazon. And Andreas will also provide a presentation about how to avoid mistakes and become investor ready. Okay, it's time to move on to our first group of pitches now. I can see somebody's already waiting online. Our first group is grouped together around agtech, food, manufacturing, and entertainment. And we have our 3 judges who are going to be judging them, who are Ariane, Andreas, and Paulina. Are you ready, judges? Do you have your score sheets? I know we're waiting. We're missing one judge, but he'll be here very quickly. We've got eight pitches coming up now, and as you know, it's a hybrid event. So we've got half online and half that will be live. And as I see, poor Javier there has been waiting nervously at home for the last 10 minutes, waiting to present. The format will be that you'll have 5 minutes to pitch, and then 5 minutes of questions. And I am going to stop you when I see the timer end. I'm just going to stand up and grab the mic. Can't do that if you're in Spain, like Javier is, but I will jump in. And then the judges will have 5 minutes of questions, and I will stop you as well. You'll have a microphone to ask. Now, if you are presenting, remember that you'll have that 5 minutes of questions. So if you don't put all the information in your pitch, you'll still have time to carry on, okay? So don't stress out about that. You've got more time, but after the 10 minutes, you don't. It's over. Okay, our judges are here. They've got their scoring forms in front of them. So without further ado, Javier Luna Gutierrez, joining us from Malaga, online, with his startup Origin. Over to you, Javier.
Hello everyone. Thank you for having me here. Is the timer already counting?
Now, go.
All right. So let me show the screen. And okay. So thank you for the opportunity to present here for the Universities of Split and Malaga. And here we go. So that green water that you see in the picture is not a dirty swimming pool. It is a microalgae production plant of 20 meters long, from which you can harvest 2 kilograms of microalgae per day every single day. And the price per kilogram can go up to 140 euros, according to latest benchmark. The microalgae can be used for the production of bioplastics, biofuels, and even hydrogen, among other applications. However, their most extended use is in the food industry, as it is a sustainable superfood with the highest protein content in the world. For those reasons, the algae market is rising, and such is the trend that even farmers are starting to produce microalgae as a new source of income. Here you can see an increasing community of microalgae farmers in France, so it's a matter of time that it arrives to Spain and expands to other countries. But, and here I'm presenting you the problem, it is difficult to produce microalgae, as first, there is a lack of knowledge, as it is a new kind of farming that requires a specific know-how. Secondly, the production is very sensitive, and you have to take care of key parameters in a frequently basis if you don't want to ruin the production of months. And third, there is a lack of specialized tools yet in the market. So it is a handmade process. For those reasons, we have determined that the actual productivity is very low. I am Manuel, CEO of Origin, the all-in-one service to start generating revenue from microalgae. We are a farming as a service company in which people interested in growing microalgae and that has a piece of land and the labor are going to partner with us. And we are going to provide them the specific know-how, so filling the gap of the lack of knowledge, the required technology, so they're going to easily produce microalgae, and a sales channel, so they can sell the production they make. So it is a win-win situation in which farmers make more money than with traditional crops, and we, on the other hand, accelerate the trend of people wanting to produce microalgae. But how do we do it? Well, people would say how much microalgae they want to produce. In other words, how much microalgae they want to produce, so how much money they want to make. Based on that and other parameters, we are going to assist them in choosing the right microalgae pool. Then we are going to give them support and teach how to use our software for easily produce and monitor the production of microalgae. And finally, we are going to provide them a sales channel for the production they made. We have validated this problem so far with different stakeholders in the sector, from scientists to researchers, but also big and small companies that sell and produce microalgae-based products, and even one of the companies wanting to start to use our software right now. Competition is tough. However, none of them is focusing in providing an all-in-one solution for all the people that want to start producing microalgae. And there is a very little but very big difference, that we are not going to produce microalgae. Rather, we are going to enable people to produce it under our brand. The market is growing at a 7.5 CAGR between the period of 2020 and 2028. And the microalgae species is worth $38 billion. And only the spirulina market, which is one of the microalgae species, is worth $143 million. Our business model is a franchise model, in which people interested in becoming part of it will have to pay an entry fee and a monthly subscription fee for the use of our software and the maintenance, and a transaction fee for every time we sell their production. Obviously, this project wouldn't be possible without our incredible team. We are a team of specialized engineers and environmental scientists that perfectly complement each other. We have previous experience in the sector, so we know about the potential of microalgae. And we have the support of a world-class board of advisors that believe in the project as the same as we do. A tenured professor for the optimization of the microalgae plants, an expert in growing microalgae for the optimization and acquiring the know-how, and the vice president of the European Microalgae Association for acquiring the expertise of the sector. I've told you the beginning of our story. Would you like to be part of the Origin? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Javier. Excellent. Good. Okay, we'll move over to the judges now for questions. Again, you have 5 minutes.
So thank you very much for the presentation. I would like to come back to a business model. Maybe you can come back to the slides. And I would like to talk about the pricing model. So how much this solution cost?
Yes, actually, we haven't determined exactly what the price is going to be, as we have been 1 month working in this idea, and we are still validating the prices.
Okay, but there is also like monthly subscription. So for example, like if I'm a farmer and I already get this knowledge how to produce those microalgae, right? So why should I use your platform?
Yeah, so because there is no other software yet that easily help you to produce microalgae, so that farmer cannot have a software that monitors the key parameters, because for producing microalgae is very sensitive and the harvest period is about 24 hours. So if you are not very cautious about all the parameters that are changing with the use of a software that gives you alarms and the automatization process, you are gonna have difficult times producing on yourself.
Okay, I see, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Manuel, for your presentation. It was excellent. I got a question about the volumes that you need to generate before you can create products, and also, I guess, when do you expect your first product to hit the markets, and what's the scaling strategy behind your idea?
Okay, thank you for the question. Very good one. Yeah, we are now starting to design our MVP, which will consist in an online platform where people can know how much profit they can make, difference between the traditional crops and these microalgae crops. And then we are right now calculating all the costs for that first microalgae farm that will roughly cost between 30K and 50K. So we are thinking in, apart from raising money for the startup, raising money for acquiring the assets that our company is going to provide. Because we want to avoid being a CapEx company. We want to be a software and technology company that uses partnerships and other stakeholders to provide all the assets.
I do understand that, but do you how much does your average client that will take up this model, how much will they produce, you believe? How much is their production output?
Yeah, that good question. They're going to produce 10 kilos every day. As that is the capacity of the plant that we are taking now calculation of, because it is the amount that it is worth having, at least 10 kilos per day.
Two questions. First, who is your typical customer? Second question is, how do you sell?
All right.
Is it direct to consumer, or is it direct to B2B, or what is it?
Yeah, it's gonna. Our go-to-market strategy will be first B2B for develop the software, and then once we have the software ready and well trained, the algorithm, we will open to the B2C market, as the trend is normal people that are, and here I'm responding for a question, is the typical farmers between 40 years old and 50 that are very frustrated about the low margin that tomatoes, lettuce, and other crops imply, and they are already looking for new alternatives for making more money from their land.
I recommend to you that you really look into the ecosystem, the farming ecosystem. It's very regulated, and you have gatekeepers in there. In each country, you have big organizations that control the market, and you need to win one of these in each market. Otherwise, you will not jump over the chasm.
Thank you very much for your advice. Really appreciate it.
Perfect, thank you. That's all the questions for Javier. Thank you for joining us. We see that you're in the Link Incubator in Malaga. A big send our regards to Rafael and Anna. We wish they could be here. Thank you very much. Javier, round of applause for Javier, please.
Yeah, bye-bye. Thank you very much.
Okay, straight on to the next competitor now, who's joining us live, Ruspel Aguilar Palacios from Cadiz with Rumba.
Hello to everyone. It is my pleasure to be here at the Split. Nice weather. Thank you for the invitation. And my name is Roosevelt Aguilar. I studied a Master at Business at the University of Cadiz, and this is Rumba. Working and studying are important nowadays to everyone. However, it is also important to spend some time with those who we love most. So let's imagine you have a delicious lunch this Sunday, chicken, beef, pork, and a cheesecake, but what comes next? We maybe have a game, we want to play something, and according to Forbes, the best-selling games are Clue and Codenames. The New York Times says that Mysterium and Wingspan are the best-selling games, but we mustn't forget about the classics. Dice, cards, or Ludo. What do these games have in common? They might be quite repetitive. They have a lot of rules. They are quite expensive sometimes, or they are simply boring. For this problem, I have the solution. If you want to spend an unforgettable time with family and friends, I bring you Rumba. Rumba is a card game that could be adapted to different situations, and it's innovative because it is divided in 3 groups of colors. You have red colors for questions. For example, what is the weirdest dish you have tried? And you have 15 questions similar that are connected to countries, universities, funny scenarios, etc. The yellow is for games. For example, have you ever played Simon Says? Something similar. We can play charade, we can play memory, and the last one is for challenges. You need to be active. So some exercises, push-ups, jump, ups, etc. How to play this game is very easy. Just 3 steps. You shuffle the cards. After that, you put them face down on the table. And the last one, you take 1 per turn. Is that the end? No, because as I told you, this is an adaptable game. So you can also mix this game with Jenga, which is another classic game. Whenever you remove 1 piece, you pick 1 card that has the same color. At the same time, if you include a die with the 3 colors, you can also play Ludo. So you throw both dice, and you have to pick up 1 card according to your color. As I told you, you can mix this game with different classics. What I have done during this time, I had the chance to test this game in 3 countries: Peru, I am from Peru, Poland, and Spain. And the test says that this game is especially for people that are older than 18, adults, some teenagers, couples. And to sum up, I would like to say that this game could be mixed. That's our main difference, and we have creativity. I was a teacher for around 5 years, so in every class you need to innovate to get the attention of the students. So for that reason, I try to choose the correct challenge, game, or question. What I request is someone to help me to protect this intellectual property, to create the games and distribute them. As I told you, it could be adapted because we can also create an app similar to that game, or even have a kids version. So, to conclude, don't say game over to classic games, just play Rumba. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I have a question about your competitive advantage. What are the entry barriers that you created for the competitors? You know, like this game seems like, you know, it can be easily replicable by your competitors.
Well, I had the chance also to go to markets and see how my competitors work. We have the price that is cheaper, the kind of rules that we have that are really simple, and at the same time we try to make it interactive so everyone can play. But, well, I don't know if that's what you were asking about.
Yeah, I understand how you differentiate from your competitors, but it's more about the barriers that, like, for example, in other businesses, it can be patents that, you know, those companies have, and that's why competitors have difficulties to jump into this market. But, like, what's in your case?
In this case, first of all, the first step is to protect this creation, and then to start commercialization.
And what's the plan for the commercialization?
I was thinking about, after I protect it, start with libraries, some stores, and to put it as a commodity. Just when you're going to pay for your product, it's going to be there, similar to a chocolate or a candy.
So, how do you protect the game?
I had the chance to ask a lawyer, and he told me that I should protect the rules, how I create the game, how I give the rules that might be different than other kind of games.
I don't think that you can protect the rules. I think you need to work on design patterns, how your cards look like.
Yes.
Have you registered your trademark Rumba?
Not yet.
You should immediately look into this, because maybe it's already gone, and then you have to change your name. So trademark registration, and on the sales, also go-to-market strategy. I think social media is the right strategy for you, because it's cheap and you can gain fast penetration. So giving it for free, you also said we are cheaper. This is not good. You must be not expensive, but you have to deliver higher value to your customers, that they are willing to pay more. If you're selling cheap, you are lost.
Just a comment. I had the idea also to put it on social medias and to create a web as a next step, to have a form in order to see how many clients are interested on this product.
Good.
Thanks for the presentation. It was great. Thank you. About you said you tested this game, right, with some people. Who did you test it with, and how did they respond to the? What have you learned, I guess, from those experiments?
I had the chance to test it in 3 countries, but with not many people. They like this game. They gave me feedback connected to what challenge games or questions I should remove or include. The majority stayed until the end of the game, which is to finish the 48 cards that I have. And basically that's the information that I got.
Right, and how did you get your testers? Like, where did you get them from?
From some friends that I have from Spain. I'm Peruvian, so I had the chance to do it Zoom, unfortunately. And in Poland, because I tried to test it with those I knew also.
Okay, my recommendation is to look for independent test groups, you know, so you get a good view, because your friends often they tell you what you want to hear, I guess, right? Yes. So you need to have some sort of independent validation of your product, and And I think for you, validation is very important in this stage, right? So you get something out that people really love and get excited about. So that would be my comment.
Just to finish, I had the chance to test it with people I know because I had the idea at the University of Cardiff 2 months ago, so I didn't have much time to do many tests. But thank you for the comments.
Thank you, judges, for those questions. I do love a game that's got easy instructions. I'm often the one that has to read through the booklet, and then I make the rules up anyway. Yeah, it's perfect. Okay, next up, joining us online, we have Walters Slava joining us from Latvia. Are you there, Walters? I feel like I'm in Eurovision now.
Hello, hello.
Hello. Oh, we can't see you yet. Here we are. So, Walters, hello. He's got his startup called FoodLink. If you can share your presentation with us, and then we'll start the timer. Excellent. Over to you, Walters.
Yes. Hello, my name is Walters, and I am CEO and co-founder of FoodLink from Latvia. This is how busy restaurant owner actually looks like. Yes, maybe suit should be replaced with some more casual clothing, but the number of responsibilities is perfectly displayed here. Only in big restaurant chains there are employees whose main responsibilities are placing orders to different suppliers. Usually it is done by a chef or owner, and it is definitely not their main job in a restaurant. At the same time, the process of placing orders is dramatically chaotic. One supplier likes to receive orders in email, one by phone, one by sending pictures, and another would like you to use their newly established e-shop. And here is the place for FoodLink. FoodLink is an ordering platform where you can add all your suppliers with their products and place orders in one single platform. Add items you want for tomorrow's menu, press one single button, order, and each of supplier immediately will receive information what is needed in email or by SMS. Currently, we are focusing on the Baltics market and Eastern Europe. Our main competitor in these markets is actually Excel, because restaurant owners try to make the process easier, combining all information about their suppliers and products in Excel sheets. But I think that you will agree that using Excel is far away from effective order management in this dynamic industry. Of course, we are not the first ones who have understood that there's a problem. Here are three main competitors in a global market. Choco is working in the USA market. MarketMan is the first one which realized that kind of idea some years ago and is working in Germany and Benelux countries. And Food Market Hub is MarketMan clone in Southeast Asia. Our first market we are looking at is Baltics. There is approximately 20,000 different cafes and restaurants here. At the same time, in 2019, the cafes made orders to their suppliers in almost €1 billion amount. Our business model is quite simple. Subscription fees for restaurants. Subscription fees varies from €10 a month to €30 a month, and it mainly depends on the size of restaurant or restaurant chain. At the same time, when our number of customers will exceed approximately 30, we will also onboard suppliers on our platform who will use FoodLink to attract new customers and advertise their products. Now we have agreed with 3 suppliers in Latvia who would like to join our platform and use it as extra sales channel, and this will also be extra income channel for us. Currently, we are a team of 3 people. I am CEO, and my passion and previous experience is related to B2B sales. Arturs is our CTO, and he is responsible of platform itself. And Gatis is a person with high-level industry experience and experience in building startup company. Our business idea is quite new. We started customer interviews in late 2020. In January 2021, we understood the main target market, and in April, we finished our MVP. And in late April, we onboarded our first 2 customers, and now we are in the process of onboarding 5 more. We are also receiving feedback from our first customers, and we make technical improvements to develop our product. And now we plan to grow in Latvian market. We plan to start onboarding also suppliers who can use our platform to attract new clients. We are also working on system integrations with supplier, and this will also reduce the manual work on supplier side and bring extra income to us. At the same time, we would like to grow globally because the system itself can be duplicated in other countries as well, but the challenge, of course, is customer attraction abroad, and this is one of our main targets, what we would like to achieve in the nearest future. Thank you very much, and here's my contact information, and I will be glad to answer your questions.
Thank you very much, Walters. Over to the judges.
Yeah, thank you very much for the presentation. I would like to come back to the product. I'm not sure if I understand how it works. I know that it helps me being updated, what I have already ordered, what I have not, but does it connect me to the stores where I can order directly from? Or is it just, you know, like the platform that keeps me updated and I know what I have already ordered?
Yes, I understood your question. Actually, our main idea is that that you will be connected to the suppliers, stores, etc. But currently, we are made our MVP, and the MVP idea is to validate this idea with industry. And now we have made a product where you can manually add one time these products which you order regularly, and the system just collects the information and sends emails or SMS directly to each of supplier. But the future idea which we would like to achieve is that you can check online these stores.
Okay, thank you.
So I have a follow-up question on that. So does it compare different suppliers? Is that what it does? Or because I'm also a little bit puzzled about the value proposition.
The main value which we add is that you can order your stuff in one single platform, because as I mentioned, currently you are using 5 different ways how to order your products from different suppliers. And our value proposition which we would like to add to our customers is that they can use one single platform and save time for ordering. Yes, because the price comparison does not work in this industry, because suppliers do not like to share their prices to the industry, to the cafes.
Great, thanks. Yeah, that makes it clearer. Thank you very much.
One question: are you working with major suppliers that have already access to the market, to your customers, and that so it's easier for you to sell because they could make it mandatory? Okay, if you want to order from us, then you should use Foodlink. Is there a way that you would become a solution for a major supplier for their restaurants?
Actually, I'm not sure that I understood your question. Maybe you can paraphrase it a little bit differently.
So I mean, as you rightly said, nobody wants to share the prices because other would see that. So that's why you're a marketplace where it's free, but you're not a marketplace. You're a technology platform, correct?
Yes, we are selling software to restaurants.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I think you need a partner in the market that helps you to sell. And that's why I was thinking that maybe it would make sense that you work together with a big, I don't know, I mean, think about Metro Group or those big guys who have customers, but they are technically very old-fashioned, and maybe they need you. It's a different business model that you are thinking right now, but I'm not sure that you will scale fast with that approach.
Okay, thank you very much for your advice. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, Walters. That's all. They're all the questions from the judges. Thank you for joining us today. Stay there. Next up, we have Marie Mifsud, who joins us in person from Malta. I have to apologize. Earlier on, I didn't mention Malta. So Malta. There we go, excellent. With her startup, Philly, over to you, Marie. Ah, okay, sorry. Sorry, I called you too early. Okay, yeah, sorry about that. I skipped Marie because we've got before Marie, Marko Vincekovic, who's joining us from Zagreb. I'm glad someone's reading the program better than I am.
Yes, thank you.
With
Thank you very
Maccabi
much
Agritech.
for this opportunity to present my startup. My name is Marko Vincekovic, and I'm a CEO of Maccabi Agritech, research and innovation technology for agro-health sector. So what is the main global challenge and global problem is climate changes, which are having a negative impact on the nature, environment, and also humans. But one of the main sources of these climate changes is, of course, agrochemicals, which are using in the agricultural production. So as you could see, there is 26% of greenhouse gases is coming from this sector. Also, agriculture is using 50% of the land, 70% of the fresh water. Also, it increases the level of nitrogen for almost 78%. And all of that, it has a negative impact on this biodiversity. So all of this is causing the increasing of the greenhouse effect, decreasing of the number of rainfalls, and decreasing of in the number of the fertile fields. So because of that, we need to unlock the potential of indoor farming in the smart cities of the future. So our solution is a smart capsule technology, which is an agroecological product, which was produced by green chemistry process of encapsulation of bioactive components, which has got a technology with 3-in-1 effect. So at the same time, it is a plant protection, plant nutrition, and time release mechanism. So as you could see, there is a huge increase of publication and patents of the process of encapsulation of these agrochemicals and their application in agriculture in the last several decades in the all Europe and the world. So our investigations were done in the last 4 years. So we apply different types of formulations on different plant cultures in the open field, greenhouse, hydroponics, and foliary. So we have got a prototype ready. So we need to make a connection with the industry partners. So we are mainly focused on this business growth, networking, marketing, and collaboration. So all this started on 2018 when we get this award on Zagreb Startup Factory. Also, we have been a part of 8 Climate Kick Accelerator, and we have got our first Horizon 2020 project. So our next steps are the process of commercialization, marketing, visibility, and partnership. So we are mainly focused on to make a connection between the academia and private sector. So as I said, this is an agroecological product. So we are mainly focused on the local organic producers in Croatia. But we are thinking locally, but we are growing globally. So we would like to conquest the market of the European Union and the world. So as you could see, there is a huge increase on the global market for organic foods and the land area of organic production in the last several decades. And currently, we are in the process of raising funds for the patent application and protection. There is a lot of competitors, and they are very big and international companies, but they're mainly focused on the mass market product. But we are mainly focused to make these competitors into our clients because our product has a unique properties. So about the differentials, they are mainly going through the different types of projects, but also acceleration programs and also by direct selling of microcapsule formulations. All of this, it will be impossible without my team, which has got 17 years of experience in different scientific fields, from chemistry, biotechnology, microbiology, food processing, global agroecology, and also management. So with some kind of financial aid, we could increase our investigations, but also we could make a new formulations which could change which could make a green change and the revolution in agricultural production. So at the end, I think that it is a time of action, because with our action today, we could change our world in the next 10, 20, 30, 50 or 60 years. But we need to work together, both in academia, in industry, with politicians and policymakers, because only if we are working together, we could make a change and we could make our world greener, healthier, happier, and better. So thank you very much, and I am ready for your questions.
Thank you, Marco.
Thank you
Over
very
to the
much.
judges.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I would like to ask about the go-to-market strategy. Who is your
Yes.
customer?
So our main customers are local organic producers in Croatia. We already have about 50 of organic producers which are using our formulations in the process of agricultural production. So this is the main way how we could make some kind of revenue at the end. But as I said, we are also making contacts with different kinds of industries which are very interested into our product, and we need to make this upscaling of production, because I can't make a huge amount of this product. You know, I can go on several tons or something like that.
Okay, thank you.
You mentioned that you're filing patents, or you have filed patents. What is the status on IP?
Currently I'm in the process of preparation of the patent application, but also I'm raising funds for that.
So, but how many patents? One patent or two? Or?
Yeah, it is one. It is only one.
Okay.
For now, it is only one.
Okay.
But of course, we are working on some other products which could be also go through these patent applications, because this is this type of formulations, they could be used not only in the area of agriculture, it could be used also in the area of food processing, in cosmetics, and also in medicine. So we are in several projects which we are working with.
So this is good. One advice, I wrote more than 10 patents. I managed over 10,000. You need to start very broad.
Yes,
Go very broad patent, put all the use cases, all the different things in there, because in the patent research that you get back from the patent office, and I recommend that you go to the European Patent Office right immediately.
Yes.
Don't go to a national office, it doesn't help you. Go there because you need a good research report. This is and you should and you can put one of your students on the project. You can find those patents in your own research. You can go to the US Patent Office, European Patent Office. I would also look into the Japan Patent Office, and maybe China, and you can research yourself. So that and this takes probably 3 months of a student who is clever. And then you have then you have the landscape, and then you write your patent.
Yeah.
Don't write your patent without doing a research before. You're wasting your time.
I know.
Okay.
I know.
Okay.
Thank you. Thanks for your presentation. My question is around your competitive landscape. Right? You mentioned there are some really big players in the market. And my question is, how do you, what kind of role do they play compared to you, and how do you intend to collaborate with them?
Well, so this product which I was prepared in these last several years is something new. and these competitors, they don't have those kind of products because I'm using a synergism between microorganisms and chemical agents. On my opinion, microorganisms in combination with some chemical agents are the future of the agriculture. And with this synergism, we could decrease the usage of agrochemicals for almost 35%. But not only that, we could produce the functional food. When I'm talking about the functional food, those type of food has got a high level of bioactive components. And these bioactive components are very important antioxidant. And you know, if you have a lot of antioxidant, then you will be more healthier. So this is the main advantages of my formulations, which I prepared with my team in the last several years. Of course, we had several talks with the big players, and these talks started in 2020. But, you know, we had a corona, we had an earthquake, and, you know, more or less everything stopped. But I hope that, I think that everything will be much better in the next several months, and that these talks will be better.
Marco? I'll have to cut you off there, I'm afraid. Your time is up. Thank you for your questions, judges. And thank you for your answers, Marco. Round of applause, please. And now I can welcome Marie and Marissa to the stage from Malta with Filet. We've got 2 microphones for you. Here's one.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for having us here. Today, we are here as students doing a master's in entrepreneurship course at the University of Malta. However, we have also joined up with the Takeoff Business Incubator, which is also at the university, who did an outreach program during the COVID-19 to help businesses that were struggling. We expected a lot of businesses to have problems. However, what we did not expect to find was a nose. And let me explain what we mean by that. So Marina Fabic is what is termed a nose. In the perfume industry, the nose is someone who is uniquely placed to actually create a brand new perfume. She has the olfactory sense. However, she goes way beyond that. She can also create a perfume which is unique to yourself, to an individual, bespoke. Apart from that, she can do this perfume as well to the corporate.
There is a great opportunity lying in front of her. However, she cannot do it on her own, and this is why we entered in action, and we are now part of her management team.
So what is this opportunity that my colleague is talking about? The perfume industry is shifting to the niche artisanal products. People do not want the mass-produced products because they have artificial ingredients. They are moving to raw ingredients and natural ingredients, which are free from animal testing. However, the problem is that the personal scent products are limited. We are doing this locally. She is doing it, Marina, at a small scale.
And how is she doing it? Currently, she operates through the perfume studio. It's a very small studio located on the island of Gozo. It is one of the islands in the archipelago of Malta. And here people walk in, she poses a series of questions, and through a dialogue then she can cook a recipe just for them. However, she does it also for corporate companies. And this is where Charles & Ron comes in. Charles & Ron are Maltese fashion designers, but also world renowned. And at the moment, her perfume is very successful. It is also being sold in Los Angeles.
So what is the market? The market is split into 2 main players, the niche artisanal producers and the mass-produced designers. Filet has identified an opportunity in the growth that the niche perfume market is experiencing. In fact, last year, there was a 22% increase in sales in the niche artisanal perfumes. The route to market, it's very clear. We have 4 main phases. We're going to implement a strong marketing strategy. We're going to have a digital launch, which we'll explain later when we introduce the digital portal. We will partner with our suppliers, We will establish synergies with these stakeholders, and we will gain international recognition. The way forward, our main two targets is the general public and the corporate companies to create the bespoke perfumes. We'll use only natural essential oils. We will protect the know-how, that is the in-house recipes. They will remain the company's property. And we will go global, and we will also go digital. We will teach the world how to smell.
Now, through our envisaged marketing strategy, our demand will increase, and we have to make sure that we are ready for that, and this is why we have to scale up. So at the moment, we are planning to increase our production capacity from year 1 to year 2 by 5-fold, and from year 1 to year 3 by 15-fold. We will access government incentive schemes to purchase the required machinery and expand premises. However, we will need additional funding for capital and operational expenditure. Now, the next thing that we will explain is unique, and if I may also add, magical.
So, the digital portal. The portal will target two customer bases, the general public and the corporate. The customers will be able to create a personalized portfolio. Basically, this is the first time ever that someone will be able to create a personalized perfume online. And we will also take the ability of the nose online. How? Because we will create an online presence through the digital portal, and what she actually does one-to-one in the perfume studio and with the corporate companies, we will actually do it online.
Now, if we get this right, and the signs are that we are in the right direction, we will make substantial profit, which will grow year on year. So to conclude, Filet will go global, increase workforce, increase brand offer, and increase company value. Thank you for your attention, and we will now take your questions.
Thank you very much for the presentation. You mentioned strong marketing strategy. I would like to elaborate a bit on it. Could you explain what's your marketing strategy?
Sure. So basically, we already have some partners in place, and we already have someone helping us, an advisor, Joe Fountain. He was actually an advisor with Louis Vuitton, and he actually has a lot of contacts. Marina herself has a contact with the luxury yachts, so we will actually, well, I don't like to use the word exploit, but we will use these contacts to actually push ourselves out there. However, the marketing strategy also will go hand in hand with the digital portal, because that is what is going to create our online presence globally. So our main marketing focus will be actually to go online, to create an online presence.
And how about social media strategy?
Yes, that goes hand in hand. We already have a social media account, however, we have to engage with a strong marketing team, either in-house, or else we will engage an outsourced marketing company.
Were you thinking about involving influencers in this project?
Because, well, the trend is that the millennials are the ones that we actually need to target. So obviously, yes, we need to involve influencers, because the millennials are very focused on social media and obviously on influencers themselves.
So if I want to have my personal perfume, I like the idea very much. So how do I do that? I go to your portal, but the portal doesn't smell to me. So how does it work?
The digital, you mean?
Yeah, I mean, how can I get my smell?
So I don't know. Well, probably you know.
I do nothing. Yeah.
No problem. Basically, the digital. So when someone walks into the shop, Marina poses some questions, and the main function of the personalized perfume is to make you feel unique, confident, but also to evoke good memories. So she will give you samples when you're there.
But is it a consulting conversation with her, and then I can do it?
And the shop,
She will get to know you.
Yeah.
So she
No,
will
I
understand
get it,
your
but
personality.
I'm in Salzburg in Austria, and she's in Malta. So how can she meet me?
We will put her presence online. So she will be also online. However, what we also are aiming to do is, basically, there are these websites where you can create actually a suit which is custom made for yourself, and they send samples, and that is something that we're looking at.
I think you should look into, you can create smell already digitally, And so you should think look into technologies that already do that. And because this can be very interesting if you do it technically right, and because then it has to be fully automated. I know that Marina wants to talk to everybody, but this is not scalable, guys. So this is a nice business, cool business, yeah, but you cannot really scale. But if you create patterns, and you should involve other senses, because the smell is one sense, but you have audio, you have other things. I think you should create a software that combines the senses and relates the senses to smell. So I'm involved in a company that does this for music, and it works, and it's AI. It should work for you as well.
All right. Thank you for your advice.
Thank you. Great points, Andres. I was going to almost say similar things. So I think it has a lot of potential. I think the idea is very interesting if you add on the technologies that are coming up, right? So don't have any other questions other than that you should follow that technology trend, because if you jump on that bandwagon early, I think, and like Andreas said, to create the patterns that go with it, I think you have a huge opportunity. Yeah.
Great. We really appreciate your thoughts.
Thank you very much to Maria Marissa for that very intriguing presentation. We're going to move back online now, and we're going to speak to Ante Maric and Hrvoje Maric from Mostar with their startup, Universal Holder. Can we hear them?
Hello.
Hello, Hrvoje. Let's see your presentation, and then we'll start the timer.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello everyone, my name is Hrvoje, and today I'm going to present you the product that me and my colleague Ante Maric created. First, I'm going to give you a quick story how we came up with this idea. So basically, one night I wanted to read a book. I was in the cold bedroom, stuck in my bed, and I want to read some books. But over the time,
sorry, Hrvoje, sorry to cut you off.
Yes.
Can you put your camera on, please?
Yes, give me just 1 second.
Hopefully you're not in your pajamas. And share your presentation as well.
Yes, I'm sharing my screen.
Hrvoje.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes, I'm trying to connect with you guys. Can you see me now?
We can see you, but can you share your presentation with us?
Yes, of course. Give me just 1 second. I'll document. Can I share my screen or?
Yeah, that would be ideal.
Yeah, I'm trying to share. Give me just 1 second. Screen. So now. Can you see it?
Nope. At the moment, we can just see. We can either see you, or we can just see the H. You know, when you turn your camera
I'm
off.
trying. Okay, give me just one. Sorry. I'm trying to share the presentation, but I cannot access it. I sent it on the email. I believe you should have it right there.
Okay, we're going to see if we have the presentation now. Bear with us.
Yes, thank you, because my phone is not.
Okay, we've just got your presentation up now, so you'll have to tell our tech support when you want us to move from slide to slide.
Okay, sounds good, yeah.
We've got the 5 minutes up, and you can begin now.
Hello guys, my name is Herbe, and I'm going to present you now the product that me and my friend Ante created. I'm sorry for those technical difficulties. So I'm just going to give you a quick story before I jump in. So basically one night I wanted to read a book. I was in the cold bedroom, stuck in my bed, and I wanted to read some books. And like every other human, my hands start to sore, and I'm trying to find a better way to hold the book for an hour. And I wanted to find a solution and buy some product online to help me to satisfy my needs. While I was exploring the eBay, Amazon, Wish, and other online shops, I couldn't find anything that was holding the book. Even it was too expensive, or it was unpractical. I just wanted something so I can stick to my bed and that holds the book. So I started doing the research, and I saw that there's not many products that can hold heavyweight products on top. So you can move the slide right now. Thank you. So this product is the base on the boom arm mechanism. So this is one holder for everything. The main category for this product is going to be video gear equipment. So this product can hold heavyweight cameras, microphones, studio light, speaker, all in one. So it is one universal adapter on the top. Also, you can place it anywhere you want. You can stick it on your bed, on the table, or even bring it with you outside. You can move on the next one. Thank you. The main difference between this product and other boom arm that are on the market is the push button technology. I mean, push button mechanism. It is the mechanism that functions on the gear, which locks the whole arm in one place, and it can really hold heavyweight products. It is a universal adapter for different kind of attachments, so you can hold microphones, all the video equipment. Like I said, it is modification of the existing boom arm. It's not something new, but it's the better and modified on already existing boom arm mechanism. You can go on next one. Thank you. Why is better from other competitors? So every other product out there is based on their joints that hold the weights are based on the friction. So the more you tie the wheel, the more friction it has. But it can only hold the certain amount of weight. It cannot hold a bunch of weight with itself. Other thing is the price. So the price is for the only microphone holder, you can pay up to $129. For the light holder, you can pay almost $200. And also for the camera, like tripods and stuff, you can pay over $100. So also it has a restricted angle, so you cannot put tripod anywhere you want. It takes space, it is clumsy, it is not practical, you cannot use it anywhere you want. Same with the lights and other stuff, because if you're in the small studio or in the small apartment, you really need some space to put some gear and to organize everything. Also, and the difficult of handling. You must every time you must adjust everything. You must turn the wheels. This universal holder that we created is going to give you so much freedom. It's going to give you a range of motion. Whenever you want, you can put any type of weight that you want. That's why it is better than their other competitors, because of the main joint mechanism that locks everything together. Can you go on the next one, please? Yes. Also, you can use it in the personal or the business needs. With the business needs, you can record all type of video ads, business meeting, freelancing, studio recording, and other stuff. We are aware of expansion of video production. So with platforms like TikTok, Facebook, and YouTube, video production is growing. Right now, we are also using video with meetings, online classes, everything that holds video, that holds phone, camera, laptop, all the studio equipment. Can you go on the next one, please? For the personal needs, this can also be used as a smartphone holder, tablet, laptop, book, as first was created as a book holder. Also can help you with gaming or to record videos for platforms like TikTok, YouTube, and Facebook.
Hervoye, I'll have to cut you off there, and we're going to move to questions from the judges.
Okay.
Thank you very much for the presentation. What was my main question? I think it's around the, I guess, the use of the product. You mentioned that there's different ways of using it. What is your first customer look like? Like, how are you gonna find your first customer?
So we were thinking, because for the personal needs, I think this product in the first place would be very expensive. No one would want to buy $150 for the phone holder or for the tablet holder. That's why we focused on the video guys who do video shooting. There are many other equipment that cost a lot more, and this one product can replace the light holder, camera holder, microphone holder all together. So we are focusing on the video shooting guys who do video shooting for the ads, anything that revolves camera, video, lighting, and studio equipment.
What about your distribution strategy? So you mentioned you have a business market and a consumer market that you can focus on. Which one is going to go first, and how are you going to reach them?
So the first one is going to go to the business market. So first one is going to go to the video, so not to the personal. We're going to reach them through the ads, but first we need to have a product that is solid, that is good quality and not high expensive. But compared to the other prices on the market and on the gear, let's say if product costs, this universal holder costs $150, compared to the others, that is nothing, because other prices is way too much.
Yeah, I have a follow-up question on the market. So how big is the market? You mentioned that you are targeting video shooters, right? So
yes.
Yeah, could you estimate the market, how big it is?
So I would, for the marketing with ads, I would target anyone who is doing some type of recording. That means YouTubers, people who are using everyday gear. So any professional video shooting. Let's say, for instance, if some business needs, if they have podcasts, like for the podcast, you can hold the camera, you can hold the lights, you can hold the microphones. It looks very professional and elegant. Also for the big companies who has their own businesses, who are doing a business meeting online. So if they're working for some other company remotely, they can also use that one holder that is not a tripod. You can place it anywhere you want. You can clamp it on the table. It can really serve you. So yeah, basically, I would target everyone who is professionally using video shooting equipment.
Okay, so like a small advice, I would I would highlight it in the presentation because first you start with your personal story, and I was trying, to imagine that I can use this product. And for me, it was, you have like two types of products, like painkillers that are really solving real problems, and candies. And like for me, it was, okay, maybe nice to have, but I'm not sure if I really need it. But if you are targeting the customer that you explained, yeah, maybe it makes sense.
Yeah, that is why the first version of that customer would be video shooting. And for the personal needs, if we could bring the budget down for the, let's say for the product, we can make it cost $50, lighter version, smaller. For the personal needs, it can also hit people who needs for book, for phone, for tablet, because most of people work from home, they work remotely, and this can also help them with organize their table and their workspace. So yeah, the second version would be dedicated to the personal needs.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Hervoje. That's all from the judges. Thank you. Next up, we have someone joining us live. We have Andrea Cosmos from Cosmos Designs.
Can I start? Okay, hello everybody, my name is Andra. First of all, thank you for having me here. Today I will present you my project, Cosmos Design. So simply put, my project is handmade limited ceramic items. I'm sure that all of you had a situation when you wanted to find some item that is very special, especially for home decoration, and you thought that you will find it very easily. And then at the moment when you start to search it, you realize that there is not a lot of choices there because everything is very similar, everything is commercial, and everybody buys the same things. Also, materials are very questionable and way of production is very questionable. So I bring solution with limited items that are handmade, and it's made from eco-materials, eco-friendly materials. And I also have a custom-made option where I can realize your ideas of having some object. So I have 3 product categories, and they're made like this because of different target customs. So first, plant pots. Basically, it's pots for the plants that you can grow at home. But in that category, I have one specific niche for bonsai. For those who don't know, bonsai is a very specific tree, and also you need to have a specific pot. So that's where I see a big potential to stand out, because it's hard to find a good bonsai pot. Another category is home accessories. It's basically creative category where we play and we produce different items for home decoration. Such as plates, cups, pots, and stuff like that. And the last one is ceramic carousel dish. I'm sure that you notice how connection between health and food is rising. So this is actually the healthiest way of preparing food, because food keeps their nutrition and you don't need to add more fat while cooking. And this is becoming very trendy again, so that's why I put it for last category. These are some photos to show you how it looks like, but I also brought here a few examples. It's a mini version. I will show it to you later in live to see that. Market, there is no barriers to entry or exit market. There is a big potential there. There is competition, but that's good because it means that there is demand for the product. But I also see a big potential for enter and to have a good market position. Customers, we have B2B and B2C. For B2B, we want to connect with bonsai growers, with plant growers, architects, interior designers, and specific stores. And B2C, it's for customers with need to own limited edition, handmade, quality, and stuff like that. And also, it's very good for gifts because we can put a personal touch for that. Project is 100% own investment. We calculate that return on investment will be in 1 year, and the project is assessed as profitable. About our little team, we are a family business, so this is my uncle and me. His name is Sinisha, and he will be in charge for production management, for design, and for customer relations, and I will be doing marketing, social media, sales, and also customer relation. I will try to help as much as I can for design and production, but it's too much job for me. So at the end, why to choose us? We are a family business with local production. We do everything by our hands. We have eco-friendly material. We also have unique products, custom-made options, and multiple brands, multiple categories under one brand. Also, we have really quality equipment and large volume of furnace, and that is something that I can stand out from the competition, because if you compare this furnace with competitors, it is much larger and we can produce much bigger items. So thank you for your attention. Here's my contact, so feel free if you need anything from ceramic, just let me know. Thank you.
Where can I buy them?
Whenever you want.
No,
Send me the email.
All right, and where? Because what's your distribution strategy? Like, how do you intend to?
We will have a web shop. Yes, we are making it right now, and also I put there B2B. I want to connect with bonsai growers and plant growers to be like supplier. And also architect and interior designers, I already had conversation with few of them, and they're very interested because when they decorate homes, they need something specific, and it's really hard to find, especially in our region, because everything is like IKEA or things like that. Yep.
And how do you determine the price point of your products? Because obviously, I can imagine, you mentioned like this high volume, so I didn't really get that, all the handmade stuff. Like how do you create volume from that?
Be more expensive than commercial, but I don't want to go like really high because I want that product to be able for regular people. So it will be a little bit expensive. Bonsai pots will be the highest price because I think it's demand for them really high and it's really specific, so that will be most expensive. Other things like cups and stuff like that, it will be a little bit expensive than commercial, but I think it will be for normal people. It will not be like luxury designers that produce items.
Right. So is the plant going to come with it, or is it separate? Is it the bonsai plant?
Separate, only pot, yes.
All right.
For now, who knows?
Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. I would like to ask about the growth strategy.
With what?
Growth strategy.
Okay, we go step by step. So my plan is to connect with a few B2B customers so they can sell physically, and the web shop. And also we have I will put collections limited online, and when it's sold, I will preparing more.
And you are targeting Croatia, right?
Region, and next step is Europe.
Okay.
It is a little bit tricky with distribution because it's sensitive product, so that's why it is expensive to distribute in some countries. So that's why I want to start with region, and then Europe, and then who knows.
And what about the selling channels? Like, I can only buy in the online store?
Online store, and we also have a lot of small specific stores, like concept stores who sell stuff like that. I want to connect with them, and also plant growers and architect and designers of interiors. They can sell directly to their customers.
Sure. Thank you.
If you want to see it in live, I can give it to you.
Sure.
Okay.
So I think the idea is really great, and I think you could even do more direct communication with customers, and let them choose designs or let them tell, so I don't know, I like roses, so can you do me a collection that is with roses, and then you give me 2 or 3 examples, I pick it, and then it's my roses, pots, etc. I think that could be very interesting, and then I would I would completely ignore the transportation cost, because the customer has to pay. I would and I would high price it. I would not be cheap. And I would sell it in Germany, I would sell it in Germany, in the Netherlands, in UK, or Scandinavia, where people think, oh, this is cool because I was here on holidays, and then I could have my collection at home from my holidays, or memories. So I think you can have a very nice niche, great business.
Thank you. Okay, anything else? Okay, thank you for your comments.
Thank you very much for your presentation there, and for bringing your products as well. So, you know, maybe you'll sell a few over the course of the next couple of days. She'll be there in the coffee break, so grab her if you're interested in some ceramic products. Okay, we're coming to the end of this group, and we're going back online, where we'll be joined from India, Shefali Vinod Ramtake, with her startup PS 1925. Hello, Shefali.
Hi.
How are you today?
I'm doing good. How are you all doing?
All good, thank you. All good, thank you. Can we get you to share your presentation with us?
Yeah, sure.
Nice wallpaper. Excellent. Okay, your 5 minutes starts now.
Okay, thank you. So about 20 to 25% annual crop yield loss, which amounts to around 36,000 million US dollars, is witnessed in India due to pest attacks. Farmers do not get labor on time, due to which the crop productivity is significantly affected. Also, there are health issues due to prolonged exposure to these harmful pesticides that are used for crop protection applications. And also, due to the lack of knowledge to farmers, they overutilize pesticides as well as water. So for these 4 problems, we have one solution, Krishi PS 1925, which is a patent-pending drone for climate-smart agriculture and precision spraying. So a quick look at the specifications. It can actually spray 4 hectares per hour with a 10 meters of payload capacity, 4 meters of spraying span, and 3.5 liter per minute of spraying speed with 20 minutes of flight. So we conducted a market survey in around 100 villages of eastern Uttar Pradesh to understand and analyze the problems at the root level. The thing that comes up is, why should you choose us? There are many drones available, why us? So actually the impact created is a lot. As you can see that in India, farmers are still using knapsack sprayers, and they, with those sprayers, they are using around 15.74 milliliters of pesticide per liter of water, and we are using only 2 ml. And our water usage is around only 4 to 5 times more in the conventional methods of spraying. And for 1 hectare, we take only around 15 minutes to spray, while a farmer would have taken 10 hours to do so. We can cover around 40 hectares in a day, while a farmer, due to labor shortage and manual methods, can only cover 1.27 hectares per day. We are giving a price of 1,500 Indian rupees per hectare, while a farmer, all the costs round up to 6,000 Indian rupees. So according to this market research survey in these 100 villages, our estimated market size in this area, and when we start with the go-to market, comes out to be around 59 billion Indian rupees. So the business model that we are going to follow is will be 2 types, pay-per-use model as well as subscription model. So for pay-per-use, we will be providing around 1,500 Indian rupees per hectare, which can vary according to the crop, the pesticides used, etc. And for subscription model, we will provide around 1,200 Indian rupees for 5 hectares of area. Our unit economics is as shown here. Our cost for per hectare, including all the subheads, will be around 400 Indian rupees, while we will be charging our customers around 1,500 Indian rupees, generating a profit of 1,100 Indian rupees, and the profit per year would be around 12 million Indian rupees. So coming over to our team, myself, Shifali Ramteke, and my co-founder is Pavan Kumar. The interesting point here is why we started all this is that he belongs to the village called Ryotipur, which is the largest village in Asia. And he has been witnessing the problems faced by farmers at a personal level, which actually got to this point. And we have a love for planes and drones. So yeah. And we both are researchers from Indian Institute of Information Technology, Allahabad. And we have been trying to amalgamate startup entrepreneurship with research for the past few years. On our board, we have eminent scientists and advisors, professors from the Ministry of Agriculture, from Pesticide Board, as well as Department of Science and Technology. Madhuban sir, Krishna ma'am, Satyaram Suresh, Sushil sir. These are some of the recognition that we have achieved for doing this in our these past few years. We have been recognized by Cisco and Boeing and other eminent companies for our idea. Last but not the least, I would like to end a small note by World Economic Forum is that if 15 to 25% of farms adopted precision agriculture, GHG emissions and water usage could be reduced significantly. So yeah, thank you so much. And there's a thing that I do in every presentation. Because I am from India, I would like to namaste to all the panelists present, and thank you so much for having me here.
Thank you, Shefali. Over to the judges.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I would like to elaborate a bit more on business plan. So how do you plan to grow? Have you already raised some money, or you are still in the process? And how much you are raising, if you are raising?
Ma'am, first of all, I would like to tell you that in India, there are a few regulatory barriers as comes to the drones. So we are more into the process of research and development right now. We are, as I already told, we have also filed a patent and we are optimizing the technology. And once those regulatory barriers, we need to register it, and there are a few lab tests that we need to go through. After all that, we'll start with our business strategy. As I've already told, we have the target market, everything defined. We are so ready to go to the market, but due to the regulatory barriers, we are actually in the process of doing all that. About investments, we have not yet raised from some financial institution like VCs and all, but we have some government support from Startup India, a few some funding, very small amount of pre-seed grants we have got. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thanks for your presentation. That was very clear. The competition that you are facing, because there's quite a few providers of drone services, right, for farmers and precision agriculture. How do you stand out towards your competition? What's your main differentiator?
So basically, what we are trying to do is that we are incorporating only one fleet of drones. Like for India, the market we are targeting, there are maximum amount of farmers are small landholding farmers, right? So what our drone specifications have, it is sufficient and for the farmers there. So therefore, we are targeting only on one fleet of drones, which will reduce the maintenance costs, the certification costs, the training costs, etc. While other companies are having too many drones, and which is really, it is quite expensive. So we are actually more targeted to those farmers so that we can provide a solution. As well as we are having our proprietary technology for doing the precision spraying in India, which is an Indian patent, of course. And we are also targeting in the subscription-based model so that all farmers can actually benefit from that, because most companies in India are targeting organic farming, big farmers, but we are trying to focus on small land-owning farmers also. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much, Shefali. There are all the questions from the judges. Thank you for joining us. So that is it for round one. We have a vast range of startups for the judges to think about, from games to pots to drones. So it's not going to be an easy choice for you, but you can now feel free to relax a little bit. We're all going to have a coffee break now. So coffee will be served, follow the signs outside, and we'll be back at 11:50 as per the schedule. So a slightly shorter coffee break. Grab a coffee, do a bit of networking, and we'll see you back here at 11:50. Thank you. You had a chance to grab a coffee, although I'm sure you can walk around with your laptop and do what you want anyway. We're on to our second group now, which is around energy, environmental sustainability, transportation and mobility. And on the theme of energy, we have boosted the energy of the Wi-Fi. So you can now join the EFST, the Efficient Wi-Fi network, and the password is Ekonomia. If you don't speak Croatian, you're a bit unlucky. Ekonomia with a K and a J, big N. Yeah, just ask Lana, 1975. Ekonomia 1975. So we have a new panel of judges now. We've kept one behind. Andreas is still here with us. And we welcome Eva and Michael back, who will be assessing the following 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 startups. And without further ado, I'm going to welcome Marko Domjanovic and Matija Jambrek from Zagreb with their startup Nira. Over to you guys.
Yep. I use this slide. Can I start?
All right, good afternoon everybody. My name is Matija Jambrek and this is my colleague Marko Domjanovic. We are both founders of Nira and we are here today to present to you our solution to few problems that many, if not all bike owners face at one point. Now originally we were going to bring a pair of bolt cutters, steal one of your bikes and present you with the problem firsthand, but after being advised by pretty much everybody we know and our local police department, we decided for the PowerPoint pitch instead. After taking a walk through our hometown of Zagreb and talking to people, we found out that there is no practical, non-expensive solution to any of the following problems: bike theft, lack of available parking spots, and charging stations for e-bikes. So we came up with a solution, something we like to call SLICK. It covers safety. You can safely lock your bike and create a nightmare for every thief out there. Location, find free parking spots nearby, information of the status of your bike, and last but not least, charging. Charge your e-bike.
And that brings us to Nira, a product that covers all of that and even more. Complete safety on all 3 points without your personal lock, which is achieved through a smartphone application with a simple touch. At any time, you can check your battery status, which no competitors offer. And no more worries for your seats and batteries either, as they can be stored in a lockable compartment. It is eco-friendly, using solar panels as main source of their power, as well as encouraging bike usage. Now, we wanted to show you our product in a real-life example. And summing up, it offers 3-point locking system, assuring complete safety, application for communication, solar panels as power supply, battery status, and a lockable compartment. And for business owners, we came up with a solution which helps you gain profit from buying our product. Next to bike stations, you can place an advertising station with which your investment pays off. It also features additional battery compartments, as well as a bench and USB slots. And as mentioned before, communication with the station is established through application, which allows you to find a free spot, unlock it, place your bike, lock it, and finally follow its status and battery percentage at any time. And apps offer endless possibilities, like many features which can be implemented later, giving value to our customers and a source of income for our company. And the market itself is huge and is constantly growing. We can see that in 10 years, the market will boom, going from 3.3 million e-bikes sold to a beautiful number of 17 million of those sold in Europe only. And that is where we found the opportunity. European Union encourages such solutions as well as bike usage and is ready to invest in similar ideas. And combined with the constant growth, we can see that there is and will be a need for Nira.
Now, as one would expect, there is some competition. Standard bike racks you can see just about anywhere, Mona Smart Bench, and our biggest competitor, Bikekeep. Now, we knew we had a good product idea, but if we wanted to compete against these competitors, we just had to be better. So we created 4 main categories in which we wanted to offer more viable solutions. And after a lot of thinking, we did just that. We are the only ones who offer 3-point bike lock system and a personal lockable compartment. Thanks to our design, unlike Bikekeep, for example, nobody can interfere and lock their own bike onto your station, therefore creating inconvenience and a functional hazard. Also, as we mentioned before, we are the only ones who allow you to monitor your battery status through our mobile phone app. Now, we can't have a product without a revenue stream. Our sources of income are selling product by the unit, running ads on our mobile app, and running maintenance costs. Ideally, we would first like to implement our solution to universities and student dorms, after which we would expand to all the major cities lacking this solution. Shopping malls, private businesses. After reaching our main goal, the possibilities would just be endless. We would also offer 24/7 customer support, ensuring that all of our customers got exactly what they wanted without any excuses. Our main goal is to create a product that has no safety flaws, so when others are not talking about it, it would speak for itself, and that product is Nira.
And now, before heading on to your questions, we have a question of ours. Is this something you would like to be a part of? And if yes, feel free to approach us at any time. And thank you for your attention.
For the presentation, very interesting. I think you described very nicely the problems, and you also gave a very nice solution. For this solution, so what is the cost for the device, so that where I can locate my
It
bike?
would be free. We would sell the product to the cities because.
Okay.
For it.
So you think cities or companies or shopping centers would buy that, and how much is this one locker?
Yeah, we believe it would, because a competition shows that there is a market and there is a constant growing need. Also, we would the production cost would be around 700 euros, and our selling price would be 1,500 euros per one bike station.
Don't you think that you could place two bikes in one?
Yeah, we would line them up. A standard package will be around 5 of those stations, and one backup station, which we explained, that offers ads and bench and additional compartments for batteries and so on.
Basically 10,000, I need to look for 10,000 cost as a city or as a shopping center, and then I can offer this, and then they have electricity cost, obviously.
Yeah, it was.
How do they? I mean, do they make money at all, or is it just a service for the bikers that wanna buy in the shopping mall, or?
The app itself would produce revenue through ads.
For the company that buys our product has an advertising station which helps them gain profit. And as well, for example, shopping malls. People go to shopping malls there is a study that said that people go more often to shopping malls that are good covered for cycling solutions.
Yeah. No.
It brings more customers.
Okay, thank you.
Likewise, just to echo Andreas's points there, I think it's a great solution and very innovative. What I worry about is how you're going to compete. You go to any major European city, there's, a huge amount of bike sharing companies in the cities already, as well as scooters. How are you going to compete, bearing in mind your price point's very high? How are you going to compete with the bicycle sharing companies that operate?
Bicycle sharing, I mean, a lot of people use it, but still not as much. And we found out after talking to many people that a lot of people don't want to buy more expensive bikes due to the fact that it might be stolen. So we would encourage people and people will be more and more encouraged to buy e-bikes and their own personal bikes. It is an endless growing market. And as well as competition, currently our competition functions in 11 European countries, which still leaves 33 countries with no viable solution. Only solution they have are the metal spirals, standard bike racks. So that leaves a very big market for expansion.
Okay.
It works. No, that's a really, really great product. I like it. I think we all need it. It's exactly what I need in every day, let's say. I would just like to understand a little bit about your background and the team in general.
So the team currently consists of me and my colleague Marco. We are both students at the Faculty of Mechanical Engineering and Naval Architecture, where we are starting to become mechanical engineers specializing in computer engineering. However, we have an idea. We have people who are ready to join our team. One covering electronics, one covering backend, and one covering marketing and sales, and they are ready to join within a few weeks.
Okay, and you are currently fundraising, or?
What?
Are you currently fundraising?
Yeah.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah, we are looking for funds to finance the whole project. Yeah.
Oh, okay, how much, or you're still?
We were looking after making some calculations, 150,000 euros.
More. You need to ask for much more because a lot of investors will not invest 150K.
I would.
Yeah.
Good to know. Yeah, but we covered some expenses, and that is the ballpark figure we got at this moment. We believe it would cover a lot for getting product ready and getting ready for the market.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, judges, for your questions. We're going to move to our next startup now, who is also joining us live. She has come here from Ljubljana, and that is Diana Bitens from Alumnio.
Can I start? Hello, my name is Diana and I'm a proud member of Alumnia team. As we all know, there is a need to preserve the environment for future generations, and aluminum is the key material for low carbon future. Did you know that by 2030, 30% of global passenger vehicles will be electrical? Our new alloy is improving the efficiency of $120 billion electric vehicles market. This is a very bold statement from our side, but I invite you to take a closer look with me. As part of the European Green Deal, the Commission proposed to raise the target for greenhouse gas emission reduction by 2030. The need to lower the carbon footprint will implement or increase the implementation of electric vehicles. This means that there will be a higher demand for lighter aluminum materials usage in parts of the vehicles. Our new alloy is quasi-crystally strengthened. This means that it's higher strength. Our team developed a novel ultra-high strength aluminum alloy by inducing quasi-crystals. Higher strength of the alloy directly affects the reduction of the material, therefore the reduction of the weight of the whole product in which the new alloy is going to be built in. The higher strength directly affects the reduction of the material, therefore the reduction of the weight of the whole product in which the new alloy is going to be built in. Not only that, also it directly and effectively improves cleaner mobility by making transportation units lighter. We have already made a case study comparison on the recreational vehicle market. In the comparison are included our aluminum alloy and commercially most used alloy 6000 series and high strength 7000 series. Green column represents plate price comparison between our aluminum alloy and commercial alloys of both series. Gray column represents plate thickness at equivalent strength. So if we focus at the series 6000 at the bottom of the graph, we see that our solution saves 39% of funds while decreasing the weight by nearly 59%. Let me showcase the value of our solution. Firstly, as shown, our aluminum alloy is high strength. Therefore, it improves the material reduction and it therefore enhances foundries for better price to quality ratio. And it also enables better crash resistant structure for electric vehicles. Secondly, reduced weight directly improves the range of electric vehicles. This means that there will be lighter vehicles also enable road safety by shortening the braking distance and lowering the impact energy in the event of collision. So since our alloy is quasi-crystally strengthened, less material consumption is required, hence foundries benefit from higher productivity. So aluminum is used in a wide range of industries such as automotive, aerospace, maritime, and others. Our beachhead market will therefore be tier 3 suppliers of various transport industries. So in 2020, beachhead global aluminum market was worth more than 100 billion euros with European market covering more than 20%. So our revenue model will be, we will be giving licenses to high-pressure die casting foundries at license rate of 2% per generated revenue. Inflow will be approximately 30,000 per foundry, annually speaking. In the light of the competitive advantage provided on this table, we see that our aluminum alloy is 20% stronger than the commercially most used alloy high-strength 7000 series. Our limitation is in the temperature exposure above 350 degrees Celsius. Our alloy is similar to soft steel, while it's 40% actually stronger than the 40% stronger than steel, but it's soft steel, so it's a great material. At this very moment, we are in the industrial testing stage. In the following months, we will be applying to Y Combinator and preparing our operational environment for commercial production. And lastly, the best part of our presentation, our team, our business team consists of Giga, Martino, Matic, and myself, Diana. Our research team is Professor Boštjan Markoli, is head of research of Metallographic Laboratory at University of Ljubljana. He participated in the development of novel aluminum alloys for Audi A6 and Airbus 320. Blaž Leskovar is his associate, actively working on this innovation and research and analysis of innovative metals. With that said, thank you so much for your attention, and you are kindly invited to ask us some questions.
So your business model is licensing?
Yes.
Do you have patents?
We're in the process of filing a patent. So
how many?
Right now, one, which is an alloy plus a know-how.
Okay.
We said it more broader.
Okay.
So yeah, we kind of in 5 months it should file for a patent.
Okay. So I think you should focus first on this.
Yes, true.
You should not talk to anybody without an NDA. Sign
Yes.
the NDA.
We did.
Okay. And then you should talk to the largest aluminium companies in the world. And that's your model.
Yes, true.
In my point of view. But please do the patents first.
Yep.
And broaden, think about a patent family, that you start out with your strengthening, but then create a patent family around it. And I'm sure that you guys on the R&D side and the technical side, you have many more ideas, and really use that time before you go out. Because never forget, the big organizations also have a lot of R&D functions, and they might also innovate things, etc., etc. So, yeah, very good.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, I just have a question. What's the life cycle of the material? Sorry if you addressed it in the deck, I didn't. What's the life cycle of the material? How long is it in good use for?
It's quite long, and when it is finished, so let's say
Quite long. So specifically, how many years couldn't?
It's just like ordinary aluminum alloy. So like it depends, 15, 20 years, yeah.
Okay, and how will that impact if it's placed in key areas of a vehicle in terms of maintenance, repair, etc.?
I mean, mainly we focused on just aluminum parts, which is just like small parts in EV cars, and yeah.
So thank you for this question. Actually, for the implementation of material in electric vehicles, this means that there will be lighter vehicles because of our aluminum alloy is actually, it reduces this trade-off between weight and strength. So it's stronger, but less material is used. Therefore, the electric vehicles will be lighter. But also, as I would like to mention for the previous question, life cycle of aluminum is long, and it's also recyclable. Therefore, it's a great area to use it in the electric vehicles. But then the producers or manufacturers of the vehicles can also recycle these parts again and again. Usually the mechanical properties are not changing or are changing smaller bit by bit with every recyclability. So basically life cycle of these parts are quite long. Yeah.
Thanks for the presentation. Can you elaborate a little bit more on a competition?
Okay, so competition are, so we have two kinds of alloys. The 6000 alloy, this is the alloy that is mostly used in cars. It's most commercially applicable to cars, and the 7000 is the strongest alloy they have. So you have also this alloy in some parts of the cars, not all, but some. So a standard car today is consisted of 6000 and 7000, and then of course it's steel is cheaper, but with our alloy now aluminum is advancing to be more like steel, because steel is going out of the market slowly. They're trying to replace steel with other materials.
Are you a company already, or is it still is it already started, your company?
We are doing this next week.
Okay. And how do you deal with the IP? Because the IP, I guess all the science sits in the university.
Yes.
Do you have a transfer of the IP into the company?
Yes. We have a license agreement with a cap, so we have when the patent costs will be in there, so they will set a price, so let's say 200,000, and we
for buyout, for the buyout of the...
Yes, and we also can pay also with the licenses already.
Okay. Yeah, this is a very important contract. Do you have a good lawyer?
Excellent. Thank you, judges. Thank you, team. Round of applause. Thank you very much. Alumnio. We have another live team, this time from Zagreb. Coming up now, we have Ignác Faber and Adrian Miholic, who are going to present Supply Chain 2.0.
Hello, my name is Ignác Faber, and this is my colleague Adrian Miholic, and today we will present to you our vision of the future of logistics system. Our system is called Supply Chain 2.0, and this will change the whole vision of logistics system, the whole logistic industry.
Hi. First, I'd like to, as you've seen over the past year or so, many of the world's supply chains have been broken or damaged during the COVID-19 pandemic. And many would write this down as a casualty of the pandemic, but in reality, it's a symptom of a broken system that is logistics. So I would like to talk about the status quo and the current state of modern logistics. So the first problem we're really looking at is the problem of empty running trucks. EU Commission estimates that around 50% of all trucks driving in the EU drive somewhere between full and empty, and 25% of all trucks run completely empty. And this problem really transcends just an economical standpoint and goes into the ecological thematics. Where our solution would really go to, in hand with the new regulatives and incentives that the EU is proposing. And recently there has been much talk about reducing emissions of trucks, but our question is, what's the point of reducing emissions when the process is 50% efficient? Another problem we're looking at is the problem of loading and unloading trucks. So with our system, there's currently a big amount of clients that we aren't able to access because the current loading and unloading times of trucks are simply too long. for them because they need to go back to their station and make another delivery. And the third problem we're looking at, as you can see here, this is the Suez Canal when the Ever Given ship blocked it. This is a pile-up of ships behind it. We are looking at the problem of supply chain flexibility. Our system, unlike the others, would be much more resilient and sustainable.
So what's our solution? Our solution, first of all, is a simple app. Simple app where you can accept offers, see your gas consumption for the trip, see history of deliveries, and so on, and many other features. And for our second problem, it would be an advanced AI logistic system that would use. We would use order grouping techniques, and with AI logistic system, and some trucks that would come back to their post empty, they would be loaded with cargo, and that would be beneficial for all three parties, for us, for the logistic company, and for the environment. And furthermore, we talked about some loading and unloading, and some trucks don't have time to wait for a few hours to be loaded or unloaded, and we tend to be able to do loading and unloading within 10 to 15 minutes, and that would make us a lot more competitive.
We're also looking at usage of the blockchain technology with package tracking, which would enable a much more secure system where you could see where a package was. So if the package was lost in the warehouse, you could see in the hash of the blockchain where it was where it last passed. Or if some shipping companies tend to lie, if they said they were at your house at 2 p.m. but they really weren't there, and you could easily check that. So let's talk about our growth and financing. The phase one of our development would be really the development of the technological and the digital platform. First, we will make a market analysis to see what the demand for our product would be, and then we will plan our warehouses, and we would use the first bulk of financing for that.
And in the phase two, we would focus on growth, and the more customers, the merrier, because we need customers to optimize our AI system. And in this phase, we would take some percentages for financing ourselves, the percentage of delivery price. And the phase three is the most critical phase. It's expanding because it would make us a lot more flexible. The whole system, my colleague already said it, a lot more flexible and a lot more profitable.
And I just want to say, because I don't have a lot of time, just make it short, just want to say because of our engineering background, we think we are able to approach this problem with a new view and try to solve it for everyone. Thank you.
So for me, this is a déjà vu, because my startup in 1999 was exactly about this. In 1999, to avoid trucks to be not loaded, fully loaded. We failed because the market is so inhomogeneous. There are so many different products that need to be shipped. I hope you can do it better, but it was a very tough moment at that time, because the industry, you think the industry is simple, it's brutal complicated. And you have verticals, and you have wood, and then you have containers, and then you have milk, and then you have oil, and then you have cranes, and you have trucks, and you have this and that. So I would like to understand, so I hope you can do it, so I'm positive about it, and it's great that you do it, but I really want to see how you tackle, how you work this problem.
So if I could just say,
please.
The main reason why we got this idea was I was reading an article during the pandemic about the current supply chain system, and the way major companies really hurt because of their flawed implementation of just-in-time systems, where some orders that were stopped because of recent semiconductors or shortages or whatever, now they realized what mistakes they made, because they were planning on their supply chains to be constant, always feeding them with stuff and everything. And I just hope that with the recent ecological and environmental issues, or maybe regulatives, this would make like a tipping point in the industry. So maybe it's a good time, maybe.
I believe you, but just the complexity of supply chains is not 10, it's thousands of different variations, and this is the if you can tackle this with AI, yeah, maybe it's possible, but it has to be super smart on the mathematics.
Yeah, and we need a huge scale of operation to for the AI to work.
To learn, etc. And so that's the challenge for you.
Yeah, just a comment from myself. I think it's great when you mention blockchain and automation, buzzwords, but you really need to go into details. You know, what language is the block? You know, what type of blockchain are you going to implement with the automation? Is it going to be software automation? Is it going to be robotic process automation? You know, those you need to hone in on your.
So the reason I'm not very technical about it, because I come from a mechanical engineering standpoint, where more specifically, we are in industrial engineering. So our focus would be on managing this and the optimization, but we would for sure need to find us a partner that will make the software for the AI, for the blockchain, for the automation, and that's not what we are capable of, but I'm confident that we can find someone.
So at the moment, it's just the two of you in the team?
Yeah.
Okay, so do you have any candidates for your skills that you lack?
Yeah, sure. I have a lot of friends, or I have a lot of connections from the the college next door, FAIR. Many great people there, and I hope we can find someone.
Okay, thanks.
Interesting. I'm just curious, when do you expect to have an MVP?
Sorry?
When do you expect to have an MVP?
The MVP is financing, right?
No,
Sorry.
it's when do you have like the platform? When do you plan to have a, let's say, a first?
So that would be the phase 1 of our development. When we find and make the team, then we'll first we'll make the analysis, and then we'll go into making the platform. So our focus is making a strong foundation on data, on investigating the market, so we don't make any mistakes when starting to build up the platform.
Thank you very much to the team Supply Chain 2.0. We're going to be moving online now, heading up to Zagreb, where I hope we can be joined Ivan Pavic. There he is. Green Energy Power. Ivan, if you can share your presentation with us, please.
Yeah, just a second.
Perfect.
Hope you can see it.
Yep, we can see that. Okay, Ivan, your 5 minutes starts now.
Just a second,
okay, not yet. Please. It's fine. We've stopped it. We're holding up.
It's I have a little problem. Just a second. Oh, sorry. So I made a recording and it's stuck here on the. Just a second. I need to clear it. I didn't know that it's not here. Okay, I can now go.
Okay, perfect.
It's okay.
Go for it.
Sorry for that. Hello, everyone. My name is Ivan. I am one of the co-founders of the startup Green Energy Pal. We are developing an ICT system for energy monitoring focused on energy efficiency increase for small and medium enterprise consumers. Question first. How many of you do know how much electricity they spend each month in kilowatt hours? Or what are your highest consumers on your electricity bills? Well, many of us don't have answers to those questions. People usually know why do they buy electrical devices, but once they plug them into the grid, they simply do not have any more information about their energy behavior. The power system is overly complex. There are many lines, many graphs, many curves, many bills, and the users do not know how can they increase their energy efficiency. And that's where our solution comes in. We believe that we have an easy to use and easy to install system which actually acts as a private energy consultant for the companies. The solution has three main parts: the metering equipment installed at local premises, the main backend platform, and the application side or the user interface. There are many values for our partners, coming from lower energy costs to higher efficiency, green energy, digitalization, but it all boils down to one main thing, and that's easier decision making regarding energy matters for the companies. In Europe, there are 25 million small and medium enterprises. Our estimation is that 2.5 million of them are willing to buy our product, and our product will decrease their costs directly. In Croatia, that number is 25,000, and this is our beachhead market. Our business model is not to directly approach to the companies, small and medium enterprises, but through the intermediary with large customer base. We basically sell the product to the energy suppliers or telecoms, and they integrate our product within their own product portfolio. Apart from subscription, we also want to have sources of income through data sales or service provision based on that data or selling the marketing space. There is competition in our area, and they're mostly focusing on the hardware, on the metering and the basic software. However, we will develop a comprehensive software with many new features which will use the final consumers. So far, we created the prototype, installed it. We are now designing and testing MVP, and we expect to have first sales in the next year. This is our team. There are 4 of us, PhD students at FAIR. 2 of us are software engineers, and 2 of us are power system engineers. We work several years together now on different scientific and research and industrial projects, and we believe that we are a great team to handle this problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ivan. Over to the judges.
As you rightly said, this is a crowded market because every energy supply company, Europe-wide or worldwide, is looking into this, and they're fully digitizing this. So who would be your first customer? Which energy company would do it? Would you have the Croatian energy organization or the company partnering with you? How does it look like?
Okay, so the energy suppliers are indeed developing so-called smart metering equipment, and it's going through a rollout last few years, and it will go in the next few years. But those metering equipment is in 15-minute intervals, and they meter the overall consumption of the object, and that's it. However, we are developing a system that meters on one point, on the main entrance of the cables, of electricity cables at the company, and then we use the machine learning to identify which devices are actually activated at each time step. So our resolution is below 1 second. Our first customers, so we are currently approaching the hospitality sector directly. We want to have a test customers, and we have them, several of them now. But our first large intermediary customer would definitely be, we would like it to be a telecom in Croatia. We are focusing in Croatia right now, but we will develop in Europe in the next few years. The telecoms, because the telecoms are the most aggressive and they're really digitalized, and they would like to have similar solutions in their portfolios.
Can you go back to your monetization model, revenue stream?
Yeah, this one or this one?
We can't see your, your screen.
Sorry, oh, I don't know why. Okay, so I was disconnected.
Mm-hmm.
This one?
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, so you'll supply the energy suppliers telecoms directly, and then they will pass on the solution to their customers directly. Yeah.
Yes, yes. So there are basically two options. So we can go directly to the end customers. We believe that's not the right way to go because it's hard to enter some of these companies and homes with a new product. However, energy suppliers and telecoms and everyone who wants to have their fingers into this area, they want to have new products which can they sell to the customers. And the telecoms are doing similar things now with different products, not with this one.
Okay.
So that's the main reason.
And so you're going to hold the data. There's the the intermediary
Yes.
won't. Okay.
Yes, the data must be at our disposition because our algorithms, machine learning algorithms, are based on that data, and we can only improve the product and create new features if we have that data.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you very much for the question.
Hi, Ivan. So can you tell us a little bit more about sales cycle? How do you envision that, and how long do you think it will take you to sell?
To sell a product?
Yes.
Well, if you go through a large company, as we are planning to do so, we believe that once we get the contracts with those companies, they will actually want to sell our product to their customer base. So there's a lot of competition in supply business in electricity, and every now and then those companies actually add some new products just to create new demand, so that they have more customers. And that's why we believe that we can go to the suppliers or telecoms, and they would integrate our product within their own service portfolio.
Thank you very much, Ivan. That's the end of the question round. Thank you for the question.
Thank you very much.
Judges as well. Okay, we're coming back here live with one guy from Split. We'll have Nicola Tandara from Windward.
Can we go? Okay. Hi, my name is Nicola, and today I'm going to show you our project Windward. Every year, more than 300 clubs, sailing clubs, nautical clubs are organizing more than 2,000 regattas each year, and they spend tens of thousands of working hours on organization. The problem is that organizing any kind of sea-based competition and regatta is a real logistical nightmare. And on average, it takes a team of 6 people 4 weeks to organize just one simple commercial regatta. We have, during our market research, we have found out that most of the clubs in Croatia lose more than 100,000 kunas per year, or translated to euros, more than 15,000 euros per year, on all sorts of inefficiencies. So the, thanks Michael, on all sorts of the inefficiencies, from decreased revenue to bad time management to equipment loss. So that's the reason why, together with Sailing Club Split, one of our most prestigious clubs in Croatia, we have developed the platform that will allow our customers to automate all the boring, repetitive tasks of organization, increase efficiency, and drive down costs and time needed to manage and organize regatta. Here is how this looks. This is the brain of our application. We cover everything from fleet management, team management, automatic point tracking, deposits, offline and online mode, so basically everything. And we allow our customers to organize and manage the whole aspect of regatta just from one single application that's easy to use. We are especially proud of our intelligent equipment tracker that saves our customers' equipment during regattas, and it's built in by default. During the last 3 months of testing, we have managed to decrease the average number of days to organize regatta by 9 days. It translated into costs, it's about 2,000 euros. And during that time, not a single piece of equipment was stolen or lost. Here is the other part of the application. So this one is for competitors on the regatta. You can see live tracking that is using our own technology, and the both parts of the applications are communicating with one another. So basically, organizers know what's happening on the field, and our competitors know everything about the organization. This part of app works even offline, and what you are seeing is the live tracking from one of the test regattas near Split last month. If Bloomberg is to be believed, the market is worth about 6 billion euros per year, and there are more than 1 million regattas organized every year by 250,000 clubs, and the market was growing by 3% per year average worldwide and 8% per year in Croatia. So big market means a lot of competition. Our competitors are strong and numerous, but we would position on this graph of pricing and features, we would position ourselves over them in this little sweet spot. And that is because we beat our competition in basically any aspect. So we offer much more for less price, and we have few of the features that nobody else offers. And we are much more involved into our project than they are. So basically, we offer more than 77 classes of regattas, sail whale and org integration, virtual regattas, and airside sailing that are two largest, fastest growing parts of the sailing world now. Where we are now, we have currently 37 users, customers, and testers that are using our application. And the way we make money is by subscription model. So we have 4 subscription models ranging from $100 to $1,200 per month. We even include the freemium model that is not supported by any of our competition. And we have few more revenue streams for advertising provisions, web shop provision, deposit provisions, and we demand extra money for some extra features. So where are we going? By the end of this year, we are hoping to grow 5 times to 40 customers and users. We are official partner of the Croatian Sailing Federations, and we are currently in talks with the Montenegro, Slovenian, Serbian, Italian, and Greece sailing federations to include their rules into our app so we can scale to their market. We are organizing 40 regattas this year, and we are official organization application for European competition in Split in SNIP class this September, and we are launching this September. This is my amazing team of amazing people, Tomo, Givo, Ante, and me. Givo is our CEO, sailor. He came up with the idea, so I have to mention that, and thank you for your time.
I'll go first, Nicola, as we met the other night, and as you know, I've spent many years offshore on vessels, so it's close to my heart. Would you mind going back to the how you deal with the loss of items on the vessel slide?
This one and this one. I'm not sure if you can see it here, but basically, so we have a management system for all the equipment. So each part of the equipment on every boat is listed and tracked. So, and it is assigned to every specific individual, because before, nobody was really responsible for any equipment. So you are going sailing, you take the charter, and after that, who's responsible? No one is responsible. Organizer is responsible for any loss. And now we are removing that to the customer, to the competitor. So, and they are signing the agreement. They have to cover all the losses.
Okay, so the liability ends with the customer.
Yeah. Okay, thanks, Michael.
Okay, and the technology, how does, practically, how do you implement it on on the vessel?
Okay, so the front end is developed with Angular, the back end is .NET, the cloud we are running on is Microsoft Azure. The competitor part, so this one here, this is the web-based, but it will be offered for our customers over the App Store. So you will download the app. It will be progressive app for start because we don't have funding for iOS developers right now. And you will log in with the code of Regatta and you will see everything specifically to that regatta you are competing on. And that part of the application is communicating with the organizers, so everything is in sync. Because most of our customers, so nautical and sailing clubs, were losing money because of bad and poor messaging system. Our customers are really specific because they don't really care that much about technology. So this is the way to make it easier for everyone to get in and just sail.
Okay, thanks, Nicola.
Thanks for the presentation. Since it's a quite crowded market, can you go to the competitive landscape once again? So, yes. So you are offering actually more features?
We are offering many more features. So some of them are not even, how would I say, they didn't even exist before. So basically virtual regattas and air-sea sailing, we are especially proud of automated rules and policies because the competitors are mostly made and tailor-made for big, those VIP kind of marinas and clubs all over the world. But we are targeting on everybody. So we have automated rules. Basically, we are working with the national sports organizations like Croatian Sport Federation. And if you are organizing regatta in Croatia, the rules of Croatian sailing organizations are applied by default, and it works with every other country we are trying to scale. So this is not an easy problem to scale, and nobody else is offering that, especially in the European market. And nobody is offering equipment tracking. They are more focused on some other aspects.
And in terms of the pricing, are you in general cheaper or?
We are generally cheaper. They don't really, few of them offer subscription-based models, but most of them are working on, you basically buy coins, and in the app you can spend some amount of coins on some feature. We give everything, but you have to choose your subscription level. And we have some of the features that we charge extra. Thank you for your questions.
Thank you, Nicola. So we move onwards now, and we now move back online and to Malaga, where we will be joined by Felipe Romero Caparros from Surya Solutions. Hello, Felipe.
Hello, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Oh, we can hear you. Can you share your presentation with us, please?
Yes, of course.
Excellent. Thank you very much. You can begin now.
Did you know there is a lot of renewable energy which is wasted because it is not used? Hello, everyone. My name is Felipe Romero. I am an industrial engineer, and I am currently doing my PhD in mechatronics at Malaga University to give a further scope to my project. Since I was a child, I have always wanted to create something to fight against climate change. So I am developing an innovative technology which will improve the performance of existing photovoltaic plants. First of all, I'm telling you about the context where I have selected a target market from. Despite COVID-19 crisis, the photovoltaic market is growing quickly due to new policies and a better technology. So I'm trying to look for companies in south of Spain which have photovoltaic plants and high electricity costs. When no batteries are used, the energy generated for self-consumption that surpasses the household electricity demand generally derivates into an energy surplus. This energy surplus in Spain and other geographies could be exported to the electrical grid so that the owner can either sell it or compensate a little part of the imported energy. However, this will only be possible if there is a previous agreement with the electric company. Therefore, if there is no contract, this energy is finally wasted. In order to solve this problem, I offer a product which can redirect this energy surplus into other electrical devices to make them be used automatically with only renewable energy. As each customer has different problems, a business model considering personalized solution is proposed. In addition, the scalability of the system is also really important to control more and more devices. This results into an automatic way to reduce electricity costs, the amortization of a photovoltaic plant, and the carbon footprint of companies. My final product technology will include Internet of Things and deep learning algorithms in order to bring the renewable energy production and customer needs together. At the moment, I have two products in an advanced development level. They are not the final one, but they will let me know about the reliability of the system and customer needs reflected on energy savings. Another essential key performance index is customer retention, due to the difficulty to acquire new customers. Let me show you my MVP. It is a smart power meter which is already assembled and installed in an operational environment, my electrical panel. Although it is not thought yet to control generated energy, it has the ability to disconnect other unwanted electrical devices if the household energy is too high. The price of each product has been set to cover other production and delivery costs and to generate a benefit which should compensate other monthly fixed costs. Therefore, sales deadlock has been calculated to know how much effort I should invest into communication. Thank you so much. If you have any question, I would please to solve them.
Thank you, Felipe. Over to the judges.
Thanks, Felipe. So I've just seen you have some customers, right? I mean, you sold some of the units. Is it right?
Not yet. I have only one. Well, I have 2 units, but they are only in a testing environment, so they are not sold yet.
Okay.
Any further questions from the judges?
This personalized solution, how does this work?
Because I programming some components such as this one, it can be programmed so if a customer has a specific problem, I can give him a personalized solution to solve his problem. I mean, using renewable energy is the.
Okay, but what is his problem?
So let me explain this with an example. For example, imagine a summer hot day and you are not at home, but you know you are coming home back at 7 p.m. For example. If when you come back home, the house could be too hot. So you would probably you would turn on the air conditioning system. If at 7 p.m. maybe the photovoltaic plant cannot give enough power to cover all the demand of the air conditioning system. So if when energy surplus was detected, my product could turn on the air conditioning system to refresh the house until you're coming back home.
Any further questions, judges? No? Okay, thank you, Felipe from Surya
Thank you so much.
Solutions. Thank you. Okay, we're coming back into the room with a startup from Split, Josipa Bracic from Unicompost. Unicompost Industries.
Hello everybody, my name is Josipa Bracic and I represent Team Unicompost Industries. So what does Unicompost Industries do? Well, in a way, we are problem solvers, problems that matter to all of us. We have landfills full of bio-waste, we have gases that are reduced by greenhouses, which creates a pollution of the water we drink and the air we breathe. Also, that problem also starts with us because we are the ones that are making that bio-waste. Well, with the problem, there's a solution. Unicompost Industry brings products that bring eco-environment to your home or to your business as well, and that creates also a solution for a treatment of a bio-waste. Now, we have two products. One is a bigger one and one is a smaller one. C-Eco for Home is a smaller device, while C-Eco Enterprise is a bigger device, which is mostly created for bigger environments such as B2B businesses, while C-Eco for Home is for households. Basically, each and single one of us could have one. So why Unicompost Industries and why our product? Well, you can make your own compost, which you can use, for example, if you are having indoor gardening, or if you are willing maybe to sell it, if you have an extra of it, as well that you can make your own biofertilizer that you cannot have to buy in the stores, and as well you are making a great environmental favor for all of us and for yourself as well, and quality of your life. Our market actually is European Union, households and business to business, for example, restaurants, hotels, apartments, and etc., menzas as well. As the matter of the competition, a competition that actually brings together indoor gardening with making compost, actually having a compost treatment, biodegradable treatment, does not exist. While competition that has different parts of that business making, that there is some competition, but since we are the only ones currently that are having those two things together, that makes a great advantage for us, and we can make a product that is quite compatible in the market. Business model. Actually, we are basing our business to opportunity to buy a product or to rent a one. You can rent a one, for example, if you still hasn't decided to buy one and you would like to try it on. With that, if you are still not our buyer, you can subscribe to our channels, and then you will have certain education, and we also make an income out of it as well, that we can take your compost, your extra compost, and then we can buy it from you, and then we can resell it again for a slightly bigger price, and that's how we also make income. Well, this all started as an idea, but actually took the whole team to make it happen. So this is Unicampus team. This is for us for now. Every member has its own impact to the team, and together we are making our products, and we are bringing eco products to your home. And we are also looking for fundraisers. So for every 100,000 euros in fundraising, you will get 10% of equity. And these here are written all of the areas in where you can make your fundraising. And in the name of me and Team Unicampus Industries, I would like to thank you for your attention.
Yeah, so thanks for the presentation. I actually spoke with Zvonimir about this the other night. So if you can go back to your business model slide, please. Yeah, so here was where I discussed with Zvonimir. So is there any associated costs on your side for the rental model, you know, subscription model?
Our cost of like making business while renting, or that's what you're asking?
Logistical costs.
Yes, of course. We are renting. Actually, we made a price for renting based on what some kind of competition is doing, and based of course, we have costs for making. For example, we have one prototype of a smaller device, and of course, you have costs of having actually the materials and making it, the people you have to buy. So you have it, but it's good for us to renting because you can pay it off until somebody buys actually your product, and it's also good for someone to actually try the device.
Okay, and from reselling the compost from clients to consumer, you know, does that factor in your costs in collection from logistics, etc.?
Well, there are some costs, but we calculate it, and we do not have a lot of profit from reselling it again, but there is some profit, which is kind of good. And in this area of business, it's good because sometimes people, for example, businesses who want to do business to business, and they really want to have big composter, but sometimes they cannot get extra of the compost, and sometimes that's a push off, but because sometimes while they're knowing that we could resell it, they're gonna maybe because of that as well buy device. I think it's in this area of business, it's a good thing.
Okay, thanks.
Sure.
So, Josipa, so you're already generating some revenue, right?
Yes, we have some offers for buying, but unfortunately we are still a startup, but we are planning to have a company one day. But we have for example, Menzas that are interested in at least trying to have biodegradable waste treatment as a side until they can have an opportunity to have a big composters, as well as some companies who are eco-friendly. Still, nobody hasn't bought it yet. We have one prototype. Other one should be in autumn, but we have a lot of requirements for that. But we're also active for our education and stuff, so I think it should be all good.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Josipa, for that presentation. So we come to the end of this second group now, and we're going back online to Malaga, and back to Malaga. We like the people in Malaga, obviously, where we have Tamara Medjitsen, who is going to share with us the startup InfiniWasher. Tamara, can you hear us? Split to Malaga. Michael to Tamara.
Hello.
Hello. Yeah. Hello. How are you doing? Can you share your presentation with us, please?
Yes. Just a second. Can you guys see the presentation?
Not yet. No. If you share your screen, it will pop up, hopefully.
Oh, yes. Yes, true. 1 second. Hold on. Oh, wait. Sorry, 1 second. Share screen. Okay, almost there. Oh my God, why is it not working? 1 second. Okay, wait. Now, almost. Why is it not sharing? I don't understand.
Have
Can you still not see the screen?
here's some tech support for you. Make sure your presentation's open already. Then click the share screen button and it will show you all of your windows. And then double click on the window of the presentation and boom, hopefully we'll see it. You can tell
The
I've
problem is
done...
I have a new computer and I don't think it didn't work the same as my old one. And it looks like something's popping up here, integrity thing. Oh my God, 1 second.
That's okay. If not, we have another way. Do we have the presentation our end? We can have it our end. Let's just check that we have it. And what we'll do is when you want us to move forward with the slide, you just say, we'll just figure it out our end. They're going to open up. That was the... So we have a PPT and we have a little movie as well. Yeah? So we've got it up our end, Tamara. So you'll just have to work with that and tell us when you want us to move to the next slide. Does that work with you?
Okay, sure.
Yeah?
We can do that.
Okay. Excellent. You may begin.
So I'm not going to click on anything, right? You're going to do everything for me, yeah?
Yeah, we're going to click it through, but you have to tell us when to go to the next slide.
All right. Okay. So good afternoon, and thank you very much for this opportunity. Today I have the pleasure of being able to present to you the product of the future, InfiniWasher. Let's change slide. And again. It is predicted that in the year 2025, there will be almost 2 billion people in the world with difficult access to water. Can you imagine this? Next slide. InfiniWasher is going to give water a second chance through recirculation and reuse by cleaning the water in situ. Next slide. Here I present to you what the European Parliament has already decided that by the year 2025, the use of washing machine filters will be mandatory for the elimination of mainly microplastics, as they did with car catalysts in their day. But we go beyond microplastics. InfiniWasher will take advantage of every drop of water until the very last for having a 3-in-1 functionality. Not only eliminating microplastics, but also chemicals and recirculating the water. Next. Here I present the prototype that works through high-tech filters and membranes, membranes that will be able to recollect particles up to 40 micrometers of size and with a long lifetime use for a more convenient and comfortable household lifestyle. Next one. The clientele will be mainly focused on people in remote areas with water difficulties such as inland farms, rural areas, countrysides and boats, but even countries with water scarcity. And we know that today the water is a limited resource. The sale will be through e-commerce, and we will have, change slide, digital marketing plans to attract our clients and to reach out to as many possible and globally. Next slide. The competition has seen and studied only have filters that eliminate microplastics, but we have more multiple functions such as eliminating chemicals and reusing water. Next slide. The estimated cost needed as an investment will be, for starting, 15,000 euros to be able to research, develop and assemble the product ready for sale, whose price will be between 250 to 300 euros. Change slide again. And again. Currently, the team is made up of me, Tamara. I'm an environmental scientist and also the founder of InfiniWasher. My passion is solving environmental problems and finding solutions to current world problems. To make the world a better place for all of us and for future generations to come. I don't want to imagine a future where the oceans and the species are full of microplastics and fresh water, a resource as hard to get as gold. Next slide. Thank you so much for believing in us, and we hope our dream will come true. We are going to take advantage of every drop of water by making it blue again. When I say we, I mean you and me, together with InfiniWasher. Thank you very much for listening and hope to count on you. And let's take over the washing machine market using creative destruction through clean tech. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Tamara.
Thank you. And sorry for the technical issues. I wasn't prepared for.
That's okay.
I wasn't expecting that.
It's all good. We've had a couple today. It's normal with these hybrid events. Okay, over to the judges.
Yep. Hi, thanks for the presentation. So in the slide of the actual product, you mentioned it's simple installation. So tell us in simple terms how the end user will install it.
Okay, so it basically comes with, you know how there will be a connection that goes simply to the washing machine, like inlet and outlet. Yeah, simply that with pipes, tuberies.
Okay, so will an end user need any tools to, install the device, or is it a?
Preliminarily, no. It will be only like, you know how if you've seen washing machines, they come with this gray universal tube in the back, right, for inlet and outlet, yeah.
Yep.
And the thing is, it will work the same here. Like we'll have a tube like that to the washing machine, but it has to be adapted to washing machine. So yeah. The idea is exactly, that's why we need the research and to develop the product a bit more, to know if we might need a new design for washing machines, or if we can install it to the ones already existing. But that's why we need to continue researching a bit more on that respect.
Okay, and the reservoir, how often would it need changing out? The captures of the microplastic.
When you say reservoir, what do you mean? Do you mean the
capturing the
deposit?
microplastic? Yeah, the deposit.
Well, in the washing cycle, it does it automatically directly with the as you know, in the minute of the washing, then it will be doing it directly. So it's nothing's going to change. It's going to be all the same. Like it's washing now. Only thing is going to be like we're going to have this installed, so it goes through another circuit.
Okay, so the end user doesn't have to have repetitive service of the device.
When you say repetitive service, what do you mean?
So they're not going to have to disconnect the device every day to clear the collection?
No, it's fixed. It's fixed. So the only thing that might be needed sometimes, it's to by cleaning the filter, you need to open a valve and make it just run out 20 seconds, that's all, for it to be cleaned out.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
You're talking about let's call it the washing machine aftermarket. So once I bought it and I have it at home, and then I would install it in the back, okay? Have you also thought that you talk to big washing machine makers? I mean, let's say Haier or Bosch or Siemens or
this was the idea.
GE and talk with them about the implementation. And have you looked into the competitive side here, what these big companies, multi-billion-dollar companies or Euro company, what are they doing? Have you looked into the competition from the big ones?
I have, and there is one competitive company. They're based in England, and the only thing they're doing right now is cleaning microplastics. But they don't have, they only have a filter which is implemented in the washing machine itself. But the difference with my product, I'm going to have recirculation of water, so we're also taking use of water, and also we're going to clean the chemicals. It's really a complete different product in the end of the day.
So how do you how do you protect your idea?
Well, with the copyright.
Which copyright?
Yeah.
There is no copyright on a device.
On the prototype, yes.
How? How do you have a copyright on it? You mean a patent or a design patent, or is it software?
Yeah, a patent. That's it. That's right.
Okay.
A patent.
Patent. I think
the process of it. I've written I've done the prototype, the details of that, and stuff. So yeah, on that one, I'm in the process on that for now.
So I recommend to you that you talk to a competent patent lawyer. Maybe at the university you might have somebody who is knowledgeable about this to guide you through how you need to protect the idea, how to create maybe a method. You can create a patent about methods also in European Union, not only in the US, if you do it correctly. I would look into this immediately, because if you're talking to Siemens or Haier in China, you can be sure they do this immediately, and you will get not even a thank you, because they just steal it, they just take it from you, and if you're not protecting it, you had a great idea and you can say, I had this idea, but that's not giving you any cent. So
But I
be
do have,
careful.
like, I have registered, I don't know if it's going to help, but I do have registered, like, through years now, registered methodology and stuff like that, and presentations. And during this whole process, I'm hoping this could be, you know.
You registered where?
Well, I'm doing it through Spanish. It's called the OAPM.
Okay, I'm going to call an
Okay,
end.
fine, good, thank you.
I'm going to call an end there. So, thank you very much, Tamara.
Thank you, guys. And if there's any more questions, don't hesitate to contact me. Or I'm looking forward to
We have
that.
your details.
Any
Brilliant.
cooperation.
Thank you very much. So that is the end of the second round of startups. Just to recap, that second group was around energy, environmental sustainability, transportation, and mobility. Now what everyone's been waiting for, it's time to go and have lunch. A few things before we go and have lunch. We'll be back here at 2:05, and there'll be a video presentation on here. The video presentation will be from Paulo Andres about risk mitigation. So come back here at 2:05 to watch that. But until then, go and enjoy some lunch, which is just out there. Enjoy some local delicacies. She's obviously very excited about lunch. Local delicacies. Chat to people. Don't just stick with the people you know. Go and speak to the judges and speak to other people you're interested in sharing contacts with, because today and tomorrow is your only chance to do it in person, because these judges are all flying home after that. So go and enjoy lunch, and we'll see you at 2:05. Thank you very much. for you now, which is about risk mitigation for startups. It's by Paulo Andres, the president of Toys R Us Iberia Holdings. So have a watch. It lasts about 30 minutes. Take some notes down, because it's always best to learn from others and to learn from other people's mistakes rather than making them yourself. So we'll put that on now here and also on the Zoom call. Enjoy, and we'll be back with the rest of the pitches in 30 minutes.
To fundraise in a better way, with better terms and more successfully. Dobar dan, ja sam Paulo Andres, kako ste? Ja pričam malo hrvatski. Good afternoon, my name is Paulo Andres, and I will be covering in this presentation Zero Risk Startup. And I will teach some techniques on how to reduce the risk to investors, and through this way, the entrepreneurs increases the chance to fundraise in a better way, with better terms and more successfully. Let me share my presentation today. I hope you can see it in the screen. So the first question that I would like to ask you is, why investors refuse to invest in 97% of startups? This is a huge number. This number is the same in Europe or in US. There is no difference. 97% of startups do not get funded. The reason is very easy. It's because the startup valley of death. Investors know that many of these companies, the majority of these companies, will not survive, and they will lose the money. And even those that survive, there is a high percentage of those that will not return enough money back to the investors, so that the investors do not want to invest. Imagine that you have 100,000 euros in a safe bank, or if you prefer 750,000 kuna in Croatia, and with a 4% interest rate. So let's imagine that you have the bank is safe, it's guaranteed by the World Bank, so there is no risk in terms of the bank. And now, so you have two options, 0% at home, with the money at home, or 4% in this bank. So imagine that you do not have any other alternative to put the money or to invest the money. Now, let me introduce you Zephyr. Zephyr wants you to invest your 100,000 euros in his project, and he promised that he will return 5% annually. So you have now three options. One is 0% at home, 4% in the bank, and 5% in Zephyr. So my question is, who wants to invest in Zephyr? No one wants to invest in Zephyr. Why? Because it seems too risky, correct? But let me tell you something. Now the World Bank comes and says, no, we want to promote entrepreneurship in the country, so we guarantee that if Zephyr doesn't give you the 5%, we, World Bank, we will give you the 5%. So it's guaranteed. So three options now, 0% at home, 4% in the bank, and 5% in Zephyr project with the guarantee of the World Bank. So where are you going to put your 100,000 euros now? Of course, everyone wants to invest in Zephyr. But the question is, Zephyr didn't say a word. But what we have learned is that if we reduce the risk to the investors, the willingness to invest increases. This is exactly this chart. This chart here shows the risk and the probability of an entrepreneur to raise money. On the horizontal axis, we have the mitigated risks. In any business, we have basically 5 risks. We have the entrepreneur risk, we have the market risk, we have the legal risk, we have the financial risk, and we have the operational risk. So these are the 5 risks in any business. And why is this relevant? Because there are some entities, which usually are the bad guys in the ecosystem, which are the banks. They do not accept much risk. So if your project has more risk, then you need to go to the mutual guarantee entities that will give a guarantee to the banks in case of default from the entrepreneur. But if there is more risk, then you need to go to the venture capitalists then if there is more risk, then you need to go to the business angels. And if there is more risk, then you need to go to crowdfunding platforms. And if there is more risk, then you need to go to the ICO, the initial coin offerings that are still popular in some countries. From this point, the only possibilities for you to fundraise is the family, your friends, some fools, there are always fools around, you may try to look for them, investors, and the state. In many countries, state puts money in projects that are super risky and do not have any chances of survival, but this is a way of sourcing funding. Why is this relevant? Because 95% of the projects are on the left side. So 95% of the projects cannot be funded by ICOs, crowdfunding, business angels, venture capital, mutual guarantee, or banks. And what can an entrepreneur do when there is on the left side of this chart? There are two options. One is to wait that all these entities will accept more risk. So if you believe this will happen, just relax and wait for the future. But if you don't believe that this will happen, then the only possibility that you as an entrepreneur have is to reduce the risk so that the risk can come to areas where are the ICOs, crowdfunding, business angel, venture capital, mutual guarantee, and the banks. And of course, if you come to an area, for instance, of business angels, then the business angels can reduce further the risk of the project by their experience, by their networks, and then the banks can also come. So this is very common. One important concept is about perception versus reality. The investors invest on the perceived risk that they see on each project, not on the real risk, because on the real risk they don't know, because they probably are not aware of the market, they are not aware of the sector, they don't know your project, they don't know your team. So the first thing that you need to do is to equalize the perceived risk versus the real risk, because just by doing this, you will increase your chances of fundraising dramatically. And of course, then after you have equalized this or try to equalize, then you can reduce the real risk. And by reducing the real risk, then the willingness to invest, as we have seen, increases dramatically. There are two important studies in the world that for this topic. Why investors reject deals. One is from EBAN, European Business Angel Network, and they have done a study with more than 600 early stage investors in Europe, and they asked a lot of questions, and on CB Insights about the reasons why startups fail in US. So coming to the EBAN study, the question was done to the investors was reasons why you didn't invest in investment opportunities in the last 5 years. 87.6%, the reason was the project had too many risks. So basically, the investors found that those projects had too many risks. The second reason is the valuation was very high. So the project was good, eventually was good, but the valuation was very high, was a problem for the investors. Then on other risks, that the reasons why they didn't invest comes that there were not other investors, project was far from my live work, I don't know how to negotiate with entrepreneur, or the project had low return potential. Only 7%, let's call, of business plans received by investors were not good in terms of the paper. So please do not waste more time trying to improve, trying to increase the numbers in the business plan, because that's not usually the main problem. The main problem is to reduce the risks of the project. Another question that was asked to the investors was, if the project risks are reduced, your willingness to invest increases, yes or no? And 96.2% said yes. So this is a very significant number for you not to forget. So if we reduce the risk of a project, the willingness of investors to invest increases. We have seen this with Zephyr project. No one wanted to invest in Zephyr, but we reduced the risk, and then everyone wanted to invest in Zephyr. Another concept that is very important to differentiate is project risk versus investment risk. Investment risk is the money that the investors invest if they can get the money back, independently of the project itself. The project risk is what we have talked about, the market, the legal, the financial risk, and the operational risk, and the team risk. In terms of the investment risk, in many countries, governments give tax breaks to investors that invest in startups. For instance, in UK, you have the Enterprise Investment Scheme and the Seed Enterprise Investment Scheme, where investors can deduct on their income tax bill between 50 to 75% of their investment in startup. So if you are willing to fundraise in a country where there is this kind of schemes, please study them when you present them to the investors, because many investors are not aware of them, and this can increase your chance to fundraise. We do not have much time today to go in detail in terms of the project risk, but I will give you some key points in terms of the project risk. Never forget that you can have a project with a very low risk, but with a high investment risk, or vice versa. This is very important to understand the concepts. In terms of the project risk, then we come to the questions and the survey that was done to these investors, and was asked, okay, so what were the reasons in terms of the risks that you didn't invest? And the market is number one. So the market demand was not proven. So the clients were not saying that they wanted this product for that price in the timings, etc. The second reason is also the market, because of the competition, the way it would react, and if there was real competition or not. But the third one is about the team risk, the entrepreneur or the team skills to execute the project. So these are basically the two main things, the market and the team. These are two important ones. And then you have a lot of other risks that are covered on those 5 risks, which are the market, the entrepreneur, the legal, the financial, and the operational risk. These are the 5 risks that you need to focus on. Usually when an entrepreneur approaches an investor, the entrepreneur has not mitigated the risks of the project and does not want to put skin in the game in terms of the project. So basically the entrepreneur says, oh, I have studied a lot this project, I've worked a lot in this project, I don't want to put money. So this puts all the pressure in terms of the investors. So you are saying that the risk is all to the investors. So in order to increase the chances of fundraising, you need to reduce dramatically the risk to the investors by reducing the risk of the project, and increase a little bit your risk, because this will show confidence that you have skin in the game. If you have skin in the game, the investors will tend to consider this as something more serious than someone that will not have anything to lose. And if the project goes bankrupt, then the entrepreneur goes to look for another job. This is a risk that the investors are aware. One thing that entrepreneurs do, they have the idea and they start fundraising. So they spend 80% of the time trying to fundraise, and then 20% of the time mitigating the risks. This should be opposite. 80% of the time mitigating risks, and then you will only need 20% of the time to fundraise, because the risks are mitigated, or a lot of them are mitigated, then the investors will be quicker to take decisions, and they will be willing to invest in your company. So in terms of the process, what you need to do. So first, identify the risks, level them. Not all of them are important or have a big impact. And then you can eliminate the risk, you can reduce the risk, you can transfer, or you can accept the risk. For instance, to eliminate the risk, imagine that you have a company that you need to get the license to operate. So you can pitch to the investor, say, I need 1 million euros, then I will do this, do that, and get the license to operate. So this is a risk. But if you want to eliminate this risk, it's quite easy, is that you say, okay, I will get the license to operate, and once I get the license to operate, then you invest in the company. So that risk, you will eliminate it totally to the investors. The investors are not taking longer this risk. So this is a way that you can do. Transfer is you can buy an insurance, or you can subcontract some production to other companies, so that the risk of not good manufacturing you can pass, you can transfer to others, not yourselves. So in terms of the level of the risks, what we are concerned, or we should be concerned, is high impact with high probability. These are the ones that you should consider. And usually market is number one. So how is going the market to accept the product in terms of the price, in terms of the quality, etc. So this is high probability that the market will not accept your product, and you will not do sales. So this is, and this will have a high impact in your business, because if you do not have sales, then you cannot survive. Let's start with some key points. We are not able to cover all the points, but there are many other points in each of these risks, how we can cover these risks in terms of mitigating the risk. In terms of, if you have a project that is business to consumer, one thing that you can do is to do a reward crowdfunding in Kickstarter or Indiegogo, for instance, in US. I've invested in several projects that I told the entrepreneur, I will only invest if you show me that there is a market for this. And then the entrepreneur launched the campaign, sold some of the devices. In one case, the entrepreneur was able to sell $500,000 of devices, pre-orders. So how do we reduce the risk? Because there is a market demand, because we could see people buying it. This is the best proven. And of course, it reduces also the money needed into the business, because there are $500,000 coming to the business before there was no money coming. So this is one way that you can reduce the market risk. Another one is approve samples. So if you have business to business, try to do some samples and send to the clients, and ask the clients if they would be willing to test and if they are interested in buying. Just coming to the client and say, I will have the best product at the best price. Of course, everyone will say, yes, great, we will be interested, but this means nothing. They need to test the product and see if the product is really good and they are willing to buy it or not. Another one is, of course, get pre-orders. The best money for you is not from business angels, VCs, banks, or your own money. The best money for you is money from the client. So if you can get pre-orders or get reliable letters of intent, this shows that there is a market demand for your product, and this reduces the risk for the investors as well. Another one is to transform suppliers into customers. I've helped a lot of companies that would spend money in buying machines, transforming those suppliers into customers, because sometimes those suppliers belong to big groups, economic groups, and these big groups have several companies that you can serve. So this is a tool that you can use, is when you're going to buy something significant, try to see if you can sell them something in return. In terms of the risk of the entrepreneur or the team, one way that you can, of course, do is to add co-founders to the team. If your team is not ready to and does not have all the skills that you need, you can add co-founder. I know this is a difficult decision to take, but it pays off if you have a really good co-founder. Don't try to do everything by yourself, because the risk of failure increases dramatically. And investors understand immediately if the team is strong or not. If the team is weak, this is a red flag for investors. In case that you need a push, initial push for sales or whatever, then you can talk with business angels and say, look, I would like you to invest in the company, but I would like also you to help me doing the first sales. This can also reduce the risk of the team, of the the project in terms of having the skills, because these business angels can have skills, technical skills, or can have also marketing skills. Another way is to make strategic partnerships with reliable partners. I've seen entrepreneurs trying to do everything by themselves and not subcontracting. Try to subcontract, try to partner with reliable partners, because you don't need to hire skills in the initial phase. Once you have there is a market demand for a product, you have a lot of sales, then you can build all the factories. But don't try to build a factory if you have never created a factory. Try to do partnerships and see if you can sell the products, producing your product somewhere else. Last one is skin in the game. If you don't show skin in the game to the investors, this will be a red flag for them. So it will be more difficult for you to fundraise. So you need to show commitment from your side. It can be in terms of salaries. It can be that you say, okay, until the company can pay salaries, I don't receive salaries. Can be many ways that you need to show skin in the game. Another risk, and we are coming to the third risk, which is the legal risk. It's very important that you can get a freedom to operate statement if your project includes IP or you are using something technological, because this will allow, if you bring a freedom to operate statement to the investors, they will be they will be less stressed if you are infringing patents. I've seen many projects that some investors invested, and there were a lot of problems with IP, and then they lost all the money. So this is one key element and key concern. Another way that, in terms of the legal, and if it's, for instance, the license, we have talked about this possibility, is that the money comes after the licensing. So you can say, look, your money will only come after I get the license. Another way that you can reduce this legal risk is in the beginning, when you don't have still clients, or in order to reduce the risk, you can operate through a licensed company under a financial agreement. I've helped a lot of companies trying to do this kind of arrangements. For instance, travel agency. If you want to, you have an idea of a travel agency, for instance, in Croatia, to climb some mountains there, and you want to create some specific program. Why do you need to create a travel agency, do all these insurance, etc.? Why don't you try in the beginning to operate through another travel agency where you give them a commission of 15%, 20%, whatever you think it's good, but you can start immediately because they have a license, they can operate, and you create a page and you sell these programs through them. Of course, it should be important that they cannot create a competition afterwards. But if you receive the names of the clients, you know the business, it's very difficult for them to compete with you. And in many situations, you probably have a friend that owns a travel agency, for instance, and you can do this arrangement with them. Don't try to create immediately all the legal framework, which costs money and time, and then things will not. There is more risk, and it costs a lot of money. So coming to the fourth one, which is the financial risk. One thing that you can do, of course, is rent instead of buy. I see a lot of people, a lot of entrepreneurs buying cars, buying equipment in the beginning of a project without knowing if there is a market demand. So why don't you just try to rent, and you rent for some months or 1 year, and in case it succeeds, then of course you can buy all the equipment. But until you don't know if there is a market demand, if the clients really want that product or service, you should not buy machines. You should try to rent them. This will reduce hugely your financial needs, and this is very important for the investors and for the entrepreneurs, of course, in your case. Revenue share with suppliers. Imagine that you want to create a marketplace, a software of let's say, jewelry, a marketplace for jewelry. You need to do a marketplace. It will cost you 100,000 euros in a platform. Why don't you find a company, a software company that has already this kind of platform, and you make a revenue share? So they provide the software, you provide the content and the management, and you give them 5% of the sales, or 6%, or 10, whatever you need to do in the beginning. But this will reduce your risk because it will cost you less in the beginning, and you can go to the market immediately, and it means money. Go to the market immediately means money. Another way to reduce the risk for the investors, it's instead of saying 1 million euros and upfront, you can say, okay, I need 1 million euros, but first is 100,000 to buy this machine, and or to rent, or to install this business in a city. Once I have 10,000 clients in this city, I need to invest 200,000 in another city. And then when I have 20,000 clients in both cities, then I will need 300,000 in another city or another market. And this will reduce the risk for the investors, because the first risk is the 100,000 is the main risk, because they will only invest this 200,000 if the first one is going very well. So if you put the investment installments linked to achieving certain goals, this is a very good way to reduce the financial risk. Another thing that you can do is use buyback options. I've helped a lot of entrepreneurs using this kind of scheme. One entrepreneur wanted to buy a boat for tourists, and the boat costed 800,000 euros. He went to the bank, he only had 200,000, and the bank said, you need to have 50% of the money. And so he came to me and said, look, I need a business angel. And so, why do you need a business angel? Because the bank says, I need to bring 400,000. Okay, I asked him, can you talk with the provider of the boat, the company that produced the boat, if you can sell the boat back to them in 1 year, let's say for 50% of the money? And the company said yes, the boat company said yes, we will buy it back for 50% of the money. So the risk was not 800,000, was 400,000, and he had the 200,000. So he came to the bank, and the bank said, oh, this is completely different. Now this is a different project, so we can fund you. And they funded the entrepreneur. So by using these techniques, you reduce the risk, then you can sometimes go eventually to the bank. And of course, even if you don't go to the bank, you can also have investors that will jump more easy to invest in your project. The last risk that I will cover, and I'm just covering some key points in each of the risks, because as I told you, there are many more, but we don't have time today, is the operational risk. Does the entrepreneur know how to operate the business? Has he have done in the past something similar? And how can you reduce this risk? Imagine that you have a device that you say that the device will produce 50% more electricity than the competition. So it's your statement. Investors will not believe in you, you know. So what you need is to get a written statement from reliable entities that will say, no, this device will work, and this can, in fact, produce this 50% of more energy. And for instance, there is one entity in the UK, which is NAREC, that can do these tests and can write these statements for renewable energy. But you all know some institutes and some reliable entities that can certify what you are saying. This is very important to reduce this operational risk. Another thing is to subcontract part or total production to reliable suppliers, because this is something that you don't take the risk. Sometimes entrepreneurs want to do everything, and they don't have the skills to do everything and the knowledge, and this brings a lot of risk to these projects. Another thing that I usually receive entrepreneurs is asking 30,000 euros for prototypes, and I get really tired of talking with entrepreneurs that are asking money for prototypes. And I ask, why are you asking 30,000 euros for a prototype? I need a battery, costs 7,500 euros. And I say, who produces the batteries? This company. So I call the company and say, look, there is this entrepreneur. He has a fantastic project, and he's choosing which batteries he will use in future. So do you have any spare battery that you could lend to this entrepreneur for 1 month so he could test your batteries and the quality of your batteries? And of course, come and we can lend you this battery. So I tell the entrepreneur, look, you go there and you get the battery. Ah, really, it's fantastic. Ah, but we know we need a machine that costs to cut something costs 10,000 euros. Okay, but who has this machine? Ah, this food industry has machine. So I called the food industry and they say, look, do you have this machine? We have an entrepreneur. Do you mind that he could do these cuts on a weekend when you don't have the factory working? And they say, yes, come. Or in university, sometimes university have equipment that can help entrepreneurs. Don't ask money for prototypes. Try to find ways, and it's possible to find ways to create prototypes with this kind of partnerships. And just be smart, because if you're going to fundraise in a prototype phase, the investors will see a huge risk and will try to get, of course, a huge percentage of the company. This is not good for you. And for the investor, he will also be scared. So the probability for you to raise money, it's very, very low. So to conclude, in terms of a risk mitigation process, you need to identify the key risks, you need to level the risks, and then you need to do this ERTA process, which is to eliminate, to reduce, to transfer, or to accept the risks. And after this, you need to give up or continue mitigation. In the end of the process, you will see where are your main risks and where you need to mitigate more, or you can present this to the investor and say, look, my main risk is here, and maybe you can help me to reduce this risk. And maybe the investor will be willing to help you because the investor has some knowledge and some contacts. I hope that you enjoyed this presentation and that you learned some of the key techniques that can reduce the risk to your project. And by reducing the risk to your project, reduce the risk to the investors. And by reducing the risk to the investors, increases your chances to get fundraised and to get better deals. See you next time.
Thank you, Paolo, for that. Obviously, he wasn't live, so he didn't hear me say that. But anyway, thank you, Paolo, for that great presentation. I hope everyone out there enjoyed it in the crowd and at home. We have had our lunch. Everyone looks a little bit tired. Maybe they ate too much. But I hope you enjoyed some kulen and some soparnik and some other local delicacies. We're going to move on to our third group of pitches now. So this group is startups in the fields of education, art, finance, gaming, and tourism. So quite a vast range of startups. And we're going to welcome our three judges. We have Diana, Eva, and Ariane with us for this round. And we're going live with Cheryl Samaniego Cruz from Cadiz with her startup Open Practica. Over to you, Cheryl.
Hi, my name is Cheryl Samaniego. I am founder of Open Practica. I don't working. Okay, thanks. Do you know that there are 9 million unemployed young people in Latin America and the Caribbean, and the province of Cadiz closed in last year with an unemployment rate of 25%? On the other hand, the major part of companies in Latin America doesn't have added value according to International Development Bank. Other problems that we found is that due to the lack of innovation, many companies have shorter lifespan than they could have. So we founded Open Practica to help to solve this drawback, to improve the productivity of companies and labor inclusion of young people. Open Practica is a crowdsourcing platform that connects university youth with business through collective challenge. The main value for the companies is they can employ rent, they can improve the productivity, we transfer business problems into challenge and therefore opportunities. The main value for students is they get personal development through labor inclusion with different companies and develop their soft skills. They get trained with agile methodologies for improve that development, professional development and professional mentoring. And we provide opportunity to expand the students' network. And the main value of our community is cooperation. We encourage in society open and collective innovation, and we offer diversity. The business model of Open Practica is B2B. We expect at least 50 active users on a platform and at least 7 challenges published every month. It will cost €2,000 in amount of benefit in first year. How we are different? Our competitors are innovators, consultings, crowdsourcing platform like Hackathon, Innocentive, and others. As opposed to our competitors, we offer deeper training for students and accessibility for small and medium-sized companies and attraction of young people. Market opportunity. The main benefit will be from, the main benefit is industrial and manufacturing companies, mainly small and medium-sized companies in Spain and in Peru. They will pay at on platform for the challenge. We have different price, depends on the complexity of problem. Right now, I running a pilot. We are working collective challenge with a logistic company. We are designing a tool to measure productivity. In order to reach our aims, we need €13,000 for improve the platform and promote it, and key alliance with university, companies, and investors. The team, we are Daniel and me. Daniel is industrial and system engineer. I am administrator. We are from Peru, and we want to have all young have equal opportunities. Thanks for your attention.
Thanks for presentation. Can you walk us through business model once again?
The business model is B2B. We offer the service. We offer individual challenge and collective challenge for small and medium-sized companies in Peru and Spain.
What type of a model is that exactly?
The business to model is B2B. The business of model of Open Practica is B2B. The main benefit will be coming from industrial and manufacturing companies, mainly small and medium-sized companies.
Sorry, you know.
Just a follow-up question on. So the companies pay a fixed fee for the challenge. Understand it right, or?
No, we expect at least 50 active users on the platform, students. It's about students. And at least 7 challenges published every month. The challenge is solved for group of students.
I understand, but who's paying for the challenge? Are the companies paying to post the challenge?
Yes. The companies paid, and we promote the challenge and solve the challenge by a group of students and professional mentoring.
Right. You get it? I do. So, Cheryl, thanks for the presentation. When you say the unemployment rate, then the unemployment rate you're trying to tackle, it's among students, not among
Yes, it's
big
about
businesses.
students, yes. 9 million unemployed young people, students. In Latin America. In Latin America exists, no?
Right, and you had a target market of quite a lot of businesses in Latin America. Have you spoken to them about your project?
It's difficult in Latin America search work because the students don't have experience. So with one to opportunity, but the students expand the network.
No, I understand. I think it's a great project with a social cause at heart. I'm just trying to understand. Have you spoken to the businesses that would offer these challenges to the students?
Yes.
And what was their feedback?
How works? Is your question? How works the platform?
What was their feedback? So you are targeting students on one side that are not employed, and then you target companies that would put the challenges on the platform and potentially offer the students an opportunity to work towards a project. Have you spoken? I guess you need basically people on both sides to make this work, right? That's the platform model. And have you spoken to the businesses that would offer these challenges to you? Have you mentioned the project to them?
Yes, we are running a pilot with a logistic company and collective challenge. The students sign up and complete a participant profile on the platform, and they obtain training. We formate by students. We capacitate of the students. For example, now. The capacity is 7 challenge probably because I am mentor. I have experience in the project management, so I supervise the works of the students.
And I just have one last question. I get your background and I get your COO background as well. Who's actually developing the platform? It's a technical product.
Yes. Can you repeat that question,
Who's building the product? Are you outsourcing this? Do you have someone in your team building the product, the platform?
Yes.
You have someone in your team?
Yes.
Okay.
Thanks for your presentation. My question is around the students, right? So how do you select the students to participate in a challenge? Or because if there's like hundreds of students signing up for a challenge, how do you manage that process?
For students, they sign up and complete a participant profile on platform, and they accept the challenge, and we form by groups. We want to groups have different students for different background or careers. Maximum five students for group. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Cheryl, and thank you to the judges for their questions. Next up, we also have another live presentation. We have Jana Antic and Mariana Jovanovic with their startup EasyPass from Beograd.
Hello everyone, thank you for having us here. So let's start it. How many times have you promised yourself that you will start learning today, tomorrow, on Monday? And suddenly you find yourself just a few days before the exam in a situation with the lack of time and the lack of motivation. So it is difficult for students to find the adequate educator who can help. And for educators, they have problem how to have continuously booked classes and earn additional income. So we are EasyPass, and we enable you to find adequate educator in any subject in just a few clicks. The idea was born when Corona started. So schools were closed, everything was transferred to online, but not everyone was prepared for this. So this is our contribution, because the schooling can stop, but education must not. And it is a multi-sided platform, and this is how it works. For students, firstly, we have marketing activities to attract them and to create awareness and create habit to use this kind of booking. Then they should use the main filter and choose a subject. out of many educators, they should choose the adequate one and schedule a class. For educators, we also use different marketing activities to acquire them to the platform, and then they become providers by simply creating a profile on a platform. And then they're all set to start holding classes.
These are our main benefits. So for students, they have detailed and precise search that enables actually very personalized service according to individual requirements. Then we have all educators at one place for any field, and also many comments and reviews that students can use to choose the right professor. Then for educators, they have continuously booked classes, additional income, then instructions on how to build a good profile that can attract more students, and also we have some discounts for yearly subscription and premium options. Our revenue model is cyclic. That means that educator pays a subscription fee, then we as an EasyPass generate that capital and invest in promotion through different channels. And consequently, students start scheduling classes and educators collecting income, and the cycle can go all around. In Serbia, we have 1 million students. 100,000 of them has necessity for private lessons. EasyPass currently holds 10,000 users with the potential to expand to 20,000 users by the end of 2022. It is very important to mention here that we operate only on the territory of Serbia currently, and that our business model can be easily passed to any other country in the region, additionally all over the globe with adequate help. On the next slide. Regarding the competition, there are not that many platforms that are specialized for scheduling private individual lessons. In Serbian market, we have Kamster and Privatni časovi. They have higher subscription fee and higher number of users, but we have Honorarci and Brže do znanja on the other side, and they are lower at price and lower at number of users. At the end, this is our team. There are 3 of us. Jana and me are co-founders of the idea. We are also colleagues and most importantly friends. We both finished, graduated at economics, and we are now on master studies for business. Third member of our team is not here today with us, but he's equally important. He's a developer, and he makes sure that everything works properly. All 3 of us share same values, follow same vision, and we are very, very proud how well we get along. As a conclusion, in this crazy time, we all need help to master any skill, some skills. So let's share some knowledge, because investment in knowledge pays best interest. So thank you very much.
Hello, very, very interesting. Thanks for your presentation. Do you already have some users, or?
Yes, we already have users. We already have 300 registered professors on our platform. And the number actually was higher, but when we start charging, it drops a bit because we need additional investment in marketing activities to keep all the professors there.
Okay, and you use some sort of, as you said, marketing activities to attract them, or?
Yes, we use actually Instagram for targeting students the most, and we use Facebook to target professors, but we also have a Google Ads campaign that we got for nonprofits.
Okay, great. I mean, well done.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's also important to say that we don't have any mentors or investments, so we do everything on our own so far.
Thank you for your presentation. So the business model obviously is that the educational institutions, they pay for the service, right? Is that right? Like who pays?
Professors, so educators make profile, and they pay a subscription fee. It's a fixed rate. We have a subscription fee on monthly basis, on yearly basis, and premium subscription fee.
And what is their incentive? What is their motivation to participate? The professors?
how to say, well, they pay, it's really low price, so they pay monthly subscription, it's €5, and then we have a huge base, and we attract students to come on the platform and to schedule class. So their motivation is to have continuously booked class and to constantly have new students who needs their help. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Thank you for the presentation. As a follow-up question, actually, how do you incentivize the professors to join your platform? Because I looked at your positioning map. I don't know the two players. They're probably very regional. Also, I would really encourage you to look outside of platforms that are 100% similar to you or very similar to you. Like, for example, for me, Udemy or this massive general platforms would probably be your competition, I would say, as well. How do you get these professors to publish on your platform and not on Udemy, for example?
Okay, but Udemy is for courses, as far as I know, and this is just for individual private lessons. So people in Serbia, for example, but as far as we know in region as well, are struggling to find the right professor to help them, like 2 days before the exam, or to master some new skill like programming, but individual class, so not a course, but the person who will give them individual classes. So that's the difference between us and Udemy. And we wish to have more professors, but we will have to upgrade some additional features for them. Some of them are booking calendar, or I don't know.
Yeah, also we would like to add some machine learning that will help to suggest, based on the subject searched, to suggest some additional educational material and some similar subjects. So this is very personalized service and on individual level.
But we believe that if they have continuously booked classes on our platform and new students, they will stay. So that's the main.
I think it's a great, I mean, again, thanks for clarifying that. Maybe I missed it. Also, the positioning map, it's obviously fine. I think you guys have a real differentiator compared to the other platforms, and you're not just going at a low price, because that's what it kind of shows here, right, that you have a lower price. I had one other question. Apart from the marketing that you mentioned, how else are you looking to acquire both sides of the platform, students and professors?
How much?
How are you looking to acquire the two target audiences you have when you're scaling? So right now you have some of the marketing you said that you're using to get this to. What's your plan for going to market outside of Serbia?
By the end of this year, we want to finish our research for the region. And then by the end of 2022, we want to expand our number of users, so both students and professors to the region. Numbers are 20,000 of users, so students mainly, and 5,000 of registered professors by the end of 2022. Also through social media platforms, mainly. Marketing
yes, social media, we already said we got a Google grant 2 months ago, so it helps a lot. And we also use some offline channels in partnership with some students' organizations and on students' programs, so it's also helping us to acquire them.
And I'm sorry if I missed this as well. The last one. What are you looking for? Are you fundraising? Are you looking for someone else to join the team?
We will need one more person as a developer, and we will need more investment in marketing because we have lack of budget. Because we started as a pilot version, and then we invested all of our students' budget. And now when we realize that idea can keep on, we need additional sources.
Cool. You should mention that at the end. That's important.
Thank you. Okay, yeah.
Thank you very much. If you're looking to expand into Croatia, then get in touch with me because we had a similar idea and we have a marketing plan for Croatia. Cool, moving on, and we're sticking with people from Belgrade as we welcome George Gligorijevic, oh that's a long name, with his startup Optify. Was that right? Oh, excellent.
Well, is the microphone on? Yes. Well, I want to start with one simple fact. We all love art. And the artwork we own represents our uniqueness, emotions, and character. And it could also be a great investment. But as the time went on, with the advancement of technology, in addition to our real life, we also got a digital one. And that led to the digital art selling for almost $70 million as a digital token stored on a blockchain. On the other hand, we have sneakers. They're the most diverse wearable product we have. They allow us to express our style in the outer world. And with a large growing community of artists who create their own handmade sneakers, we can also consider them as a form of a modern art. In fact, just 3 months ago, 600 pairs of digital custom sneakers designed by digital artist Fevicius were sold in 7 minutes, raising $3 million of revenue. But the question is, why would anyone buy a virtual item for this much money? Why would anyone pay $5,000 for this image or animation of sneakers like these ones? Well, just like in the material world, people also want to be seen and show off in virtual world. But right now, the problem is there is no way of matching style of our digital character with our own style. So we need a platform that will connect both of our identities and allow us to express our style in both worlds. That's what Updify wants to solve. Updify is a platform that connects your style in digital and physical world. We allow our users to buy unique physical and digital sneakers, connect with the story behind the design of the model they like, show off their style in physical but also in a digital world, and in addition to all of this, our sneakers can be used as a form of investment. While pairing digital tokens, or as we shortly call them, NFTs, with other growing technologies has enormous potential. In fact, we can say that NFTs and virtual and augmented realities are a perfect match. Both industries are growing exponentially and are estimated at around $20 billion. And with the growing popularity of virtual worlds and other VR multiplayer games, we can say that our digital wardrobe will become as essential in the future as a real one. Here's our prototype of our product. Our users can search for their favorite model of sneakers and read short description of the idea behind the design. And if they like the model and decide to buy them, they will get the digital token, behind the scenes document, and the ability to claim the physical pair of sneakers if they want to. Tokens they own can easily be connected with other platforms like VR games, virtual event organizers, and metaverses virtual worlds. We plan to take 20% commission on every sale, but since the creators are a large part of our platform, we cannot work without them. So they'll get major 80% of the sale, but they'll also be able to get 10% every time their pair of sneakers is resold on our market. Digitalization of physical items overall will make lots of innovations. In fact, collaboration with artists and other influential celebrities will move to a completely new level. We'll work with other platforms and companies on syncing our digital and physical style. And we also want to bring a completely new way of collecting sneakers by creating innovative collectible cards and already mentioned behind the scenes documents. In terms of our competition, we have two sides, digital and physical side, and simply told, we are the bridge between those two sides, which means we provide everything that our competitors already offer, but simply connected in one place. This is also how our little team is structured. Now it's two of us. My name is George. I'm a former tennis player, now blockchain enthusiast and cryptocurrency investor, and IT management student, and my colleague Uroš, React Native developer, online gaming freak, and software engineer and computer science student. Our product is still in the early stage of development, but while we are working on it, we want to present the digital token market and all of its benefits to the creators. And our main point right now is building the connections. So we want to connect with as many people as we can from either sneaker or blockchain industry. And we are also actively looking for a mentor or a strategic advisor in the blockchain niche. Thank you all. Here's our website.
Thank you very much. A very fascinating world you're in. You know, the NFTs are always amazed, you know, with how big that market is growing. So I think you're definitely in a very interesting market segment, and which is of high growth. So it's you can play around and obviously find your own position there. So tell me a little bit more about your the connection between the digital assets and the physical assets, right? So how you mentioned you cater to both, right? So you have a digital component and a physical component, is that right? Can you explain that a bit more?
Yes, we want to connect it through the sneakers. So basically, when artists create the sneakers, they will firstly create the prototype, like design, like Photoshop file or something like that. They will send it to us, and we'll make a 3D model and point to our site as NFT. And when we sell it, then they'll get a message to create them. So we'll save them time, and also they'll get the commission every time it's resold.
Right, so you sell first and then they get created physically?
Yeah, we firstly sell just the token.
Yeah. And how many artists do you work with? Or you work with existing artist platforms, or how does that work?
We want to work with artists who mainly right now show their work on Instagram. Okay. So we are planning to make basically the white paper and present them the digital token market or NFT market, because right now they're still not in that world, and that's expected.
Okay, so you're going after a new kind of segment that's currently not online yet.
Exactly, yes.
Right. All right, thank you.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. It was very well structured. Why sneakers?
Well, as we said, they're the most diverse wearable product. We all wear the different ones, and people somehow express them, either in sport or music or filmmaking. There are a lot of different ones.
And I get the idea of doing this in a virtual world. I think you emphasize the need or the market. Is there a plan to also go physical? I'm just thinking of the big brands that could actually use some of this, unknown or so to become artists.
Yes, exactly. We will be very pleasured if we can connect with Nike or Adidas or any other big company of sneaker industry.
You're looking for a mentor, you mentioned.
Yes.
Is that anything you need? Do you need any funding? How do you fund the startup so far?
Well, we are still in a very early stage, so right now it is much more important to us to have a mentor or a strategic advisor, because we plan on running our own token so we can sell it. That's how basically cryptocurrency startups work right now. They create their own token, and that's how they get funding, basically. That's why we're looking for strategic advisor, mainly in blockchain industry.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Georgia. Next up, another live presentation for you, this time with Hubert Kolch from Gdansk, who will be presenting his startup, Thinks.
Hello, thank you for having me here. I'm Hubert Kolch. I'm founder of the Thinks project. Imagine you are 7 years old and your education just begins. Depending on where you're from, what your parents do for a living, and the institutional rigor at the education school, you will be able to learn more or less. Let's take a look at your hobbies. Do you prefer music over math or painting over grammar exercises? Well, it doesn't really matter. You have to do what you have to do, doing things that you don't actually like, doing these things inefficiently. What can be done to see the results of hard work? Maybe private tutoring? not every family can afford the luxury of the private lessons. So what could be done to get out of the problem of struggling? How to see the positive vibes of the life when you need to do things that you don't like? Because whenever you're struggling, you are losing perspective for better education, better job, and a better future. How to provide the equal chances for quality education for every children? How to minimize the influence of factors such as environment, natural predisposition, and material status. The solution is THINGS, the smartphone-based system which examines correctness of handwritten notes near real time while making mistakes by the student. Thanks to algorithms, it analyzes student thought process. But how it does work? Let's say you made an error during solving a math problem. THINGS will prompt this, show you hints, and let you be better in the future whenever you want to solve mathematical problem of similar class. Let's say you are learning new vocabulary and have a problem with grammar mistakes. THINGS will memorize your mistakes and provide you lessons in the future. Generally speaking, what if you want to make your progress better in learning new stuff by writing down your notes? You can use THINGS, so it will show whenever you want to see a difference in your learning, thanks to the module system. The market is huge because it includes 32.5% of the global population, which means 10 to 19 years old people. It means 2.47 billion people and the children that are during obligatory education. $165.4 billion is the market size in 2016, and it's still growing exponentially. The market size may be even bigger because we are not only focused on pupils, but also on college students and scientists, thanks to the module system of the solution. Our competitors include Khan Academy, which is a free material educational resource platform, but without a private tutoring and without handling of sandbox solutions. Grammarly is the tool for professionals, which is doing its purpose very well, but it doesn't provide educational materials. Microsoft Math Solver is basically doing the thing that math module is, but similarly to Grammarly, it's not for education, it's for checking for solution. Devices like LiveScribe and Remarkable are pretty expensive, almost $400 per unit. What is about private tutoring? It depends on the country. Sometimes it costs $50 per hour, sometimes more. We want to change that by using by using device with subscription plan. Smartphone will be cost less than $150 based on prices of similar solutions. The price of subscription will be an equivalent of 1 hour private tutoring. This is the device prototype, which was developed by our developers. On the front, you see at the center you see SmartPen. The first and the third are board that are recognizing handwritten notes if a paper is on top of that. Yeah.
Thanks for the presentation. Interesting product. So it is a hardware and software in one. Okay.
Yes.
So according to the Kickstarter campaign, how many people use the pen and what was the feedback?
So the Kickstarter is not the campaign that we already run. We were thinking about this. We ran another crowdfunding campaign because 1 year ago we were taking part in Association for Information System competition finals, and we were qualified to go to the United States. However, pandemic has started and the progress stopped. We raised some money, but it wasn't the final stage. So the Kickstarter was mentioned because we were looking for other competitors with similar solutions, and we found that the price of similar solution is about $150.
Okay, and in general, the feedback from the users?
The feedback, well, since we made the prototype and it's on early stage of the development, we were not able to evaluate among many users. It's like we made the board, the smart pen, and the math module that is able to recognize handwritten notes and give hints on whether these notes are correct or no. So the stage of development is that it's able to do basic operations on basic problems.
Thanks. It's on. To be able to suggest any changes, obviously you need a huge volume of data to train that data, right? What are your sources right now? How do you collect the data if it's just a prototype at this stage?
Okay, at the prototype stage it is enough to use Python library for math purpose. So I was responsible for math module, and it doesn't have to be expanded because set of problems that young students have to resolve is limited to some basic problems, and these problems can be resolved by software that is widely accessible. In case of grammar mistakes and language, similar to Grammarly, there are many tools that can be used to that. So the feature is to connect already existing solutions and adapt it into educational purposes.
Are you planning on patenting this, or have you filed any patents yet?
Well, probably yes, but before that, I think the project is not at the stage when we can say, okay, what we are presenting is what we want to develop further. Like we have 2 prototypes of device. The first one was Smart Pen. The second was board, which is taking handwritten notes from paper. And we are not sure if, for example, it will not be better to use audio assistance system. So the input may change in future.
So from the stage you are right now to go further, what do you need?
Mentoring and
what kind of mentoring? Sorry, what skills you're lacking? Because I think we didn't get to the team part.
Yeah. So I'm the founder, and together with Veronika and Damian, we were developing this project. But at the beginning of the project, we had also 4 developers. So there was a mobile developer, embedded system developer, cloud computing developer. Yeah, so the team presented here is a part of that, just the team that decided to go further. But since we all are students, we need a professional attitude from someone who would know how to make it working well. So professional in technology.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, no. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Being a gentleman, letting the ladies go first, and you miss out on your question. Okay, we're going to go online now, where we're going to be joined by Sebastian Pozlep, who's in Ljubljana. Sebastian, there he is.
Yes.
Excellent, cool. How are you doing?
Very good.
Excellent. Let's have a look at your presentation then. He's going to be presenting EFAN. Whenever you're ready, Sebastian.
Yes. Okay. Okay. Hello, my name is Sebastian Pujlip, and I would like to introduce to you our project, a social network that is specifically designed for gamers. The problem that we're trying to solve is scattered information. Currently, there are thousands of different web pages that have a small fraction of information and news regarding gaming and esports. And because there are so many pages, there is a lot of information that either gets lost or not delivered to gamers. If you want to be really up to date with everything that's going on, it takes a lot of time from your side to keep track. That is why we are developing efan.gg. This will bring everything gamers desire into one page, from information, communication, organization, and notifications. Our platform will be able to combine all available gaming posts that are currently scattered on many web pages and merge them into one unified web platform. The esports industry has been tremendously growing over the last years, both in terms of viewership, player base, and revenue. In April of 2020, we made an online survey, and 75% of people answered yes to the question, would you be interested in a unified web page where all the gaming information is gathered? The timing is perfect, as COVID-19 has shed a bright light on the gaming industry and shown to the broader public how big it has become. There are 2.7 billion gamers worldwide. We estimate that we can get 30 million users in 3 years' time with the right marketing approach and finances. Our platform will allow users to connect with one another based on game preferences, and will have an option to follow related players and developers, get notifications about them, about the game, about the tournaments, and everything will be done with our internal wall news, calendar, and multi-layered chat system. We are currently in open beta, gathering feedback from users. Our business model will be, the platform will be free to use. Our revenue will come from selling ad space via Google AdSense, for CPM, CPC affiliate programs, and we will have our own B2B marketing team. Once we get enough traction, we will develop our own marketing place. We are currently looking for seed rounds to finish our product, and the most of the finances that will be gathered will go towards developing the product and for marketing. By the end of 21, we want to launch the site with at least 75% of developed functionality and get in touch with gamers, as together we can develop a better platform. In 2022, we would put emphasis on marketing to expand our user base. In the team, we have 5 entities. Andrzej Bechai, who will take care of the project management, development side of the company. Tjasa Klenoshek will handle the marketing. Our partners are also our Treble 9 company, which will have for guidance and marketing purposes, and the referees, they are experts on the field, in the field of gaming. I will take care of the research and development department. Thank you for watching.
Thank you very much. Over to the judges.
Hi, Sebastian. So thanks for your presentation. So my question would be, as far as I know, the space is quite crowded. So what is unique about this platform? And the second question is, how much are you raising? Because I saw that you're giving away 10% of the company. So.
Yes, the market is quite large. There are thousands of different web pages, but none of them have everything combined like we are trying to do. As I said in the beginning, it's very scattered information, and you have to keep track of a lot of different web pages to be up to date with everything that is going on. We are currently asking for 100,000 euros for the completion of the MVP and for marketing purposes.
Thank you. Thanks for your presentation. Thank you. My question is around the types of games that you kind of cover, because it sounds like you have a very broad focus, right, on all gamers, I guess. Have you considered focusing on one or two games, or are there clusters of games that are very similar that attracts a lot of kind of information exchange? Or I can imagine that market you can kind of zoom in more. Is that what you're thinking?
Yes, thank you. Great question. Currently, we're not focusing just on one specific game. We're going broad to see which communities from which different games will bite the most. And then when we will get in touch with them, we will see which modules are most used by them, and so that we can put the majority of development into those specific modules so that we can create something for that specific community so that they can enjoy and use on the daily basis. But in the long run, we're hoping to expand.
Okay. So one follow-up question. How are they currently organized, those gamers? Like, where do they get the information from, and how do they take part in their own community?
Well, you have to Google for different sites, and when you get the site that you get the adequate information, then you bookmark it and go to it every couple of days, every day, every week, something like that. And we want to do something that's Facebook, you will get a notification and you will see that a tournament is coming up, a new DLC is going tomorrow live, and etc.
Sebastian, I have a couple of questions. One, it's a very annoying question, which I'm sure you get, but what is stopping Twitch from doing this?
Twitch is a platform for streaming, and that's more or less it, and communication. We would also...
Yeah, I was just about to say that as a social network, obviously you need, and this is also leads to the follow-up question, the revenue, how you make money, which I've seen that it's ads as a stream of revenue. You need a huge follower base for that. Therefore, the question about Twitch, right? It would just be an overnight project for them, wouldn't it be?
No, not really, because their emphasis is on streaming, while we would have information about everything. A lot of tournaments that are online have on the Twitch channel, yes, but we would just redirect our users to that.
Are you just focusing on esports?
No, on games.
On games in general, because you mentioned tournaments. Yes. All right. I went to your website as you were presenting, and I saw there was a registration form. What do you actually have live right now currently? And if you have something to show, my feedback to you would be to get rid of the registration form, because you guys obviously need to get traffic to a website. You need to show some stats to investors. I think that's just a blocker for now.
We currently have the tag system. Our website doesn't work just on what friends you have, but depending on the tags. Let's say you want EA Sports, you click on EA Sports, and then everything inside the platform will be delivered from EA Gaming Sports. We have wall posts, we have groups. In groups we have wall posts specifically designed for tournaments. And that's currently it. We are developing chat system now, and hopefully we will implement it in the future.
I think you've got a lot. You've got a lot to actually show. So my suggestion would be to try to get that user further down the line as you see how they interact with your website before you ask them to sign up.
Okay, we're going to end it there. Thank you very much. That's okay. Twice, third time you're out. I'm messing. Okay, thank you very much, Sebastian. Thank you for that. We're coming back live into the room, bringing down one person from Zagreb, Noah Galic, with their startup STup.
Hello, my name is Noah Galic, and this is my partner Antonella Rosendic. And we have come here today to welcome you to a new era of studying, introducing STup, a social network made by students for students where everything is in one place. So, what is STup? What are the problems that we are thinking of solving here? Well, from our own personal experience as students and numerous interviews and surveys that we conducted and researched, we have pinpointed 4 core problems every student has. The lack of student-specific organizational tools, limited access to custom-made studying materials such as student scripts, limited access to communication outside of their own faculties and universities, and problem with finding job opportunities. Our goal with STup is to create a free and accessible social network for all students, which will cover all of these problems. So what makes us different from any other social network? Well, first off, we double as an organizational tool, which instantly covers one of the problems that we outlined before. We will have a strictly user-moderated content, including our forum, and since this is a social network created specifically for students, we give our trust into their capable hands to moderate and create great content. Finally, you might be thinking, well, doesn't that just make you an e-learning platform? Well, no. E-learning platforms have 2 big problems. First of which is that they are usually either university or faculty specific. That makes connecting inside and outside of your university very hard. The second one is the fact that it is usually moderated by university or faculty staff, so students can get pretty nervous and opt out for WhatsApp groups or other forms of communication outside of the e-learning platform. And also tell me about the e-learning platform that has an easy access to job opportunities. With that finished, we're going to the market.
Thank you, Noah. So let's take a look at the market. Here, first off, we're going to test launch in University of Zagreb. Can you please press? Okay, thank you. We're going to test launch in University of Zagreb, which counts 65,000 students, and a few months. In following months, we're gonna collect the user.
We will collect user feedback in the following months after the test launch, so that we can expand further to Croatia, which counts 155,000 students, which is a very big number. But you know which number is bigger? 17.5 million students in all of Europe, which is our target after Croatia. So we're coming to our business model.
And first up, we're going to eliminate the competition. Like my colleague said, the only competition we have are e-learning platforms, and he outlined all their problems, and they are the reason why students don't really like them, So we're going to get to the real point here, and that is costs. Well, what we're going to need first is a place where we can store all our data, and for that we ought to CDN storage, and after that we're gonna need to employ a team of programmers who are going to maintain and constantly update our site. So, yeah. Okay. The income. I'm sorry.
Okay, the final question is how we're going to cover all our costs. Our income is based on our like area social network advertisements, and we have researched that Facebook, 85% of revenue on Facebook is actually based off their advertising and company cooperation. Thank you very much for your time.
First of all, thank you for your presentation, and I like the fact that you're complementing each other and helping each other out. So that's a fantastic trait for a team. So that's very important. So so well done. My question is around the generation of content. So you mentioned you were going to employ some people that will actually generate that content and create it. And while I thought it's actually more like a user-generated content platform, right?
It is actually user-generated content through the forums, to the scripts they upload, and through their studying materials. However, in the future, which we didn't put in the presentation, we are planning to employ some instructors, some professors who will hold, I don't know, some classes online.
Okay, thank you. And the second question is, if you're you have an internationalization strategy, right? So you want to go international with this?
Yes. So after the test launch, test launch in Zagreb, if it goes well and we expand to Croatia, we are planning to spread to the rest of Europe, as we pinpointed in our presentation, and we are going to create a localized version of the application for everyone, for every country.
Okay. And is that that localized content, is that very different from the content in Croatia, or do you expect it to be very similar?
Well, it depends on the universities. We will only provide the framework. STup is more of a framework where people who will be responsible in those countries for creating content, for creating university-based materials.
Okay, thank you.
So, good presentation, thanks. Maybe if you can tell us a little bit about the team, because I think you did not have a chance
yeah,
to
we
talk
didn't.
about
We were short on time, so we had to cut out a lot of things. Anyway, our team, I was actually individually working on this project for 2 years, and I failed 4 times, and I never found a good team to actually go through with it. I scrapped the design 4 times, and I finally found people at my faculty this year who want to help me make this. And I could say I was the founder. Antonella here is marketing department head. We have Antonella Rosandic, which created we have Emma Šepić, which created the design which you see here, and which we have currently programmed on our front end. And we have Ivan Jurina, which is responsible for our backend deployment, which will be, as we said, this autumn, because front end is basically finished right now. We're waiting for the backend to launch.
Question on that. You have a lot of things in the platform. You have a lot of features that you want to offer.
Yes.
What would you say, and it's probably easier also to help you in the beginning, what would you go for as your top feature that you want to build?
Definitely it is the forum. We took inspiration from Reddit in the subreddit, so users can generate their own subgroups. They can completely, the forum is completely depends on them, and I would say that is the star of the whole deal. And I would put up there, I would put also the teamwork and cooperation module, which enables people to work which enables people to find people from other faculties to help them in projects. You would go online, set up a project. I need a chemist, I need somebody from medicine, I need someone from FSB, and people would call you. And that is, the point is cooperation, communication, and teamwork. And that is the core point, and I think the... and I think that is the core, the star flagship of our project.
Do I have time for a follow-up question? Yeah. If you start with a forum, why do you have to wait to build a platform? So I'm kind of just brainstorming here with you. Why don't you guys just start a Slack channel, try to get everyone in there over the summer, 200 people, let's say, and then when you do have the product ready, you already have a community of people that can start using it?
Well, as we said, the initial launch will be in autumn, but we will have mini test launches, as I would like to call it. We are going to do some test groups. We are going to show it to people. And yes, we are going to show them specifically the forum and how it works, because that is the hardest part of the whole project, to have a functioning user-moderated forum. And we'll definitely need to work on it a bit through the summer. So when it launches in Atom, in Zagreb, people are not going to run into problems.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, team. We're going to go back online now, and can anyone guess where we're going to go? No one? Back to Malaga, of course, right? Where we have Hussein Ben Smida waiting for us. Online. There we go. Hussein, can you hear us? Excellent, good. And his startup is Trevor. Can you share your presentation with us? You look fine, you look great.
Okay, thank you. How can I share it?
Bottom of your screen, share screen, and then if your presentation's open already, just click on that.
Okay, yeah. Okay. Can you see my...
Perfect, yeah, that's excellent. You have 5 minutes, Hussein.
Okay, thank you for this opportunity. The story started with Amanda. When Amanda decided to visit Malaga, she went to the nearest travel agency to organize her culture trip. Unfortunately, our travel agent, James, doesn't know anything about Malaga and its culture. And after a waste of time, he recommended Amanda to book her flight ticket and then organize her trip. Amanda knows that nothing defines a country and makes it unique like its culture, seeing its arts and experiencing its tradition. And not only for Amanda, as you see here, more for the culture tourism is raised up more than 15% than the mass tourism. And this is exactly how we detected the opportunity of Triva. Our concept is based in cultural tourism, helping travel agencies to create cultural trips and serves to connect all actors in cultural tourism. Triva is international travel platform, competes in the e-tourism market. And to be more precise, we are targeting 14% of the international market. Our contribution consists in separating the advice and the business. We assign the task of planning and the recommendation to our neutral robot, and we left the task of selling to our travel agent. And our process is very simple. First step, just you organize your trip with our robot. The second, you share with target actors, and finally get your offer. We will work with international influencers to make demonstration using our mobile and web application. And to make the connection easier with our algorithm, we provide the interactive interface called Tinder. As you see here, any travel agent, any travelers can choose his points of interest based on the visiting time. So in the swap in the right if he's interested, in the left he's not interested, and in the heart if he wants 100% to visit these destinations. This filter can help us to know which algorithm we have to apply to make the best plan. Our target customers are travel agencies, and our users are curious travelers. Our competitors are among the best known platform in the world. For example, Evanius. If you want to plan your trip using the platform of Evanius, you need to fill the form, you send the request to the travel agent and you wait the answer, and you spend at least 2 or 3 days to get an answer. And our added value here is to automate this process. With Tribal, the feedback matters too, because we change our application content and update it based on the user experience. We have 4 offers: commission, when the travel agency want to organize a trip and publish it in our marketplace, and we keep only commission. Premium and Premium Plus, when travel agencies want to use our platform for in their locals or in their private platform, like using our API Trival. And the magic offer, which is called Gold. Gold is we give the exclusivity to the target local travel agency. To sum up, we have the freemium model, free to create organized trip, and premium to create personalized trips. We are different because we are the only platform in the world that provide the tender interface to make a plan in less than 60 seconds using our unique optimization algorithm. We have 17 clients gave trust to us in less than 2 months. And recently we got a client from Croatia. It's called Abacus. After 4 months, we will get our stable version, and our search result will come up with the best version after 1 year. Our roadmap is optimistic. By the end of 2022, we'll organize 1,000 trips to generate a revenue of $100,000. And between 23 and 24, we'll focus in enlarging our B2B travel agencies database to generate a revenue of $1 million. Our talented team members are Khmiri Khouloud, our web designer, Jose Anger, our CTO and full stack web developer, our dynamic business developer, Awad Frebhi, and I'm the researcher and the CEO of Trival. We have started.
Okay, Hussein, I'll have to cut you off there, and we're going to move to the judge questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
I have a few questions. I know you didn't manage to finish the presentation, but what made you choose this space? Maybe tell me about your background. Why tourism?
Okay, I'm a PhD student at the University of Malaga, and I'm developing optimization algorithm to solve problems in the e-tourism market. In the smart mobility and the e-tourism is 2 subjects I'm working for.
Great. So going back to your business model and your traction to date, you said you have 17 clients.
Yeah.
Are these paid clients, and I assume these are agencies, or?
All of them are travel agencies, and 2 of them they take the gold offer. During this period, we work for commission and gold. Why commission and why gold? Commission is for free, like we don't engage any travel agency to pay any subscription. Perhaps for gold, we need to learn from the travel agency, and we give them the exclusivity in their country. And this is another strategy. So we have started with the first and the fourth offer. Perhaps for the premium and the premium plus will be after 1 year.
You already have a turnover of 10,000. I'm not sure what currency that is. Is it euro or?
Yeah, this is because when we do the prospection and I tell the agency, can you subscribe in our platform and organize your trips using our platform? They ask us to develop their website because they trust our, they like the idea because in our platform we use components. Imagine that travel agency want to make a plan. They write many lines, and when they want to make another plan, they need to write a lot of other lines. Perhaps in our project, just they need to use their components, and our recommendation system will help them later to make their plan.
And just one final question from me. Obviously, we all know that the past year has been pretty difficult for tourism. In what period of time have you got these agencies? When have you started, and what's next step? I've seen a lot of countries on that slide, but what would be your go-to-market in the first place?
Yeah, I think we are here, we are selling the technology. We are not competing the giant in the e-tourism, and it's a good opportunity for us because we have the time to prepare something for the period after the coronavirus. Because after the coronavirus, it's not the same like before for the e-tourism and industry. To answer your questions, yes, many travel agencies suffer from their situation and are looking for a new solution to make their business grow.
Sorry. And what about the market? Sorry again. Where are you present now? And just because you mentioned a lot of countries, some of them are actually quite different from one another. Just thinking about your customer profile and their psychology as well. Which market are you going after?
We are targeting all cultural countries because we are working with cultural tourism. So we are targeting cultural countries, cultural places in the world. So this is our target market, and we are looking for travel agencies from their countries. Is it clear or no?
We're just having a hard time to understand that. Which market again?
My target market are travel agencies. We are targeting travel agencies in all the world.
Travel, right, as a geography, which market?
As the geography, all cultural country. Like when you find the culture, when you find, for example, Malaga is cultural country. For example, when we say Barcelona, when we say, there are many countries, when you find, for example, in Malaga, they have, it's example, they have the flamingo, they have something, they have a culture.
Right, I understand. Just a feedback from me. Try to narrow down a bit because it makes it really difficult to get these agencies. Try to go with one market first and then go to others. Sorry.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Hussein, for that presentation. Thank you to the judges for your questions. We're at the final pitch of this group today, and we're back in the room with some locals. So I'd like to welcome up Ivan Magash. Girls, don't be jealous of his beautiful locks. With I'm Alive. Over to you, Ivan. I won't touch it.
Hello, my name is Ivan, and I will show you today what I'm Alive is all about. So we are a live streaming platform focused on arts and crafts with the goal of creating largest online community for creatives. Because we want to help artists to expand their market to reach a global audience, and at the same time to solve the problems for audiences facing barriers to watching those cultural and arts events. So this is where live streaming comes in play, because this is a great tool for artists who want to reach more people and want to invent new way of presenting their work. The best thing is it's completely free to use, and in little to no time you can start streaming, and you don't need to go travel to another country or city or anything. So as I said, it's completely free to use, and it always will be, because we want to make it accessible to everyone. Anyone can sign up and start streaming in no time, whether you are professional or just a beginner. And you also have a chat function to help you interact with your audience during the live stream. So this is the best time to do it now, because technology is getting better and better each day. And before, the web was only a search engine for displaying information, and now it evolved in social networks and something much, much bigger. So artists are finding new ways and rethinking how will they present it. Stats show that 63% of people aged 18 to 34 watch live streaming content regularly. And the second most watched type is concerts and festivals. So, we have a big market opportunity here with compound annual growth rate of almost 27%. And it will in a couple of years reach more than 100 billion US dollars, because the live streaming is the leading market in leading segment in video streaming market. So, but with that such a market, there is a big competitive edge, because everybody is fighting to win that market. And that's where we stand apart from other platforms like social networks, because live streaming is not their main content. It's just there. We focus on arts and crafts, bringing all of them under one roof with no fear of algorithm decreasing your visibility. The target market are amateurs and early career artists performing original work who want to reach a global audience, and with the main focus on music, spoken word and fine arts, and English-speaking countries. This is just a sample of our current users. They're coming from Croatia, Slovenia, Poland, UK, and US, and they are singing, drawing, reciting poetry. We even had one club, Judeno Drvo, stream their fundraising event on I'm Alive a couple of months ago. Our main model is network effect, because we are learning from other tech giants like Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, and even PayPal, who didn't turn on their revenue cap until they had like 4 million users. And we will profit share with the creators through the ticket sales, web shop, and of course, ad revenue. We launched in January this year, and now we're focusing on private streams with the paywall and donations. The next step will be web shops. So if you see an artist draw something, you can buy that painting before it's even done. Or if you see someone play some music, you can download that song or complete album. And I'm Alive is just the first step in what we envision for I'm a brand. There are much more services that we are discussing, like I'm a booking or I'm a academy or etc. And this is all brought to you by a team of experts, each in their own field. We have Vanya. She's our CEO, CFO. She also co-founded a wealth management startup with an exit last year. Then we have Jana, who is our CMO, a client acquisition, marketing expert, and analytics, who also had experience in prior startups. And myself, with more than 10 years of experience in software development, so with the knowledge on how to create, deploy, maintain this platform, and much more. So thank you all for your time, and come join us create the next big thing, imalive.com.
Thanks very much. First question, I guess, is around the artists. How do you intend to recruit all those artists on your platform?
So we are now working on direct marketing, so finding them on other platforms. And you have, for poetry, you have lots of websites where they list their contact info. So we're doing that way.
Okay, and how do they respond if you contact them? Like, what is your, how do they respond to the platform? Like, why would they want to participate to this platform and not to others?
Because other platforms, for example, like Twitch, it has arts, but it's mainly gaming, and it's the main content is gaming. And with this platform, with I'm Alive, we are bringing all arts and crafts into the same place, into one house.
Okay. And one question around the business model. You mentioned that you want to keep it free for quite a long time to build up your audience, but you also mentioned you had like a paywall for private streams, right? Is that right? So which way are you going to go?
It's free to use. You can freely sign up, and it will always be free. But we have private streams and paywalls. So you, for example, if you are a singer, you can create a event on there, and you can raise money like that. So that is the why private walls, paid walls.
Okay, thanks.
What exactly do you have live right now as a platform, as a function?
Yeah, we launched in January this year, and by now we have about 300 users and about 40 streamers. And the retention rate is actually good. It's big because they keep coming back to stream the content.
So 300 or 3,000 users, sorry, you said?
300.
300. How many of them have uploaded a video or have streamed?
So we have two types of users, users who watch and users who stream.
Mhm.
We have about 35 streamers.
35. I think one of the most important things with these platforms is really the content, the quality of it. How do you vet these people, first of all, when they upload or they stream their content? And do you have a kind of a criteria, for example, for the content? Would you accept them if their content is already live on another platform? Because I think curating this platform really is going to make what is going to make it stand out.
So firstly, the quality of the video and audio is better. What we found in our research is better than other platforms. A couple of months ago, Facebook had a problem with streaming with low quality of the audio, and on our side, audio is really good. And video quality depends on your internet speeds. But as the world is progressing more and more, and with the 5G network, it will solve all of that problems.
You don't have a way to vet these people that are signing up to your platform? Because I could come to your platform right now and just upload anything, right?
Yeah.
So you're working on this, or?
Well, we are moderating content. We can moderate content, but we are searching for artists, and they usually don't do anything. They just present their work.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ivan. So some of you may have noticed there's a list going around for you to request your coffee. Has everyone seen that list? Excellent. Because we're actually going to finish a bit earlier, but before we go for our coffee break, we'll give them a few minutes to continue baristering away, if that's even a verb. And I just wanted to say that during the lunch break, a couple of people from Split came up to me and said, "How was my presentation? Did I do okay? I was so nervous." And first of all, everyone that's presented today, you've done a really amazing job. I'm sat right here. I can see if you're shaking or nervous or sweating. The stripes down the back with beads of sweat, I see that as well. But it's perfectly normal. And everyone sat here, and especially the judges, they've been there before. They've done that before. And therefore, they have empathy. They know what it's like to be up here in front of people, especially for the first time, presenting in some cases what is, 2 months old, 3 months old, so you don't have all the answers, and that's fine. They expect that as well. So just a huge round of applause to everyone that's been up here so far. And if you're one of those people that thinks, I could never do that, you really can. The best way is to, first of all, do it in front of your friends and family. I think someone mentioned earlier about when you get your product tested, you ask your friends and family first, but you kind of know they're going to be nice to you. And then you can do it in front of other people that are scary. Although now everyone wears masks, they're not as scary as before, because you don't know if they're smiling or not, and you can't actually see, so it doesn't matter so much. We have one last group after this lunch break. No, there's not a second lunch, sorry. After this coffee break. So we will be back in here at what time, Lana? At 4:40 for our final group of startup pitches today. Have a good coffee and see you in half an hour or so. are back in the room for our final round of pitches. However, I don't think everyone's come back from the coffee break. We're just waiting for one more person. But before we begin, let me introduce you to the next group, the final group of today. The next startups will be focusing on health, quality of life, and blue economy. And we welcome our judges for this round. We have Gorgo, Sarah, and Renata. So I hope those teams that are about to pitch have done their research on these three and know what they're looking for. Without further ado, we're back in the room, and we're welcoming back Nicola Tandara from Helm Order Monitor. Over to you, Nicola. Remember this time, keep the microphone on your chin at all times. With his colleague, my colleague is coming with me. His name is? Herway. And Herway. Uh-huh.
You say when you're ready. You ready? Okay. Hi guys, you won't see me pitching anymore today, I promise. This is our second project. I'm Nicola, this is the founder and of the company Elnav, Herway. And to understand a little bit more about this project, first I have to share you some knowledge about how does steering and navigation in ships work. So basically when sailing the open seas, ships are relying on autopilot. But when steering narrow channels, shallow seas, entering or exiting the ports, basically they are turned to manual pilot. That is done by pilot, helmsman, or a captain. And it is done by verbal orders that are strict and standardized and needs to be executed in the right order. The problem with this is that humans are the main cause of all marine accidents. More than 75% of all the accidents on the sea is done by human mistake. And it costs worldwide shipping industry more than $500 million every year. You remember this picture from a few months ago, Evergreen stuck in the Suez. This little accident will cost the global economy between $7 and $10 billion this year. And here is the words from one of our famous captains, Vrčić. I leave nothing to chance. I follow every pilot's helm order and helmsman response. And several times it happened that because of a misunderstanding between the pilot and helmsman, I had to jump and grab the helm to avoid ship grounding. So the human error is a big problem. And we found the solution for this problem by making a device that will use speech recognition, machine learning in combination with all the data from all the ship sensors, and it checks whether the issued helm orders are clear, confirmed, and correctly executed. We are taking date time, gyro, speed, rate of turn, rudder angle, GPS, and bidirectional microphones to see from which part of the ship's deck the orders came. So I will give you the working example. Basically, the pilot says port steer 170, which basically means turn left 70 degrees. And the helmsman repeats the order. We have two-factor authentication because each order by standard needs to be repeated and correctly executed. Now the device is working correctly. It detects the order. Everything's going fine, but the ship is steering in the wrong direction. So our device is alerting everybody on the bridge that ship is moving in the wrong direction and the chain of commands isn't completed and closed as it should be. So what are the benefits of this approach? The benefits are that we are eliminating human mistakes. We are collecting data analytics that we are going to send to insurance companies. We can alert captain if any of the other instruments on the board is not working. And we are forcing everybody on the bridge to follow rules and standards, because most times rules are bent or broken. Here you can see simple schematics of the device, how it will work. And about our 3 stages, we are finishing the first stage of prototyping, and in a few months we are hoping to start testing with nautical simulators, and after that the plan is to test the real device on the real ship together with Maritime Pilots Association. We are focusing mostly on insurance companies and big shipping companies. There are more than 94,000 commercial vessels in the world, but we are focusing on 40,000 ships that are over 3,000 gross tons. Basically, we are pioneers in this area. Nobody is doing such a thing, nor any other agency or organization is forcing anybody from the shipping industry to have this sort of device on their bridge. There was a competition on Fraunhofer Institute, German institute, that was developing speech recognition that would be used on the bridges, but they didn't push it to the end. They didn't have device, and from this week they are working with us. And we are having the patent pending in Croatian Patent Office. So, as you may know, this sort of thing is expensive. I will need 50,000 euros at least to finish prototype and everything, to get all the license and everything checked. Traction is good. We have raised most of the money ourselves. We have finished the first phase of building the prototype, software and hardware, and we have got grants from the state and got the office. So this is our team. Our founder, Hrvoje, long-time maritime officer, Tomislav, Ante, me, Nikola, and Mislav. Thank you for your time. Which one? That one.
It said 50,000, here is 5,000.
Well, where is the 5,000? So basically 50,000.
I think he meant kunas.
No, for everything. So basically, kunas, sorry. Is it kunas or euros? You would know better.
Never mind, but so you need all these 6 points.
Yeah, and
and what is the total of all of the?
What is the total amount of?
The total expected to be around 150,000 euros. Because
for how long?
We are still missing for the classification papers numbers.
Okay,
still waiting for those.
150 is for how long?
It's for 2 years.
And then you're ready to go.
We are ready to go after that. Yep.
Okay. And what about the patent? With whom did you do it? Who was your advisor?
Hrvoje will know better. Hrvoje done everything.
I filed the patent. The patent was filed in February. So as you know, the process takes about a year and a half. But after 1 year, if you file in a national patent, you have obligation to file the worldwide patent application, which is much more expensive, of course. And then 2 years in that one. When that's finished and you are approved, then you go to each court of each state independently and file for patent there, so it's a 3-step procedure.
But you know that you need to commercialialize it in order that the patent doesn't expire.
Yes, actually the patent here serves to protect you by the time you get commercial.
Okay,
you know, so
and
that
you decided to do it because of
yes.
the Germans not to copy or?
Yes, because nobody ever, because there are 195 countries in a national treaty for patents, nobody ever filed patents on all countries. You go to 5 of 6 major markets, like China, USA, Canada, over there, and then you file for patent application over there with those states.
Okay, and at the moment your team is working on the pure development.
Yes, we are working on development because, as you saw, here is a little bit different. Normally the people prepare the prototype, so they have the prototype and they can develop. Here, you go with the prototype last, because once you get all the hardware specs, you need to invest huge amount of money for the testing. It's 25,000 euros, and there are patents, there are papers, they call it type approval papers, from 7 to 8 classification societies, each one around 5,000 to 6,000 euros. So everything is related to that testing. So there's huge amount of money.
I understand. And when do you plan to start thinking of sales and marketing? In the year 3 or in the year 2?
Year two, because it's not going to take too long. Once we get all the hardware specs, The procedure for testing is about 1 month only. So after that one, basically, we have all the papers and we are ready to go. We have a finished product.
Thank you, I'm done.
You're welcome.
Thank you for your question.
Thank you. Could you tell a bit more about your business model and pricing?
Once again, I'm asking you, I'm just the technical guy. Okay.
Can you repeat once again, please? I didn't hear you correctly. Can you repeat, please?
Could you please elaborate on your business model and pricing?
Okay, so we are basically aiming on the shipping companies at first, but also we have to push this idea through the insurance companies that work in the maritime sector, because the history has proved that they are the ones that are pushing the new technologies as a way to save money. So, to be honest, I'm not completely sure how it works, because the last time there was innovation in the maritime sector, that was a long time ago, before even the internet, I would say. So we have to figure out how to get there now in this situation, and approach to the insurance companies, because they will help us with the other, like IMO, International Maritime Organization, and that's, so this is our way of moving.
So who are you selling to then? To the insurance companies, or to who's your buying persona?
So there will be shipping companies, the training centers for the seafarers, and also to approach the insurance companies and see how can we cooperate further, because they will be also interesting in this. So they will help us to push this, because after all, they are the ones with the money. They are investing money, they are insuring those ships. So they will definitely be interesting to work with us to push these products further through the shipping companies. You're welcome.
Okay, yeah, hi.
Hi.
So just a few questions from me. You mentioned already in terms of, wow. So you mentioned already that the last innovation in the maritime sector was like before the internet. And I bet, because you want to sell it either to insurance companies, either to boat makers, you know, the sales cycle must be very long. So are you prepared for that?
Can you repeat one more, please?
Sorry, no problem. So I'm just selling that whether you want to sell it to boat makers or insurance companies, the sales cycle, I mean the time when you can actually commence the first sale, can be like very long. And I was curious, like, have you guys did any have you done any calculation on that? Like, how will you survive until you commence the first sale, or what's the plan here?
So the how are we going to sell? You mean
yeah, because
like
if you approach like a boat maker,
yeah, of course.
From experience, it's like while you sign a contract from the first point of contact, it can take like years. And just wondering, like, what's the plan here? How will you survive until then?
So
maybe answer very quick, please. Quick answer.
A quick one. Okay, so as Nicola mentioned, the way we're going to test it, so already in the testing with the real ship, with the maritime pilots, we're going to have a classification society with us, and also some representatives of the shipping companies, and also from the insurance companies. We'll see at the moment already how the prototype works in practice. So from there, it also depends the results, how fast we're going to go, how fast we're going to gain the traction. But I think it will be pretty big boom. Cool. When they hear there is something new in the technology coming up.
And that's your exit strategy as well, sorry, just.
Yeah, that's cool. The strategy, yeah.
Thank you very much. Hervoje and Nicola. Round of applause. Okay, and we're bringing another person over from Ljubljana, Theodor Ivanosha from startup Palmo. Oh, okay, he's online. I've got the wrong information here. Theo, you didn't come to Split, why not? It's a lot more beautiful down here.
Yeah, like I'm starting in Germany, so it's a bit farther.
Fair enough. Okay, start whenever you're ready.
I'll just check everything works. Okay. Hello, I'm Theo and I represent Team Pulmo. Pulmo is an air purifying system that prevents respiratory and development issues for children and parents in air polluted areas. Let's start with the facts. More than 90% of all children breathe toxic air every single day. And why is that a problem? According to World Health Organization, air pollution seriously affects neurodevelopment and is damaging children's lung function, even at the lower levels of exposure. It lowers IQ and memory capacity, reduces test scores, and develops or worsens respiratory diseases. Do we really want that for our children? We know for a fact that air pollution is a big problem in big Chinese cities. But what about Europe? Well, just in year 2012, there were more premature deaths in Europe due to air pollution than there were deaths in Europe in 2020 due to COVID-19. And what is even more concerning is that babies in strollers breathe up to 60% more dangerous air pollution than adults. To lower child exposure to toxic air, we present you Pulmo. Our product is an integrated air purifying system designed exclusively for strollers. Pulmo protects the baby using integrated air filtering technology from health-affecting particles and gases such as air pollution, allergens, and viruses that spread throughout the air. Our product consists of 3 parts: portable air purifying device, breathable transparent cover with integrated air filters, and air pollution and temperature sensor connected with an app. Portable air purifying device will be quiet and carefully designed to provide the best quality of air while not disturbing the baby. Our product will hold the latest health and safety certificates. Then, breathable transparent cover with integrated air filters to regulate fresh air intake and temperature inside the stroller, even when the air purifying device is turned off. Our app collects and presents real-time data. It warns about the temperature and pollution inside and outside of stroller, since with our human senses, we cannot detect all external factors affecting the baby. Competitors. There are different portable air purifying systems and solutions on the market. However, the existing products do not provide good enough air quality inside of the stroller, blow air directly to baby's face, or they are not at all suitable for babies. On the other hand, Pulmo is designed specifically for strollers. It provides safe environment with excellent air quality inside of the stroller and therefore prevents development and respiratory issues caused by air pollution. Our product keeps parents informed about the air quality on their daily commutes and suggests avoiding highly polluted areas. It also provides information about the temperature and the air quality inside of the stroller, and that contributes to greater safety for children and relieves some stress for the parents. Market. In the figures is real-time air pollution index on the 13th of June 2021. All areas marked orange or above represent areas with pollution higher than the World Health Organization guidelines and are therefore areas of our potential target customers. There is currently 630 million children under age of 5 that are exposed to toxic air about World Health Organization air quality guidelines. We estimate that at least 350 million of them use stroller on a daily basis. Because of already existing awareness about air pollution in Asia, our entry market would primarily be big Chinese cities. Out of 45 million children in China that use stroller, we target to acquire with proper execution and funding, ideally 500,000 customers in a year. Business model. Our main sources of the income will be sale of the product and sale of the replacement filters that have specific patented shape and fit to our product. They also need to be replaced every 6 months. Who are we? I believe that we are a good team because we have diverse knowledge, international study and work experience, several design awards, a good networks and resources in China, and first-hand knowledge about our target markets, Europe and China. We search for additional team member with software developing and marketing skills. We decided to work on this project because we want to contribute our part for the better future and health of the children. Our next steps. First, we must gain complete understanding of customers via surveys and interviews in our target markets, China and Europe. Based on this information, we would further evolve our product and through testing and iteration, develop our MVP. In parallel, we would like to also work on our go-to-market strategy. Afterwards, we would like to start with patent and certificate applications. That was all from my side. Thank you for your time and your attention. If you have any questions, please do not hesitate to ask.
over to the judges.
Shall I go first? Excellent pitch. This is how the pitch should look like. Congratulations. And how far are you from the final product?
We are actually, in my opinion, still quite far. We are in the initial stages because we first want to gain complete understanding of our customers. We are now at idea phase.
How long do you work together already on the idea?
We worked together before on one other idea, like we first wanted to develop full stroller, and now in last 5 months we deviated from the whole stroller into just air purifying device.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much. Now you are in the research phase, and what strikes me is that your product is quite expensive compared to your competitors. It's 2 or 2.5 times more expensive. So have you researched the market? Do you have the customers willing to buy for it? Does it match with your projected revenue?
Yes, first thing is actually the biggest problem of our project is that we would probably need to educate the customers because there is no solution specifically designed for strollers. And that would be the biggest problem. That's why we want to do a thorough interviews and research, especially in China, where would be our entry market because of already existing awareness. And additional thing, we plan to register our company in Germany, which has a really high reputation for high standards, and because it's safety and health product, we want to get certificates for our product and therefore also a bit higher price.
Thank you.
Hi, thanks. It was a great pitch. There's a few questions. You mentioned China, but you also mentioned Germany. So any clear direction in terms of the go-to-market strategy and international expansion? Because China is a difficult market. I mean, you can be very ambitious, but still, it's a really tough market. So why is that you actually selected China?
China is selected due to only thing because there is the already existing awareness of air pollution, and according to different studies, the latest one was that Chinese people are the most concerned about the corruption in government, and second one is the air pollution. And also what we found out is that people in China buy strollers that are higher from the ground because they believe that the lower the stroller is to the ground, the higher air pollution their child breathes, and therefore higher strollers sell in China.
Well, I still have some doubts in terms of the Chinese market. But and you also mentioned that so the business model, so it's a one-off fee plus you need to buy the filter after 6 months, but this is for babies. And I just didn't get that. So, if it's for 6 months, the baby is baby until at least average 3 times 6 months, really? Or no, it's 2.5, or maybe 6 times. Yeah. So what happens after? So can you create some strategic lock-in maybe later on, or after the baby is not a baby anymore, it's not your market?
Yeah, we were also planning maybe to also create device so they could also use it at home or use it in a car. That they could be also one option.
Okay. Well, I don't have any question. That guy's watching me, so okay, shut up. Thanks.
I have a comment. On all the reasons you mentioned for China, there is another one, and this is that by cultural background and by psychology, Chinese parents are irrational in spending money for baby safety products, and this is true. And there are many babies in China and many babies.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dale, and thank you, judges, for your questions. Next up, we're going to bring back one person who pitched before, Hubert Kotz, with his partner Clara Dargac, both from Gdansk, and this time to tell us about their startup, Talk2. Welcome back.
Talk2 and win your personal challenge. I am Clara Dargac and I would like you to present a project that took second place in the international competition for the best IT system architecture. Pandemic. We have all been affected by the lockdown. Consequences? Young deepen their addiction to computer and lose contact with peers in reality. Adults become addicted to alcohol and develop toxic relationship. Those who were aware of the problem very often did not receive help of time. Poland ranks third in number of suicides in Europe. In some Polish city, queues to psychologists is 150 days. More than 40% of young Poles struggle with symptoms of depression. Proposal? You are not dealing with consequences of pandemic. For a large part of us, time to resolve problem is running out. To check our idea, we asked 96 young people from Northern Poland what they need. 62% would like to use chat support. 41% of them would like to help them. 65% would like receive support in finding friends to develop common passion. We want to help get out of isolation through digital process supervised by mentors. Thanks to our solution, young, isolated, and burned out people will be bolder and bolder to build positive value with society. The key to solving problem is grit. Grit in regular exercise, grit in eating healthy meals, grit in building healthy relationship. Our solution is application with 3-step of process. It's based on mentoring people in need, supervising them in their progress in personal challenge, and participation in events. We base our solution on Google Cloud. Due to the hybrid nature of application, we will use Flutter technology. Our business model assumes income from 2 supply groups. Guy will be paid basic on premium subscription with option of premium trainers. Mentors without experience will help pro bono, and when their prestige increase, they will switch to paid mode. We will have commission income of 50%. Generation Z, young people with limited budget. They will pay basic subscription and use free services. Generation Y, successful but burned out people. They will pay premium services. The value of telemedicine market in the world is $45 billion. In Poland, group of potential user is 4 million people. Our main advantages is anonymity, talk in crisis situation, and well-balanced demand group. Our project started in July 2020. Since then, we have a lot of interviews and take part in competitions. Our next step is providing MVP for a group of 10 people. In December, we plan to conduct application with basic functionalities. Our team consists of young, energetic people from University of Gdańsk. Hubert is a programmer. Agnieszka is sub-inspector in psychological team assistant. Clara works with data. Irina, creation promotion materials. They notice us. Would you join? To implement our solution in the highest quality, we are looking for specialists in UX, marketing, capital, and business partners. Thanks for attention.
didn't understand on this coach and mentor. Is it a real person?
Yes.
So how many of them are you going to need once you have a worldwide business?
How many?
Yeah, many.
Many. Okay, so that's the good question and strictly related to the business model, because the business model is kind of a freelance marketplace. Our goal is to provide a service that will help enthusiastic, young and ambitious people to become personal trainers, coaches, people who want to help others but don't have enough experience to start from making money at the beginning. So as it is shown on the slides, we have two users, guys and buddies, and two kind of services. One is pro bono patronage and the second is paid patronage. Pro bono patronage is on the service of people who are beginning their journey on being mentors, and paid is for service that is conducted by professionals. So Generation Y is paying for the service because they are in charge to do so, but Generation Z is not able because they are students, people who cannot afford this kind of luxury, and they can use services of people who just want to help pro bono and be more specialized in providing this kind of service.
But the target group of the problem you are solving is not clear to me. Is your target group the coaches and unemployed people who will provide the service, or is your target group the end users, the people who are affected by these COVID consequences we all have? You need to concentrate on one target group. And
yes. So
or maybe it's both. Did you think about it?
Yes, we have both groups, but one group is limited to people who are in need, and these people will pay subscription or also additionally pay for mentor services. And kind of attracting these people is different from mentors who can come to help. So we will gain money by receiving part of the service price, so fees, 15%.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much. So we've seen a few similar applications like that, but of course I can see some different, obviously different stuff, but what is your actual unique selling point in here? Is it that people with pro bono feature can participate, or what?
The unique value that we want to provide is the pipeline from being interested in finding someone who can help, who can just give a talk, to build positive behaviors, habits through making different kind of challenges like push-ups, like building healthy habits. And the end point is to participate in bottom-up initiatives. So we want to let people get out of the isolation going through the application. We don't want to keep them in the application. We want to let them be a part of initiatives that are already there. So we don't want to create initiatives. We want to connect people that are in need but don't have an idea how can attend, and let them be a part of society.
Okay, great, thank you. And another thing just came to my mind is that are you essentially providing a kind of a health service? Is it fair to say? Is it a health service that you provide through the app? Because we talked about mental issues.
Yes, yes.
Have you analyzed the risks around it? If we are talking about mentors that are not experienced.
Yes, our team member Agnieszka is working as sub-inspector
in psychological team assistant in city
of Gdynia. Yes, and she has many insights. The main risk is, of course, that mentor can hurt body. So that's the main risk, and because of that, we want to limit the contact possibilities between mentor and buddy at the beginning, but let the people who are affording the service in premium way to have full aspect of possibilities to contact with.
Okay, fair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you, judges, for your questions. Go. You and Ariane, being such gentlemen, so letting these two ladies go first. And okay, next up, we're going online. And I asked you last time where are we going. I'm going to ask you again. Where are we going? Malaga. Yes, where we have Ares Merida Quintero. Are you with us, Ares? Yes, I see him. Hello.
Yes.
And you're going to tell us all about
hear me fine?
room 29. So let's see your presentation. Share it with us, please.
Let me know if you can see it, okay?
Yes, all
I'm
good.
preparing.
All good this end. Whenever you're ready.
Okay, just give me a sec. I'm on that. Can you see it?
Yep, all good.
Okay, well then let's start, okay? So, thank you very much for this opportunity. It means a lot to me. My name is Ares. I'm a personal trainer, and what I do for a living is actually making healthy people around me. And actually that's what inspired me to develop this idea, which is Room 29, and it has as a goal fighting against physical inactivity, reduce health issues, and diminishing the cost to the world economy. I have to tell you that probably as Maria, which is here, and me, we like to practice sport and we used to go to the gym. And also probably you know somebody that is like this person here, which represents Samuel. Samuel is a friend of mine that also works in the sports center as a personal trainer. And I feel really sorry sometimes because he has an enormous potential to help his customer, but he cannot because he doesn't have the adequate tools in his hand. And you know, usually when we go to work out, we want for a place that it motivates us to be the best of us. And also as a professional, we always look for the best tools in order to provide the best service to our customer, right? So the first problem that we find when we go to work out is also you and me, we have a lot of work, we have a tight schedule, and then once we put our foot in the gym, we start to lose motivation. And I'm gonna tell you why. Because the place is crowded, there is a feeling of no air, there is not so good smell, and then at the end, we don't any longer enjoy our session. And this is because two things. First, because we all go at the same time, so that's normal. And second one is because the fitness industry sometimes is just looking at the profit business, but not at the customer's need. So something has to be changed. If you're a personal trainer or professional like me, also you're gonna find this kind of problems, such as renting a place is expensive, you need a lot of work, money, and at the end, it's a high risk for a starter. Believe me that I have been doing this for the last year. It was always difficult and obstacle. So what do? Is to create another gym, to open another new gym, the same concept every time. The solution, actually not. So we want to do something different. That is creating a fresh, neat, and smart spaces for people like you. How we're gonna do it? Easy. We're gonna rent places such as offices. We're gonna renovate them. We're gonna condition them. We're gonna make it comfy, cozy, ready for you to go, to work out, to do whatever you want with whomever you wish, no restriction. And we're gonna put it in our platform. There, you're gonna go to that platform. You're gonna schedule a time that you're gonna go. You also can hire a personal trainer. And then at the end, you know, you're gonna be happier and healthier because you're gonna do something that you like and in the best that you want. So it's all your way. You can even meet people with the same interest and the same values as you in our application if you like. So if you're a trainer, it's kind of the same. You can go with your trainee, with your clients, and even you can get new customers through application that are searching for professional as good as you, and then they're gonna reach you out. So let me tell you how to use this application. Very simple. I almost already told you. You only have to sign in the application. Then you're gonna pick your room. You're gonna go for whenever you want, and also you are gonna choose how long you wanna use it. You book it, and then you go with whomever you wish. No commitment. Just go and enjoy. Okay. Other thing that we had to talk about is the market size. Market size. The fitness industry is really wide. That we know, and still is growing and is prognosed to be growing also for the next years. And it's also very complex. And I think the most important data that we have here is like we have more fitness clubs every year in Europe, and also more people that they go to those places. So the competence is fierce. We have a lot of competitors, and also we had to think smart in order to provide a solution that it can beat our competitors in that way. So we put an eye on Silofit, a Canadian company that got all this data here about invention, and we started to study our competitors. And so we saw what they are doing good and what they are not doing so good in order to make a difference and to be a bit farther. For that, we are going to focus on making people comfier. For example, if you go to our place, you only have to take your clothes that you need, and that's it, because the rest of the things, such as shampoo, for example, utilities, we're going to do everything sustainable. Opening a gym, the same thing, is not sustainable, at least as we think. So even if you miss a coffee break, you will have it there if you like so. So at the end, we want to create a community with the people that they are actually with the same shared values and interests. So that will be like an added point. And about now, we have the team is just me, actually. So we hope that Anya is going to join to me in order to help together. And also we need, in order to develop further this project, a CTO and a head product of design. About the revenue model, we're going to use a pay-per-use. Also, we are going to touch different business patterns, such as franchising, because I think this will be good for growing. For starting, we had to still try many things because we are in the very beginning. We have been working a little time with this, and we want to open 2 different places. One is sport, strength specifically, and one versatile, for example, pole dance, yoga, etc. Prices is not defined because we are working on knowing a little bit more about our target. And
I will have to stop you there, and we'll go
at the end. We just want to satisfy people that they appreciate the care in every detail,
straight
and
to the
we
panel
deliver a
for
solution for
questions.
professional that they want to live their passion. So if I had to describe this with 3 words, it would be Room 29 is easy, flexible, and your way. So thank you very much. I hope that it didn't take so long, and I will be glad to answer all your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Aris. Okay, to the judges. Gergo.
Yeah, that was fast, frankly. So actually, I cannot give you any feedback because you were talking so fast and you wanted to tell so many things that I didn't understand the meaning of the business and what are you doing. So instead of like giving any judging, I give you a feedback. Instead of like having 27 slides and speaking that fast, just reduce it to 10. I saw like more complex solutions, oncology, deep tech innovations. They put microchips in tumors and they can actually explain it within 5 minutes, and I'm fairly sure that you can do the same. So actually, that's my feedback. I cannot give you any proper judgment because I didn't really get it. Sorry, you lost me. And judgment.
Oh, sorry.
No,
Thank you anyways.
I think I get it. Is it like you're the WeWork for gym? Are you, or are you?
Sorry?
Are you like a WeWork for gym, or more like an Airbnb for gym? That's what I'm trying to understand.
It's kind of simple. What we want to make is imagine sorry, I don't know if that was all the question, but what I wanted to answer is it's going to be simple. Imagine a room of hotel.
No, I understand. So are you, okay, so I'm rephrasing it. Are you basically committing to long-term lease, to giving it out to short-term leases?
Okay, no, we're going to do it just for the one time that you go, and that's it. You can use it often, but you don't need a commitment for that.
And how about you? Are you investing in those rooms? Are you buying the gyms? That's what I'm trying to understand.
Our idea is to rent a place and to condition them. Yeah, but we will use those 2 first as a showroom. Yeah, because we after want to grow as a franchising, telling the business men, business women how to do it, and that's it. I think we need a place just to show how it works, how it would be.
Great. So what I would advise just maybe to think about the risks and look into like WeWork and yeah, just evaluate risks on long-term versus short-term leases. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Well, Alex, you're so great and motivated, but I can only agree with Gregor that we couldn't understand anything. So you Spanish people, you speak so fast even when you speak English. And you try to say such a lot of amount of information, and it was just not understandable. And then I lost you at the slide number 3, and then I tried to follow you by reading the slides. But then on the slides, the letters were very small. Maybe I'm too old, but maybe if you increase the letters on the slides, maybe that would have helped. So it was difficult, and you should work on your pitch and say less and slower and clearer. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I will do the next time. Sure. Thank you.
Just don't get disencouraged. You're doing great. Yeah.
That's the point.
No. Everything is all right. This is my first time. I just want to learn, you know?
You did well for your first time, so well done. Thank you.
Done.
Okay, round of applause, please. Thank you, Aris, and thank you, judges. Yeah, when it's your first time, you have that tendency to speak faster. And as Renata said, and also a couple of other people, yeah, Spanish people do speak really fast. And the fact that he can speak that fast in English as well, a lot faster than I could, he's definitely got a job in horse racing, maybe. Next up, we are coming back to the room with one of our guys from Split, Josip Marasovic. Ah, okay. With Doc Me. Yeah, and Thomas, sorry.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks. Ex-basketball player, I have to be tall. Is it working? Yeah, okay. Shall we? A drone was lifted up, sky high above a marina. Internal inspection discovered more than 50% of illegal docking spots. But grey economy is not the only issue which requires modern solutions in marina industry. After doing extensive research in industry, we discovered that they use almost medieval methods to fight systematic issues, such as outdated processes, sustainability and ecological issues, time waste, lost revenue. Having plenty of experience, we stepped in.
DocMe will enable skippers to book a perfect spot for their vessel through our advanced online system, which covers the whole marina 24/7 and live. The platform will reduce the waiting time and ensure that the skipper gets his guaranteed docking spot. Thus, we will greatly reduce the overall diesel and gas consumption in the industry. Furthermore, we will include every unused docking spot into the working economy of the marina. In the end, finally, when everything is set up and running, we will leverage different data sources to build machine learning models, which will give us predictions and insights into the future. Simplified, our system works like this. Firstly, a skipper goes through our DocMe web application and books a spot. Then the reservation is received at the marina system, and finally the DocMe IoT device blocks the spot and awaits the skipper.
DocMe offers sustainability across the industry by removing high-pressure points from geographically overused positions with too dense nautical traffic. Furthermore, we boost the era of smart cities by tracking broad spectrum of demand for high number of services which follow the boat arrivals on any location. For example, local utility companies such as waste management or boat repair services.
Here you can see the previous slide in action. A skipper scrolls to our application, then he chooses a spot, and the reservation is received at the marina system. Also, DocMe IoT device changes the light from green to red. Here is an example of how the DocMe Marina Live map would look like at a fully working marina. In addition, we leverage the IndiGeo data scientific portal to build a simple machine learning model which gives predictions for future sea level in Split, Croatia. So we gathered in the last quarter of 2020 and assembled our team, started the development, and did our market research. Then we won the 3rd place at the European Ocean Hackathon and finally closed our initial prospecting list of clients. By the end of the year, we hope to finish our MVP and close our first sales deal.
So competition is mostly oriented around big logistical solutions, as you heard already, and the ones which are close to us, they don't have technological advancements like we do. Mostly they are surrounded around simple booking solutions, which is just simple software compared to our solutions. The team is very diverse. It consists of 7 people, each specialized in a different area. We combine both experience from lifelong naval industry experts such as Vonko to motivation from hardware, software, and design specialists from the University of Split. Everybody has working experience. Thomas here also with me is our AI project leader who draws the experience from big French IT corporation called Atos. So our blue economy solution gets the recurring clients, and each year our predicted yearly revenue is very conservative, 55,000 euros, and the cost to cover whole marina with our sensor network is 22,000 euros. So in the first year we will get predictions for ROI around more than 50%, and we plan to break even around the third year when we scale up a little bit more. Considering the revenues, in the beginning mostly we'll draw revenues from the skippers who will pay a fee for using our smart suggestions or to get precise dockings. And from the 28 billion, it's 28 actually, million euro industry just in EU, world even bigger, we'll accomplish partnership relationships with marinas and ports. And as the second phase of scaling, we will make perfection in the dynamic pricing. And on the third phase of scaling, we'll do cross-selling with restaurants, rental agencies, and even insurance companies. So next time, while you are sailing away from beautiful port of Split or Saint-Tropez, remember that our innovative DocMe solution is a big part of your wonderful experience. Thank you very much.
I can, if you want. Yeah, I like this solution very much. So this is an IoT device, and basically you put them into the marinas. Do the marinas need to pay any fee for you, or is it a free service that you can provide to them?
For marinas?
Yeah.
Well, in the beginning we'll just get a fixed price for them because we'll draw majority of the funds on the fee from the skippers and the users. And then the latest phase we'll use, as I told, cross-selling, and then draw also fees from local, let's say, repair shops for the boats, rental agencies, and even insurance companies, because we also resolve problems of moral hazard and asymmetric information in the industry.
Yeah. Okay, and this is for the charter boats as well, so it's mainly for charter and pleasure boats.
Yeah, not just, but yeah, charter is a huge fleet in Croatia, so we'll start with that, but whoever enters in marina will have a huge benefit, you know, because you'll get precisely the spot which you want. Let's say, for example, you are an old person, you like to go near to the restrooms, why not? Stuff like that.
And it is for marinas only, or for like buoy fields and jetties and everything on the sea as well in terms of
well,
free spots?
you could, if you have like smaller port or just a few docks, you could implement it without any problems, but marinas and smaller ports are our main concern in the beginning.
Cool. Just reach out to me, because I might know someone who would be interested to collaborate with you.
Thank you. Yeah, we have waiting list, but we'll do definitely.
Thank you very much. It was very interesting. I just thought it's a brilliant idea, and are you sure Google is not yet already working on it? Because obviously, it would be an obvious step for them. But in terms of the competition, so you put on players like Maersk, so they have all the resources and technology.
They are like not close competition, because they are building huge surveillance, let's say, systems which are mostly oriented on big ships and tankers, and as few teams before us told, they are using, you know, pilot ships and stuff like that. So they are not close competitions, but they are working like some, let's say, AI implementation within the big, broader industry, or trying to get, let's say, more radar solutions. So it's kind of different than us. They are like far, far away competition. But I wouldn't say we will ever compete with them, at least for next 10 years.
Hopefully, yeah.
Yeah, almost for sure.
You wouldn't stand a chance. Great, and I've been just thinking, do you think it has other applications as well, the solution?
Other applications for competitions, or?
No, and the solution itself, so...
Oh yeah, we built already our web application. I think it's at one slide here. So our next plan is, you know, to perfect first the web application, and then go to the app for the mobile phone, of course. I think it's in the demo part. Which one? Next. Here, yeah, you can see it. Okay. You can go on docme.eu, you'll see it working, yeah.
And do you have any plans for scaling it? Because now you're obviously in Croatia, and I guess you can talk to local owners or marines, but how are you planning to scale the solution?
Yeah, so first in the beginning, we'll now just pick two of the perfect marinas. We already made the initial talks and they are really interested, but we'll also draw funds from the local, let's say, how do you say, yeah, local funds, yeah, which are open for innovative projects who are only in the beginning. And there's also my company who is doing its own revenues for past like 5 years, will also invest in it. So yeah. We have something of our own, and for the marinas in the beginning, we'll definitely like do the special discount for first few, because we just want to get the data and get the product out. So for the next follow-up marinas, it will be higher price, of course.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I didn't understand when you said there is a competition. Yes, there is. I've been hearing pitches with the similar solutions in the past, maybe already 8 years in the Mediterranean countries, and they all have something like that. But you said, but the others, they're simple, and ours is special because of the sensors. I didn't understand why.
Yeah, the ones who did try to do this before made a huge mistake and tried to do mechanical sensors. And because we are from RC industry, you can see the RC sailboat over there. We know very well that something that is near the sea has to be totally bulletproof because of corrosion and harsh conditions. So all of these mechanical sensors did not prove well, and that was their first and biggest mistake. Now they are mostly like trying to build just software solutions where you can do the booking and something will be tracked more advanced, and that's it. But we have so much more ways to approach even marinas and end users and give them so much more to get the revenue that it's a totally different project. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much to DocMe and to the judges for their questions, and also speak to Gergo. He knows someone. You're in there already. Next up, we're still in the room and we're welcoming a couple of people from Banja Luka, Vladan Aritan and Alexa Spasic, with their startup, Preventico.
Shall we start? Okay. By 75%, screening colonoscopy can reduce a risk of mortality of colon cancer. That means that 3 out of 4 people are still alive because they have gone to that preventive medical examination. Also, by 35%, screening mammography can reduce the risk of mortality of breast cancer. Prevention is a key. Quite absurd, we think that COVID-19 actually has some positive sides. People care more about their health. And now, more than ever, people are buying vitamins and other supplements in order to boost their immune system. So once again, prevention is a key. We thought about all these things and how to integrate them into some sort of business model. And we came up with the Preventico. Preventico is a platform that connects on the one side private clinics and on the other side end customers, their patients. The main goal of Preventico is to raise awareness about the importance of preventive health examinations, and on the other hand, to make private clinics more efficient and to make customer experience in those clinics more efficient. So we identified in our country, in our region, that once a patient leaves the private clinic, there is no strong bond that connects patient with the clinic. So we want to change that.
But what are the main services that we offer to the at the one side end customers and the other side private clinics? Well, we are informing the end customers about their preventive examination, and on the other hand, we are reminding the end customers about their necessary medication therapy that they need to take at the one time. We need to think about the main benefits for the end customers. Well, the main benefits we'll show you through the simplified prototype that we made, and here's the login page. After that, when you click on that, you are getting on the home page where you can see the illnesses for some specific customer, and after that, medication treatment that they need to take. On the left angle, you can see the button where we can see the main benefits for the end customers. You can see the notifications, appointments. Every end customer can track their medical record. They can see the newsletter also, and they can see the reminder for the necessary medical treatment that he needs to take. But we also need to think about the communication channel. Communication channel between the private clinics and the end customers. Well, we'll communicate with them via SMS, via email, and application via notification. And we are here coming to the crucial thing for the private clinics and what they get with using our application. They'll get the direct marketing, they'll boost their relationship between the private clinics and the end customers, which needs to, in our market, needs to be on the stronger level. And the last thing is rapid increasement of the sales. But would our business be profitable?
Yes, of course. The main revenue stream is from subscription of our clients that are private clinics, dentistries, pharmacies, and the other stream, other source of revenue is via advertisements from different interested stakeholders. And to conclude, I want to emphasize that the main idea of Preventico is making application that will take care about your future preventive health instead of you. And because of that, our motto is your health, our concern. Thank you.
Thank you. It was very interesting. So you mentioned that you are focusing on efficiency and the stronger bond and communication. How do you measure these things? And how do you validate that you're going to be more efficient, better communicative?
Okay. Well, we identified that in our country, as I said, once patient leaves a clinic, he has nothing to do with that clinic. He returns when he's feeling sick another time, and we want to make the better communication, because when a patient leaves and has, for example, a controlled treatment in 6 months, then he will get a notification to come to preventive examination. So that's the main idea of this application, just to remind them, because over 50% of people who never showed on the control examination is simply because they forgot. So yes, that's the way that we want to make client more, to make that bond stronger between them.
Okay, great, thank you. I mean, it might be better, like, might be a good idea to put some measures so that you can validate that why are you better than not having an app like you. And the other thing I'm thinking is that your clients are the clinics.
Yes.
But you're providing service to the patients. So how are you making sure that you're not giving them biased recommendations? How do you decide? So because you include clinics who are paying for you, me as a patient, how am I going to be sure that these are the best clinics and not just a paying clinic? You see what I mean?
Sorry. We are taking care about the patients of the clinics, the patients that are already in that clinic. So we are taking services for them, we are not recommending the patients to the clinics. We are just using the database of the patients from the clinics.
In a form of reminder to come again to the preventive. We don't have that bias. It's just,
all right, yeah, I got it. Okay, clear. Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
So it's a digital upgrade for the clinics, basically. So this is a kind of software, okay, that they can use. And you mentioned like our revenue is coming from the clinics and other stakeholders, like what kind of other stakeholders?
Like pharmacies that want to advertise, for example, on that platform, or some healthy food restaurants or something like that, because we want to make sure that those ads are related, those ads that will come up at our platform are related to our service.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Did you already complete it, or you are working on it?
No, it's just the form of idea.
Okay.
That's our project.
Thanks.
You have an MVP and testing, or what's the timeline?
No, we are still getting to the MVP, and we'll try to test it in the next few months.
how are you planning to validate it? How are you planning to test it?
Our plan is to test it with some collaboration with some private clinic, and after that to implement whole the system, how it function in reality. That was our plan.
We want to start locally, that's the main goal, and then to expand later.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much to that team, and thank you very much to the judges again. We're going to go back online now, and to a new place. We're going to America. Matthew, are you with us?
Hey there. How you doing?
Hey, Matthew, how's it going? So Matthew's going to tell us all about Residents First. If you could share your presentation with us, please. Excellent. You've got 5 minutes, Matthew. Take it away.
Awesome. Hello, everyone. I'm Matthew Finger. I'm a senior in information sciences at Penn State University. And today I'm going to be talking about my powerful solution to improving the lives of millions of retired seniors in the US and hopefully beyond. For the past 7 years, I've worked at as an IT manager in a retirement home in Pennsylvania under my employer and business mentor, Randall Evans. He's a third-generation retirement home administrator who also certifies administrators and medication technicians. Here are a few quick statistics around the industry. The 60-year and older population is projected to grow massively over the next 30 years. And also, retirement home communities and the industry are expected to recover robustly over the next 5 years as we move away from the COVID-19 pandemic. Over the years working in retirement homes, I saw some really unfortunate patterns in caregiving to these seniors. There's poor senior health and care documentation. There's inconsistent follow-up care for treatments and diagnoses. Caregivers don't have easy access to health information. These factors combined sometimes lead to unnecessary spurts of hospitalizations and suboptimal quality of life for millions of these seniors. So what seems to be the problem here? Nationally, caregivers, the people who work with these seniors one-on-one every single day, have nearly zero access to residents' digital medical files in retirement homes. This leads to missing or disconnected care notes and documentation, poor communication, and even misinformation, and inconsistent care. These seniors, they deserve better. The vast majority of these homes use resident management systems, a software solution that handles hospital and doctor notes, diagnosis and treatments, support plans, electronic medication management. Here's a look at one of the most popular. As you can see, it's very data heavy, it's not user friendly, and it has a very high learning curve. And in fact, only administrative level employees are given access to these systems, and it is up to them to transcribe the caregiver's notes into the system, which is frankly redundant and a waste of valuable time. These systems are designed for running a business and regulatory needs. They are not designed for caregivers or enhancing health outcomes for these seniors. So how do I know this is all true? Because I spent the last few months, with the help of my business mentor and my mentors at Penn State in the Customer Discovery Program, interviewing caregivers and nurses and administrators in retirement homes. All these findings are universally true. There is indeed a lack of access for these caregivers to these medical management systems. Care and treatment plans are handled verbally or on a whiteboard or pen and paper. And task completion and tracking issues are very common. What is a great thing though, is that this is universally desired to give caregivers digital access to these systems, which would save time, reduce redundancies, and also improve care. So what is the solution? Well, Residents First. It focuses on empowering caregivers with information and tools with a caregiver portal, an intuitive app that expands access of these management systems to caregivers. It's simple. It provides only care essential information and tools, and it's automated. It creates scheduled treatment follow-up checklists that are compulsory, and it alleviates miscommunication with a central digital location to document care notes and view important updates. My current customers are retirement homes in the US, and how would it work? It'll work on top of these resident management system APIs that already exist. It'll be a web service that is portable and scalable. It'll be people-focused, simple to use, and intuitive. So the market is completely untapped, and the opportunity is huge. So please come join me at Residents First to create technology that empowers caregivers and will improve the lives of millions of seniors in these retirement homes. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. Round of applause. And we'll go over to the judges.
Congratulations for the idea. It's really an opportunity. And, but my question is about the privacy and how is that protected? How are the things in America? In the EU, there is GDPR. You would need a political decision and the framework to implement it.
Yes, exactly. There are a lot of regulations across the board. A lot of these APIs already follow them, and I would definitely need to have a secure service that focuses on prioritizing privacy and data security for sure. That would be a big part of this.
You mentioned that you already have customers, so you have launched a product already.
No, I have done customer discovery. So right now I'm early. I have the idea. I've been basically just talking to people, all these people, the workers and families and everything, to gather information about the problems and how they can be improved, and testing that this would be a valid product. So I would be moving forward to develop it.
Okay, great. And how about your team? I'm not sure you talked about it. Or...
So right now it's me and my business mentor, Randall, who I've worked with for 7 years. And I also have my mentors at Penn State. I don't have a development team yet. This is in the early stages, and I'm looking mostly to validate the idea and figure out how I can make this, like how to make it profitable, or who would be willing to buy it and at what cost, that kind of thing. Yeah.
Great, thank you, but it's really relevant, relevant solution, so. Greg?
Yeah, hi, thanks for the pitch. I have basically 3 questions. So one is around like implementation and integration. So you mentioned APIs. I also saw on the slides the click point care or point click care system. So probably they communicate somehow. But still, how easy to implement this system for elderly home?
So Point Click Care, the one I showed, is absolutely the biggest. Mm-hmm. It's a national company. Any large retirement homes or like franchises basically will use Point Click Care. Mm-hmm. They have an entire developmental API that I can tap into and build and access all this information that's already secure and locked down. So it would basically just be making a access point, a portal for these caregivers to access these informations. So the market's already there. I can use these APIs to build off top of that.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, go on. Go on. If you...
it would be basically like an add-on to Point Click Care. Mm-hmm. is my primary focus. It would be the easiest way to scale it quickly and reliably, and to get it to as many people as possible.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good idea. And also, my last 2 questions are related to the financials. Basically, can you elaborate on the revenue model, and also can you tell me your exit strategy? Because that's I completely missed. Sorry. So
yes, right now it would probably be something along the lines of, it would be a service that would be on top of these other services that people already use. And it would probably be a per resident or per senior add-on. And also, my main goal would probably be to be bought out by Point Click Care as they're a portal for them that they can give to all these homes that use their service.
And how much are you planning to charge? You mentioned like per resident. So how much is that, or in roughly, do you have like any figures that you can share?
that right now it's about $10 to $15 a person that Point Click Care already charges per person. So it could, I'm still figuring this out. I need to do more research, but I would imagine $2 to $10 a person extra on top of that. It would just depend on the scale of the home, because there are very small homes, medium homes, and very large homes that have literally hundreds of residents or seniors. So.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. I really appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Matthew, and thank you very much, judges. For those that don't know, University of Split has a close relationship with Penn State, so we're very happy to welcome Matthew to pitch his idea there. Moving on now, we will be back in the room with one Selma, there you are, Selma Terzic from Sarajevo presenting Kalvarija.
So, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Selma, and I'm a final year medical student. Today, I will present Kalvarija, an online matching tool connecting mentors and mentees for scientific medical research. Now, believe it or not, in the Balkans, we are contributing only 3% to the total sciences. And when it comes to our country, Bosnia, that's only 0.017%. Now, have any of you ever imagined becoming world-class scientists? I'm talking Marie Curie or Alexander Fleming, because we have. So, any of you? Well, great. Now, I'm going to show you 5 people who have lived their dream for 20 years and are finally on their way to become those scientists. And we're all here, our entire team. Here you can see Emma and Sumaya with their brand, The Remedies Lab, which is a healthcare platform for pharmacy students. There you can see Faruk with his Anamnesis podcast. He's a 4th year medical student, and the podcast he does is also healthcare related. And in the middle, it's Faris, also a 4th year medical student, and me, and we run the ABC Doc healthcare blog for the countries in the region. Oh, sorry. Now, every person, since the minute they're born, wants to research the world around them, just like a newborn baby researching its surroundings. Now, our motivations are offering a research platform, not only to ourselves, but also to others, as well as making our childhood research dreams come true and working for ourselves. Now, our short-term goals are developing into a self-sustaining business in 1 year, and then after that, in 3 years, having 5 employees with the average salary for Bosnia, as well as making Kalvarija into a research center conducting research projects for pharmaceutical companies. Now, our potential obstacles are the inability to connect to national, regional, international markets, difficult access to online billing, dependence on large pharmaceutical companies, as well as access to necessary financial resources. However, these obstacles can't stop us, they can only challenge us. As Marco Aurelius said, anything that comes in our path becomes our path. Now, these are our current products. You have the free, basic, and premium packages. When it comes to the free package, the users get to experience the online drug database. They get access to different educational materials, either video or articles, and access to the podcast episodes, as well as connecting with their colleagues in the region. When it comes to basic and premium packages, the values you see are on a monthly basis, and the difference is that the basic package gives you a 5-on-1 mentor experience in writing a research paper, and then you can't really choose a topic, it's given to you. And when you have the premium one, it's a one-on-one experience where you also get to have practical skills with your mentor, as well as choosing a topic and then presenting it on different seminars, different congresses, which is really important in our line of work. And now, Emma and Sumaya will be giving you our cards with the QR codes that you can scan to see where we are at now. We really want to keep in touch with all of you, and this is, I think, the best way to do so. Now, we have done market analysis, and it has showed us, the research we did showed us that 97% of students never had a mentor as part of their experience. And now we're talking about medicine, so this is a tragedy. And we think that working with the Balkan countries and research centers in Belgrade, Novi Sad, Rijeka, Zagreb, Podgorica, Ljubljana, Maribor, Pristina, and Skopje, the number of potential beneficiaries is 200,000. Now, our target groups are students on one hand and mentors on the other. For the students, you get personal and career development, but when it comes to mentors, you get multiple opportunities, like getting your PhD, getting the Primarius title. There are a lot of different advancements depending on the country, of course. Now, we have a developed business idea. We did extensive market research, and we have researched the registration procedure and developed an implementation plan. And we have a team with the skills and competencies needed to realize this idea. Now we need mentoring and financial support, most of it going to creating the Calvaria online matching tool. Now, these prices are, when we're talking about implementing this idea in Bosnia, going into the region and the international market, these prices would be a lot higher. Now, for the end, I would just like to say that people don't really just want to use the internet anymore, especially in our profession. They want to know how to use the internet, and we are here to show them how. Thank you.
Go first. And I have to say that this is another excellent pitch.
Thank you so much.
But it's 5 of you, and the guy from Slovenia was young and alone, so he's as well as excellent as you are. So I will ask a question. I like the slide on the, you were very realistic on that slide on the development through time. So you said in the first year we just want this is great, to develop a self-sustainable business, and this is the way you should think and have step by step. Another comment is that I think you should be much more ambitious. Of course, you have to start at home and you have to start in Bosnia, but you will grow very fast if you decide to do it for real now. And the obstacles you had on this slide, maybe you think they are obstacles, but they are actually opportunities for you, and it's not difficult to do, but you need to start a serious business now. So these are my comments, and for the sake of the public, I will just have one question on how did you think you will mobilize the mentors? What would be their wasted interest in it? I know the answer, but I want to hear it from you.
Thank you so much for that question. So the mentors actually get points for their licenses. So you need about, in Bosnia, 50 points to get your license. And you get 25 from one research paper. So you get students to do it, you help them do it, and then you get your license in 5 years. But you also have, you can get your PhD without a total number of research papers, and also you can get other titles, other career advancements, and doctors are really trying to find people to do this, but there is no system. And students also can't find mentors because you can't reach them. So I know that in other countries, mentors are more easily accessed, but here we are giving them help to do this the easier way. So we're going to give them full support, full scientific research support, everything they need.
I also like the slide on your goals, and they are pretty realistic, but have you tried to quantify it or put a revenue goal to after first year, second year, or if you could tell a bit about the size of the market?
Well, we were thinking about 50,000 euros in the first year, maybe, if it goes off well, and then in the end, maybe 500,000 after 3 years. We're thinking that the market is really big, because when you think about it in an international sense, it's millions of people. So we're not only talking about medicine students, we're talking pharmacy students, healthcare, sciences, and dentistry students. So their mentors, plus them, it's a really big market. Only in the Balkans, we were thinking about 200,000 people. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. It was a great pitch and I like the idea. However, on the financial side, I'm missing the upselling opportunities and other revenue lines, because you introduced like free, premium, and basic, but what's next? I mean, because you have loads of data, access to people, maybe hiring can be introduced and stuff like that. So I was wondering if there are any plans on the long run.
Oh, we have a lot of plans. So one of our plans is, of course, having ads, but we also have investors from Canada, which we're working for cybersecurity and making forms to actually get that data in order. We also want to do pharmaceutical company research. So we already have connections because, as you saw, we have 3 brands, and those 3 brands have connections to different pharmaceutical companies. And right now, we're working with Novo Nordisk. They're in the insulin business. And I think that they really need us right now because finding people to do your research in the Balkans is really hard, and finding someone who will organize a team is also really hard. But another thing we really want to do is send these students and these mentors to official congresses, get their papers in official journals. So in the end, make our own journal that is certified and that we can really, we can make anything out of it. It's a very wide concept for what we can do with this.
Just please make sure next time you mention them on the slide, because that's important, actually.
Thank you.
Okay, excellent there. Thank you again, Selma. Thank you for not stealing that. We're on to our final presentation of the day. From Split, we're going to welcome up Josip Bartulovic and Matej Kožica from Donate QR. Round of applause, please.
Okay, can you hear me? Okay, so I'm Matej. What is this? Okay, is it working now? Okay, hi, I'm Matej and this is Josip. It's not working. It's okay now. Okay, third try. Hi, I'm Matej, and this is Josip. Together with Adriano and Veselko, we developed this app while Maria does business. So, in our Dalmatia County, there is 480 non-governmental organizations, but people don't know about them, and they always donate to the big ones, like Udruga Most. And that is a big problem. And those people that donate, they always donate in some big events, like that earthquake a few months ago. In times like that, they always donate the same thing, like rice, pasta, etc., and they go to waste, while some other supplies that people need are missing. Also, people don't like to donate money because they don't know where that money goes and they don't trust the NGOs. We did some research and we found out that only 30% of Croatians donate, and even those people that donate, they only donate once a year. So we decided to create this app. It's going to be transparent, local, and real-time. It's going to be in-store, easily accessible through a QR code. So our first and main goal is to promote all NGOs, not just the big ones. So we're going to boost their donations. But NGOs are not the only ones that are going to profit from us. It's also the companies. Firstly, they get kudos from the locals because they're helping out. And secondly, they'll get bigger revenue because people are going to buy more supplies. Also, they don't need to do anything because NGOs will create a list of things they need.
So what's the goal of the application? The goal is to get regular people like me, you, and you to donate stuff while they're already in the shop, doing all of their purchases. Issues? Yeah, everything okay? Haven't touched anything? So the plan is to get like regular people to donate stuff while you're already in the store, doing all of your purchases. And we do that via our application. You come to the store, you see this big banner with a QR code with some catchphrase like, help out your local animal shelter. You scan the QR code, it redirects you to the school-looking website with cute images of puppies and kittens. You find out that these puppies and kittens are actually abandoned, and Zaklada Besti is trying to help those puppies and kittens by feeding them and giving them pee pads. You want to help Zaklada Besti help these animals, so you decide to donate to our platform. You add a couple of cans to your basket through the application, you go to the store, you buy those cans of cat food, You come to the cash register, you pay for those for the cat food, and then you place the cat food inside a donation basket. Zaklada Besti gets notified, and then later on they come and pick it up. So why do we think this is going to work? From official data sources, we found out that people in Split and Nation County are spending each year more and more money in retail. The top 3 retail companies in Split are Tommy, Konzum, and Spar, which have a total amount of retail revenue equaling 1.9 billion kunas. They are our first and key customers for the application. We already had a preliminary meeting with Spar, and we're looking to finalize a deal very soon. So according to the Croatian Competition Agency, there has been a relative growth of 6% in total retail revenue and a growth of 2% in the number of newly opened stores. What does that mean for us? If we could take only 1% of that total revenue and redirect it into donations, we could be achieving an amount of 440 million kunas in donated goods. Who's our competition here? So our main competition is store-led donations or NGO-led donations, but they're often a one-off thing and they're marketed towards a specific group of donators. Our application could be updated in real time, it serves a specific need, it reaches an astonishing number of donors, and it can be easily integrated into their daily habits. But how do we make this work? How do we keep it up? So our plan is, because retail companies, they have CSR departments and budgets. The plan is to tap into that budget for a 100 krona monthly subscription fee, but we're not also doing CSR for them. We're driving their sales upwards. So we'll be taking a total of 10% from every donation purchase. So in the end, with this bootstrapping approach, we plan on expanding into multiple stores. Our aim is to be in 500 stores by the end of 2024, with a healthy profit margin to give out competitive salaries, to attract new talent, and to be able to expand internationally.
As you can see, we are a fairly new team. Just 3 months ago, we came up with this idea on Hackathon. Right now, we have a prototype that you just saw on the slides. This month, we're going to release an MVP and then test it this summer with some stores and NGOs. In the first quarter of the next year, we plan to release version 1 of this application. Thank you.
Okay, that's it. Do you have any questions for us? Could we get the prototype link on the slide so people can actually go check out the prototype? Where's the link? Okay.
Okay. Can I start?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think you changed your revenue model, right? Because we had a conversation and that time, as I understood, you wanted to add something on top.
Yeah,
so
it was my mistake a few days ago. Sorry.
Matei got confused, but the real revenue model was to take 100 kunas each month for the store that we're going to be placing our banner at, and then taking 10% from like the purchase price that the person is going to do. Like if canned cat food costs 10 kunas, you're still going to pay 10 kunas, but we'll be taking 10% from that sale from actually like the store, not from you.
Cool, cool, cool. And donating the 10% is a little bit high.
It's not really that high when you really look at it from the retailer's point of view. They like get that cat food for like 2 kunas, they pump up the price to 10 kunas, and giving us like 10% of that isn't that much.
Okay, well, that was all from my end. Thank you.
Can I just add on his question? What did they tell you in Spar, and with whom did you speak in Spar, on what level?
Not me, I didn't speak to Spar, so as
You said you did, you went to Spar.
No, we went to Spar, but me, Matei, Veselko, and Adriano, we are just the tech team. So Maria, who is currently in a camp, is the one who speaks to the, like...
And where is she?
She's not currently here today, she's leading a camp, she's working in a camp this summer. But she's the one who speaks with Par, she put up the presentation, we learned all the revenue models, but we're mostly the tech team and we take care of the programming.
Do you know that they have a startup program for Croatian startups? And then...
No, we actually didn't know that.
If you don't know, you tell to Maria and you should apply to there.
Yeah, thank you very much.
It is a way to get and start negotiations. And then you will discover what is the right percentage, whether it's 1, 10, or 2, or...
So Spar actually invited us to go to Zagreb to talk with their executives over there.
Okay.
We spoke with the executives here in Split. They liked the idea, as far as I got the information, and that's pretty much it, yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I was thinking about the logistics. So have you thought about automating the logistics around how you get from the store to the
Well, one amazing thing, Matti already told you we were on Hack for Split. So Glovo actually has an automated API to integrate delivery into any kind of systems. So later on we were thinking, once we get this into stores, once we prove that this is a working thing, to make a service where you can actually make a purchase from your couch, from your home, and to get Glovo to deliver it from point A to point B. Our current blocker is actually getting the purchase into the store. Like creation stores, they don't have online services which we can use to automate the purchases. So for now, the easiest pathway is to have people do it by hand, and later on, when stores see that our products work, we can make arrangement with them and integrate it into like their POS machines. But yeah, that's something we have in mind, and Glovo is there to cover us with their like free developers API.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Excellent, thank you very much from Donate QR. So, they are the full rounds. We have seen 33 in the end, startups, pitching their different ideas. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to ask Lana to kindly escort the judges out of this room, because they have to go now and pick one winner from each category. Go to the back. There's some, yeah, your escort's at the back. There we go. If you follow her, thank you. Security. So they have to pick one winner from each category, only one winner. That should be fairly easy. But then, between the 9 of them, they have to pick 2 wild cards. And they can be from any category. So we might see that 3 finalists come from the same category, or we might see 2 from 2 categories. So they're off to decide, to discuss, to argue all about that now. And while they're doing that, we've got a couple of things coming up. First of all, a recap from me, and then we'll have 2 talks. So let's have a recap. Who can tell me, what do they remember about the first group today? What was the first group, the first theme of the first group? Anyone? Silence. Origin was on, good. Anyone else? No one else. Okay, so we had our 4 groups. I'm also reminding myself, so that's why I was stalling. Okay, so first group was ag tech, food, manufacturing and entertainment, right? We saw some really interesting things from Arumba as well. We saw a game, FoodLink. In India, we had the drones that would save on spraying pesticides. And then we also had taking perfumes into the new digital world, yeah? So smell-o-vision or something. Our second group saw energy, environmental sustainability, transportation and mobility, where we heard from Nera, Alumnio, the new aluminium, supply chain 2.0, green energy power, Windward, Surya Solutions, we heard from Unicompost over there, and Infini Washer, so everything about the green stuff. And then we had some lunch, right, before heading to the third group, which was quite a wide range of things, right? We had education, we had art, finance, gaming, and tourism. And that's when we heard about a couple of social media platforms. We heard about a local streaming platform, as well as things such as Trivor and Uptify. And finally, just now, we had our final and 4th group, health, quality of life, and blue economy, where we heard from DocMe over there. We also had Preventico, as well as the last presentations from Donate QR, looking at things around things in the sea, the people around us, how we can improve people's lives. So does anyone want to shout out who they think is going to make the final tomorrow? Don't shout out your own. Don't shout out your own. I don't want to hear that. Any ideas? Who's going to make it to the final tomorrow? Did anyone stand out and you think 100% they're going to be there? Nira, okay, excellent, good. Any others? Windward, you enjoyed, yeah? You like the pitch, you like the idea? Okay, perfect. Obviously, good. Which one, sorry? Yes, Calvaria. Yeah, just towards the end there. Where are, they've all gone. Where are they? They've run away. Excellent, yeah. Any others? Dog.me, you like Dog.me as well? And you're from Malta, right? So you were like, maybe we can be their partners in Malta and introduce a few marinas there. Is that what you're thinking? There we go. You see? You see? You can talk afterwards. Okay, let's move on to a very special talk now. We've got Matt Carletto from us, who's the CEO at Neoteric. And he's going to be, we'll just get the presentation up for him. Welcome, Matt. Have you enjoyed the day so far? I'm going to swap microphones and we can...
Hello.
And from the pictures you've seen, have any stood out to you?
Well, out of the latest pitches, I really like Calvaria. It seems like they tap on an important problem.
Perfect, cool. And generally speaking about these kind of events, how many do you attend, say, a year, or see these kind of events?
Well, during the pandemic, not so much, because I'm not a big fan of online events, but regularly during the year, I would say like 5 to 10.
Cool, and well, from those startups, how many of them have you seen progress and really progress, still around now?
Quite a few, because on the different contests you have startups on different levels, so some of them are more developed and they are moving forward regardless of the competition.
Perfect, thank you. So Matt's going to tell us all about building an ecosystem here in Split. I've been here for 5 years and I've seen the ecosystem go from strength to strength. There are some really good key players in it, such as Lana from SPI, Split Tech City, who are one of our media partners today, as well as a few other key players. So we're pushing forward together. If you're from if you're from Split or Dalmatia and you want to get involved, then reach out, because there's definitely a supportive network here. But let's hear more about how we can make it even stronger, Matt.
Thank you. Okay, guys, before I get to the ecosystem, I want to tell you a little story. So I was born in Poland in 1985, so my childhood was during the big transformation era. And when I was a kid, I had a dream of being a tractor driver. That was something that I was really into because I really liked cars, and I had an uncle that had a farm. And he let me drive a tractor. That was pretty awesome, because I was a kid and I could actually drive something behind a car on a computer. But when I got older, and I mean older, like 12, I decided that I want to be an entrepreneur. And as you can imagine, there was not much support in that. So when I told that to my parents' friends, they wouldn't say that that's great, that's something I can pursue as my dream. But what I got from that was that my dad doesn't have important contacts. And in the early 90s, everything was about personal contacts when you were conducting business. But with the entrepreneurial spirit that I have, I didn't hear that it's impossible. What I heard is that I needed contacts to make business, and I thought I can make some of my own. And before getting further, let's talk a little bit more about startups and what they are, so we know how to support them. Startups are companies that can bend time. If you look at startups, the most important thing about it is the exponential factor. And one of those exponential factors is exponential pace. For airlines to get to 50 million users, it took 64 years. For Facebook, it was only 4. But for a weird game that made people run through forest and collect virtual animals or virtual creatures, it only took 19 days. It shows how technology bends time. And the time that we have is limited, so bending it through technology is something really important for us. And another aspect of building a startup with exponential factor is exponential scale. So when you look at at what technology enables us, even the tiniest person can carry many more books in the Kindle than the strongest man can take as a physical books. And that is something that shows you exponential scale that was never ever possible before. The third aspect is exponential impact. A lot of people claim that Facebook is destroying democracy, and I don't really agree with that, because it's not Facebook that destroys democracy, it's Facebook that brings out what already has been there. So fake news has already been there for ages. It was on the papers, but Facebook has far more reach than London Conspiracy Daily, and they write about the same stuff. But what Facebook does is they use your trust in your friends, they use your trust in your social network, and when things are shared, where things are liked, you become more and more convinced that this is true. And that is the real threat behind Facebook, and that shows exponential impact, because the impact of those personalized messages is far, far more efficient in shaping our thoughts than a weird paper that's targeting people who are, let's say, interested in fake news. So, before moving further, do you know what is a startup? How would you say something is a startup? Does anyone have an idea? What does it make to be a startup? Once more? Innovative, progressive firm. Anyone else? Can scale. What else? Okay, good. So, in my opinion, there are three factors that can make business a startup. First is lack of traditional funding. So, if you're making an innovative product, but you're in corporate environment, and you had a shitload of money to do that, it's not really a startup. It can be an innovative project, but it's not really a startup, because one of the things that make it a startup is the fact that you lack funding. And you cannot go to take a loan because you don't have sustainable business that can show the financial results that would enable bank to fund you with a loan. Another thing is that you operate under high uncertainty. So you really do something innovative, something different than others. And doing so is also a risk of missing the market, a risk of missing the users, a risk of losing the budget because of different factors that has never been considered, because you're doing actually something really, really new. And the third, and I think most important factor, is exponential growth. Funny thing, I was designing this slide before coronavirus. And this exponential growth, something that was mentioned here when I asked what does it make a startup, this is really, really crucial, because even if you don't have funding and you do something new, but you do it on a small scale and you cannot grow exponentially, it's not really a startup. It's not something that I can fund with a very risky money. And how does a startup happen? It takes a dreamer. It takes a dreamer that's fearless, that can, take on the path that no one else believes. And when it happens, I mean, in my life, a lot of stupid things that I started with hold my beer. So this attitude of, I will show you it's possible. And this is the attitude of an entrepreneur that wants to build a startup. And doing so is very, very different from managing a company that's sustainable. Because a company that's sustainable, it has to protect what they already have. They have to consider the impact on the current business. But if a startup is doing one thing and doing one thing really, really well, they can go all in on this one specific idea that has to change the market, that has to change the way we live, or they change the way some industry works. And when they do so, and they do so on the right idea, the magic happens. And the users can finally experience something completely different. For instance, mobile banking has cut queues to the bank that we all hated waiting in. And right now we can do the banking from wherever we want, even during our toilet. And when that happens, when you really deploy the 10 times better product, this is where you can really disrupt the whole industry. So in 2007, the record companies were selling half a billion records in a year. Right now, the number of sold albums is smaller than the number of Spotify users that are paying every month to listen to the music. And this is how the disruption works. So what is needed for a startup ecosystem to thrive? Firstly, let's understand how venture capital works. Because I started with no access to funding as the requirement for a business to be a startup. And there actually is money available for those startups, but this is a different approach. Because the risk of investing in a startup is huge. Because you're doing something really new, people didn't do it before, and a bank can fund you building a factory of cans, but they don't really have the opportunity to fund you if you do something new and if you're a very new company. So how did the VC world works? So venture capital is someone who wants to invest in those companies that don't have the funding. So what they do is they take a bunch of their own money and they decide not to put it all into one project, but instead they want to fund multiple projects to build a portfolio that will perform as the whole. And to do that, they meet a lot of smart people, a lot of dreamers, a lot of startup founders that are doing something innovative, that are doing something exponentially growing, and that they have the opportunity to really disrupt the market because the return on the investment has to be huge in order to fund all of those startups that will fail regardless of the funding. So what they do is they also have very, very rich friends. So people who are managing billions of dollars. And when you're managing billions of dollars, you don't really have the capacity to consider projects that are needing million or 10 million or 5 million of investment because this is just too little and you would have to micromanage your fund. So what those big funds are doing is they are investing into venture capital fund, basically multiplying the amount of money that venture capitalist has on their account to invest. And with that amount of money, VCs are investing into multiple startups, tracking their progress and helping them grow. And some of them succeed. And when they succeed, they return much more than it was invested. And the venture capital firm is collecting those investments from exits. And when they do so, they return a big part of that to the investors that are called limited partners in the venture capital world. So this is how the VC system works. The big fund of funds are investing in VCs, the VCs are investing in startups, the VCs are exiting from startups when they succeed, and then they pay back to the investors. And why is that important to building a startup ecosystem? If you look at the current market, in Amsterdam, already startups are the major driver for new job. And startups are the future of jobs because they are doing something new and they are quite reluctant to being automated by themselves. So now, a bit of advice for you. And if you really focus, you will learn everything that you need to know to succeed with your business. So if you want your business to be successful, you need capital, you need talent, and people who will buy your stuff, period. Now you can all be millionaires, so just follow the path. But how do you do that? How do you do that in your city? How do you do that in the ecosystem you are in? Firstly, let's go back to our primary school, to the biology lessons. I wasn't the easiest student, so I was always challenging my teachers, why do I need biology? I don't want to be a biologist. And in fact, I have never ever used my knowledge of digestive systems of weird animals, but the understanding of the ecosystem came from biology for me. So do you remember the water circulation ecosystem from the early days? A little? So the water is getting into the air, it's becoming clouds, then it falls down as rain, it moisturizes the ground, and it goes down to the underground waters and back to the sea, and it's circulation. And this circulation is really important because it always lets grow on the land, and it makes it more and more vital. And this is how we need to look at the startup ecosystem as well. We already told that one of the important things for succeed is talent. So imagine a talent being a part of this water ecosystem. All kind of talent that you need in order to win. So scientists, software developers, business developers, marketing people, UX people, designers, all of those people that you need to hire to build your billion-dollar business. This is what you need to have in the ecosystem so that you can grow exponentially to become the unicorn, right? Another factor is capital, because as you grow, you need more and more capital, for instance, to hire the talent. And the capital is also circulating. So just here, like here, if the talent fail during their journey, they come back to the pool and they can get hired again with new experiences. Just like that, the money works. So the money that's invested into startups is not burned out, completely out of the market, even if they fail, because they pay for the salaries, they pay for the taxes, and they come back in circular economy back to the pool of capital that's available for investment. And having investors at every stage, so from pre-seed up to Series A, B, and C, and the exit, this is something that shows the maturity of the capital. And the other thing is market. So you can imagine market as the plants that are growing on this ecosystem. So with every circulation of talent, with every circulation of capital, the market is growing because there are more and more companies who benefit from these new great products, and this is how the ecosystem grows. And you need one more factor, and I would like to ask you on the next slide if you noticed what was missing in the first three. What else is here beside talent, capital, and market? It's luck. You need a little luck. And a lot of people say that luck is not a factor. I don't agree. Luck is a factor. And it's really, really needed to have a lot of entrepreneurs that made a really big success. They said that they had luck to hire great people. And it's not easy to do so, and luck is a factor in that. So if you have it all, talent, capital, market, and a bit of luck, you can develop a full startup ecosystem that can grow sustainably at its own without any external incentives. And this is the idea fix of building a startup ecosystem. So how do we do that, and why do we should do that? There are only a few places in the world where you can have the whole startup ecosystem in one city. And I used to say in Europe, but right now I should rather say near Europe. The only city that can do that is London. Apart from that, it's New York, it's Silicon Valley, maybe some other places in the world, but not really that much. Not even Berlin is self-sustainable because they don't have, for instance, enough developers. They have a lot of great marketing and sales people, but they don't really have enough tech talent. They don't even have the stock exchange where you could exit. You have to go to other cities in the region in order to exit from your startup with an IPO. And if you judge the success of the ecosystem by the number of companies that worth more than $1 billion, Europe is much closer to Africa than to Asia, not even mention North America. And this situation used to be similar ages before. In 14th century, London, as a harbor, has traded far more goods than all of the other harbors in the region. And it seems like those smaller harbors were on a losing position. But some smart people in Lübeck decided that they can cooperate, that they can work together to outcompete London. So instead of competing with themselves, they started collaborating, and they started collaborating with data. So what they did is they started exchanging information about who goes when and why and what kind of goods they have and what prices do they have. And they started to rewrite it as the ships were going around. So what happened? When you got to London with your crops on your ship, you would always find someone wanting to buy crops because market was so big. But if you went to Stockholm or to Gdańsk, it happened that there were 2 or 3 ships with crops and no one would like to buy yours. And the whole goods that you wanted to buy were already bought by others. So what they started to do is they started to actually exchange this information between themselves so that people are not trying to oversupply one place, but instead they were going where their goods were needed. And when that happened, instead of being on a lost position as an individual harbor, they started working together, and a few centuries later, Hanseatic League was one of the most important organizations in Europe. They had their own army. They were the cities of Hanseatic League were one of the most rich cities in Europe. Even small city of Gdańsk, where I come from, was one of the most wealthy cities in Europe by that time. So when you work together as small players, you can outcompete a big one if you collaborate. And that collaboration is the essence of building a startup ecosystem. And what we need to build a startup ecosystem when it's not possible to do it in one city, we need cross-border investment. We need people from Germany to invest into Croatian startups because there's not enough Croatian capital to fund all of those great ideas that we heard here today. And we need Croatian VC funds to invest in much more developed startups in order to make capital that they can reinvest here. So this cross-border investment is something that is required for a startup ecosystem to become international and to become distributed over existing startup hubs. Another thing is digital single market. This is a big thing in Europe for years that's been discussed. And what it means by that is if you start as a US startup and you can reach out to 280 million customers in one country under one rules of employing your employees, under one rules of serving customers, under one roof of having guarantees. So the legislation is much easier. Just as an example, the most sophisticated part of one of the SaaS products that we've built was invoicing because it's so complicated in Europe. And the third thing that we need is the free flow of talent. Can you tell me who those guys are? Steve Jobs and Wozniak. Okay, so Apple is a Polish company, a Czech company, or American company. What kind of company is Apple? Where does Apple come from? The United States of America, right? But it was founded by 2 immigrants, one from Syria and the other from Poland. Apple would never happen with American people because they didn't found it. So if you look at the Silicon Valley, more than half of the startups are founded by immigrants. So we need to incentivize people to flow between our ecosystems and enrich them. If I meet another person from Polish startup ecosystem, it doesn't really change much in my life because I already have such a big network that if I wanted to meet that specific person, I could reach out to our common friend. But if I meet someone from Croatia that's well connected here, I'm instantly connected with hundreds of Croatian startup experts that I would never connect if I was focused only on building my network in Poland. So building startups with founders from different countries at the same time gives you much larger network of investors, much larger network of possible customers, much larger networks of possible employees. So I came up with this idea of Startup Hansa that's inspired by Hanseatic League. So the idea of Startup Hansa is to actually start gathering and sharing information about startup ecosystems between them. Just like Hanseatic League did with the ships, we can start monitoring and sharing the information about what startups are growing where, who's investing in what, and this is quite distributed. It's not in one place, like you can look for it on Dealroom or PitchBook or Crunchbase, but this is only about the investment rounds. This is not about people that you hire, this is not about products that you sell, this is not about your traction. So we need data intelligence. We need to understand what's happening in the ecosystem, what's happening in Gdańsk, what's happening in Berlin, what's happening in Stockholm, what's happening in Split. The second thing that this idea brings is instant access to decision makers. So what we want to do is we want to have this ecosystem connectors in those cities and be able to reach out to them and say, okay, so this startup really needs to talk with pharmacy network, and we want to provide someone who can make the right introduction. So this person, this organization, has to play two roles. On one hand, it's a door opener for startups or for VC funds that want to meet founders. But on the other hand, it has to be a guard, because we don't want people who are not fitting our investment strategy, poaching into the VC fund to try to get money, because it will never happen. So we need to understand really well what are the needs of those that we introduce startups to. And the third thing that I really dream of is startup visa, so that the talent could go around, so that you can open a company in any country that you need to succeed with your business. And that's something that we really need, and I hope to see in the coming years that the startup visa will be there. And how we can get there? So firstly, we need to map out the ecosystem players. We need to understand who invests, we need to understand who accelerates, we need to understand who are the founders, what are their needs, and how they are working together right now in each city. When we do that, we want to open a Startup Hansa embassy, and actually that idea is something that stopped us to develop this Startup Hansa idea further during the pandemics, because I didn't want to make it just another online platform for connecting people. I really believe that the real connections are made person to person, and I really believe in offline meetings and in actual presence. So that was on hold for quite some time, but I believe that in coming years things will come back to normality, at least normality for me, so that we can meet like today in Split. And if that happens, we will have one-stop shop to onboard a startup on different paths in each of the cities that we will work with. So for instance, if you consider Germany your market, you will be able to go to Berlin to get to the Startup Hansa embassy and to get help in researching the market and meeting the right people and different onboarding programs, starting from market research up to opening your company in Germany. And we want to also serve as a think tank to city officials that are trying to grow startup ecosystems in their cities so that they focus on the right things. So we're bringing great minds together, and this is what we did 2 years ago. We brought more than 100 ecosystem builders on the event where we shared how we do that. So we had people from all over the world, including Startup Chile. That's one of the most successful programs that's attracting international startups to a country. So the idea of building a startup ecosystem for cities like Split or Gdańsk that are too small to provide with everything is to connect to each other. So if we connect those existing cities with data, with free flow of talent and free flow of capital, we can really succeed in building a startup ecosystem. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much for that, Matt. Great insight into how we go from what we have now into something bigger connecting with other cities, other countries, sharing that knowledge. Obviously, Matt spoke about those cities in particular. Here today we have our neighbors from Slovenia, from Bosnia and Herzegovina, and from Serbia as well. And I know there's stuff happening in the Balkans in terms of trying to connect these countries back together. Yeah, so we look forward to that. Here on the screen, we had Jabari Smith. Hello there.
Hi, how are you guys?
All good, yeah, everything's been great here. We've 10 hours so far, 10 hours of pitches, wow. Some really good stuff going on. Actually, I think I meant to look in that camera, but I can't remember now. So I don't know where I'm looking, over there? Up there, okay, good, yeah, so great to see you. You're the program manager at World Chicago, so tell us a bit more about yourself and what World Chicago is.
Yes, so I'd just like to jump into the little presentation that I have to share. Matt was an excellent speaker, so following up his presentation is quite the task. But I'd like to start with a quote from an entrepreneur and tech innovator that you all may have heard of. In fact, he was just referenced in Matt's presentation, Steve Jobs. Your time is limited, so don't waste it living someone else's life. Don't be trapped by dogma, which is living with the results of other people's thinking. Don't let the noise of others' opinions drown out your own inner voice. And most importantly, have the courage to follow your heart and intuition. They somehow already know what you truly want to become. Everything else is secondary. Now, greetings and good afternoon from Chicago, Illinois, USA. As previously stated, I'm Jabari Smith, Program Manager at World Chicago, and it is sincerely a pleasure to extend greetings to you all on behalf of our team, including our President, Peggy Parfanov. It's also an honor to be joining you all in Split, Croatia virtually as we continue to prioritize health and safety amidst this continued global pandemic. But needless to say, I certainly look forward to an in-person visit soon. On a personal note, over the past few weeks, I've seen several friends sharing their vaccinated Yacht Week adventures from Split via social media. So between that and today's event, I feel that the universe is sending clear signs that a Croatian adventure is in my near future. So again, so excited to be speaking to you all from Chicago today. Now I would like to thank Lana, who is one of our esteemed World Chicago Professional Fellows alumni. Thank you, Lana, for inviting me to share these opportunities, which are extremely relevant to all of the young leaders and entrepreneurs who are part of the program and poised to make a global impact. Secondly, I want to extend greetings to all other Professional Fellows alumni who are in attendance, as well as the International Student Startup Competition team. And last but certainly not least, all of the hardworking, intelligent, and extremely ambitious student participants. You all are the reason for this moment. This is your time, and I'm excited to learn who will be the selected finalists. I'm certainly wishing each of you all the best, but please rest assured that even if you are not selected as a finalist, the fact that you have made it to this point speaks volumes about where you are poised to go in the future. So I'd like to ask that we all give our student participants, our entrepreneurs, a round of applause if possible. Yes, I'm so proud of you all, even without knowing all that's gone into developing your pitches and your projects. I am just inspired by the fact that you all are participating in today's event. Moving forward, I want to share opportunities that will support your growth as global leaders beyond this event. World Chicago is proud to partner with the U.S. State Department and their Global Leaders Division to design and implement 2 prestigious professional fellowship programs. The first of those programs is World Chicago's flagship Tech Innovation and Entrepreneurship Program. This is exclusively focused on bringing outstanding emerging entrepreneurs and innovators, much like all of you, from across the Balkans region to Chicago for a month-long, and might I add, fully funded, I repeat, fully funded fellowship with leading tech-related companies as well as universities and tech incubators. The application for the next cycle of the program will be open from October 15th of this year through November 30th. Again, October 15th through November 30th, 2021. So please stay tuned to worldchicago.org for more details. I will share the links in the chat at the end of my remarks. The second professional fellowship program is the Young Transatlantic Leaders Initiative, which is also known as YTILI. YTILI focuses on recruiting and engaging a dynamic cohort of young entrepreneurs from across the entire continent of Europe. So whereas the previous fellowship specifically focuses on the Balkans, YTILI selects 60 entrepreneurs from 43 countries across Europe. So it's very competitive if you are vying for that one slot that your country has to offer. But YTILI is the U.S. Department of State's flagship program, and it seeks to enhance the transatlantic dialogue between business leaders from Europe and the U.S. Over 300 entrepreneurs from Europe have benefited from this opportunity by working in one of 9 U.S. Innovation Hub cities for 4 weeks. So if you are selected for the YTILI Fellowship, you arrive in the United States and will have the opportunity to work in cities as diverse as San Diego or Seattle or Huntsville, Alabama, or Chicago. So truly a unique opportunity to connect with all of America. And the application for the next round of YTILI will be open from October 11th through December 10th, 2021. My hope is that many of you all in attendance will join this network of inspired leaders. Again, please stay tuned to worldchicago.org for more details, and I will drop those links in our chat, and certainly the event leadership will share them with you all if you're interested. I want to say that regardless of the outcome of today's competition, I hope that each of you utilize this experience that you've gained to further commit yourselves to a life steeped in global social impact through entrepreneurship and leadership. Those are the type of individuals that we pride ourselves in working with. And I have no doubt that because of where you all are today, that you will be extremely strong candidates for these programs in the future. So with that being said, I look forward to seeing many of you in Chicago in 2022 or perhaps 2023. As always, the best is yet to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jarari. And we want to welcome you here very soon. We are open to Americans. You just need to show proof of vaccination. So come on over.
Yes, that is on my near future agenda. So I appreciate the warm welcome. And again, congratulations to all of you for putting on such a dynamic event. And again, to all the participants. This is amazing.
Thank you very much, and we'll continue to share about the fellowship programs as well. For those of you that some of the judges were out of the room, some participants as well, there are fantastic opportunities for you to go abroad, to learn from people doing similar things in your sectors, speaking to people of a similar age, expanding your network, right? I think Matt mentioned about how often when he was younger, people would say, oh, you need connections for this and this. The same here in Croatian, right? It's always about preko veze. But you make those veze, yeah? It's up to you to find those connections, for you to network. And it's not necessarily a bad thing to do that. Well, it's definitely not a bad thing to do that. As long as you get a job on your value and what you can offer, rather than being like the cousin, that's an issue. Of course. So we've got the judges. Have we got all the judges back here? I'm trying. Judges, put your hands up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Who are we missing? Eva. She's on the call. Okay. We'll forgive Eva, and we'll just let the last people roll in before we reveal the results. So excellent. Yeah. Today, some great pitches. A few comments from the judges that I'm sure you must have picked up on. Has anyone ever heard of a PEST analysis or PESL analysis? Yeah, some people have. What does the L stand for in that? Legal, right? So today we heard a lot about patenting your stuff, right? Because not only is it to protect you, but you've also got to be careful that there isn't a patent out there already, so that when you start selling on, for example, Amazon, that someone says, hey, you've copied my product, I'm going to sue you. Yeah, you've got to be careful of that, because I've heard that happen a few times actually in the last 4 years when people have been trying to do all of this Amazon and drop shipping and all of that stuff. If you're not if you don't go to like a business school or economic school as well, it really helps to kind of swat up on startup terminology. So things like MVP, I know that came up earlier. Some people think straight to American football, but we're not talking about American football. ROI as well, ROI, do people know what ROI is? Yeah, some people do. An exit, yeah, obviously that is an exit, but we're talking about something else, yeah? Burn rate, we're not talking calories, talking something else. VCs, obviously you might have heard of VCs a few times today. So like you can Google that stuff. You can swat up on that terminology before you come to these events so that, as I said, the judges understand. They understand you might not be from this background, but you know, if you're able to speak the lingo, it really helps with your pitch. And finally, learning from others' mistakes. You all watched each other pitch today. What did you like? What didn't you like? What did you think people did well? And what did they have in their pitches that you really enjoyed to see as well, right? The judges commended some people on their pitch. And I'm sure it's easy for you to know why that stood out, why those ones stood out, whether it was about the speed they spoke, the content in there, their idea, obviously. But there's one thing having an idea and one thing sharing it with others, convincing people that they should invest in you. And that comes to the final thing, which is appealing to judges' needs. Judges, do you have an Instagram account, yes or no? Yeah, do you have a LinkedIn account? Twitter? Pinterest? Facebook? TikTok? No one has a TikTok. Oh, no, we have one TikTok? Yeah? Okay, so you can stalk these judges online and you can find out what their interests are so that when you're pitching to them, you're like, oh, he already invested in this kind of one. Yeah? Oh, he had this startup in 1999. Imagine if you knew that already. Yeah, so that kind of stuff, like, it's a good kind of stalking. Yeah, I don't mean follow them around, find out where they drink coffee, but have a look at their online history and use it to your advantage. Okay, well, I think everyone's in here now, pretty much. So it's time to announce the finalists for tomorrow. And in true Dalmatian style, people can decide on 6. That's what happens when you get 9 people in a room together to try and make a decision, right? That's why coalition governments are so much fun. So we're not going to have 6 finalists tomorrow. We're going to have 8. Ooh. Which was funny because Lana was like, oh, it's okay, I factored in extra time because, you know, in case that happened. Great, good stuff, Lana. So there's 2 from each category, okay? And I'm just going to tell you, first of all, it was very, very close. In fact, 3 categories, the reason this has happened is in 3 categories, the top 2 teams had the same amount of points. That's why it happened, yeah? So that's how close it was. That's how good you all were. So first of all, wait, just make sure there's no cameras behind me that people can see. I've gone to paper now. I don't have a pad anymore because I made notes. So from the first category, that was the first one this morning, congratulations to, oh, we can't do that for all 8. Tomorrow we'll do that. Congratulations to PS 1925 and Maccabi Agritech. Round of applause. If you're here, can you come up to the front, please? If you're online, can you show their happy faces? I'm just going to grab this as well because then I can see if they're, see, they're online. Okay, I'm just keeping the suspense going now. Group 2, the second group, energy, environmental sustainability, transportation and mobility. The 2 finalists from that group are Windward and Alumio. Please come to the front. Team Alumio, I know you're here, and Windward, come up, please. Come and stand up here. Come on. But don't read my notes. From the 3rd category, the finalists are Easy Pass And I'm alive! Congratulations, come to the front, please. I need a representative from I'm Alive. Excellent. And the fourth and final group, the finalists from there are DocMe and Calvaria. Come to the front, please. All 5 of them are coming. So we have these finalists who are here live with us. It's all right, stand wherever you want. Oh, why did the tall guy stand next to me? Yeah, congratulations to all of you. We've got a few people online as well that will be joining us tomorrow. So guys, tomorrow, you've got the chance until 8 a.m. to change your pitch, okay? So think about the feedback you got from the judges. Maybe you want to add something, but look around. This is your competition. Think about their pitches. I hope you watch them. Maybe you know their weaknesses. Yeah, maybe you know something that makes you stand out. Maybe it's your revenue model. You can make more money than them. Or maybe it's your team. You're more experienced than them. Yeah? So have a think about that. Prepare something for 8 o'clock tomorrow, and we'll be doing this all again. Now, this isn't the end of the program as such, because tonight, if you want, you can come for, I think it was called a casual meetup. Casual meetup, I don't know what that means, but come for drinks at Vidalica, which is in, it's the lookout point in Split, stunning location. You'll see the sunset, you won't see the sunset, but you'll have a beautiful sunset. You'll have drinks outside, you'll get to network. If you're smart, you might talk to your competitors, give them shots of rakia, you know, that kind of stuff. Anything goes, well, not anything goes, but most things go. Rakia definitely goes. For the rest of you, we'll be back here in the morning at 9 o'clock. So be here bright and early. We'll have coffee again, and we'll have more pictures and some winners. So see you tomorrow, guys, at 9 o'clock. Round of applause, please. And before everyone leaves, we're going to have a group photo. As well, Teo, to Sebastian, whoever else is there, I can't see everyone.